Yu is going to come? Many people were moved, because this was the Celestial Clan's #1 genius, a true exceptional talent. His talent was exceptional. In addition, one has to understand that the Celestial Clan used to be an unmatched Emperor clan. Just how powerful was an exceptional talent that came from this ancient sect? It was unfathomable. The most important thing was that he merged with the Heaven's Mandate Stone, which was equivalent to a type of transcendence. He could overlook all of his peers. Correct, brother you should be coming, Kuinemo said. His face revealed a faint smile that was a bit aloof. After all, Yu's name was well known in all directions. When the geniuses from these various sects heard this, their expressions all changed. He was the descendant of an emperor race, merged with the Heaven's Mandate Stone, and was even an exceptional talent. So many people predicted that Yu's future accomplishments would most likely surpass that of the archaic 6 great celestials. Sooner or later, this would become one of the taboo existences that ruled the higher realms. Brother Yu is exceptional, and I have long heard of him. If I ever get the chance to meet him, it would truly be an honor. Someone praised, seeing the Celestial Clan's heavenly genius quite favorably. Right, I heard that Brother Yu already started to evolve his unique precious technique, and that it was absolutely stunning. When the time comes, I definitely have to ask him for guidance. Someone added. The others all nodded as well, speaking praise. I heard that the noble lady heavenly genius Xianxia's appearance is exceptional. Her appearance like a flower. Now that she merged with the Heaven's Mandate Stone, she powerful rose up. Celestial Clan really is a place where heroes emerge, another person said. Regardless of whether it was the 9-headed snake race, /Moon ancient cave, or the others, even though they were all top-level powers, they still felt a type of reverence for this past Emperor clan. Everyone, you all believe that with how outstanding senior brother Yu is. He is enough to suppress that so-called youth Huang, right? Kuinemo said. He had felt a lack of confidence this entire time after being questioned by Qingyi. Now, he brought up this question again with confidence. Quite a few people agreed, praising Yu's name. He made quite a few people feel restraining fear. However, there were some whose mouths revealed meaningful smiles, not expressing anything. They had heard secret information. This Huang was definitely not simple. Yuchan smiled faintly, graceful and pure. I hope he is even more great than his reputation. Who are you? Kuinemo asked. He was quite discontent with this woman, actually questioning him again and again. She is my junior sister Qingyi. At this moment Feng Wu spoke. She was dressed in golden clothes that contained a type of spirituality. There was also a type of domineering confidence. As soon as she spoke, everyone attached great importance to her words. It was because she was Goddess Academy's #1 genius, the chosen inheritor. Not only was she ridiculously powerful herself, she would also be the one controlling the academy in the future. Wu, junior sister Feng Wu, was previously invited to enter Origin Sky Secret Realm, so you should understand a bit more about that young devil King Huang, the one that has the greatest right to speak. What is he really like? Is he strong or not? Someone asked. Even though it was asked rather absent-mindedly and quite casually, this was clearly calling Celestial Clan's words into question. When the others heard this, they also paid attention, wishing to know what happened. I didn't fight with him, Feng Wu said. She acted quite earnest here, because she had to represent the sect. Back then when she fought with Hao on the Copper Sparrow altar, she definitely didn't act like this. When Kuinemo heard this, he revealed a smile and said, We already said that this person has an underserved reputation. If senior sister Feng Wu took action, she would definitely easily suppress him. Feng Wu gave him a look and then said, I know about his accomplishments. He killed Underworld Child, Sun God Vine, and even cooked the purple golden Ho race's genius in a cauldron, directly eating it. When these words were spoken, the smile on Kuinmo's face directly froze. This was the same as giving him a huge slap to the face. One has to understand that all 3 that Feng Wu mentioned were exceptional talents, yet they all died while nursing grievances. This type of battle accomplishment was enough to prove Huang's powerful strength. Many people revealed looks of surprise. They looked at Kuinemo, feeling embarrassed for him. This really was hard to take. Senior Sister Feng Wu is just telling things as it is. Also, didn't this information spread throughout the outside world for a while already? Yu Chan, who was currently Qing Yi, calmly said, "Everyone, let's just end it here. I am going to cultivate in isolation." Feng Wu stood up. She nodded towards Qing Yi with a smile, and then she left. Everyone stood up as well. They all knew that she was a well-known exceptional talent, and right now she was comprehending the human immortal engravings, so time was precious. She wanted to rise up in the battle of 3,000 provinces. Even though the remaining sect elites didn't scatter, they lacked the enthusiasm to talk further. Suddenly, there was disorder within the academy, and even the experts in the palace could sense it. They couldn't help but reveal looks of shock. What happened? The disciple of that shoddy mountain gate wounded the academy's senior brothers. Soon after, everyone roughly understood what happened. They were immediately interested, heading outwards to learn of the details. What kind of person is this, to dare provoke Goddess Academy? What is he treating this place as? Is he looking down on this ancient inheritance? Kuinemo said. He had a faint smile on his face. He was called into question in the palace just now, so he felt like he lost quite a bit of face. Now that something was happening, he began to sneer and take joy in the calamity of others. Soon after, he couldn't laugh any longer, because even though they were all injured, they could still stand. Only the celestial clan's person was carried back, his bones broken and muscles severed, teeth all knocked out. Who dares? He couldn't help but shout out. There were countless celestial races people, and there were disciples that went to other great sects to cultivate, but deep down they were of the same race. There were quite a few who, after their studies, returned to the clan. Someone spoke up and asked a few questions. Meanwhile, the celestial race disciple was even more sullen, telling Kuinemo that after that person found out he was of the celestial race, he purposely took care of him a bit better. Even the disciple of a small shoddy sect dares to do this, provoking our celestial clan? Does he not want to live any longer? Kuinmo's face fell. They were one of the higher realm's great clans, and others normally wouldn't dare confront them. He was quite unhappy in the palace to begin with, and now he encountered this type of thing, so he was naturally angered. Where is he? I am going to that sect to demand an explanation. Kuinemo had this type of confidence. After all, he did have the reputation of being one of the celestial race's 6 heroes. If it was just a small sect, he believed that even though their sect elders would be stronger than him, they would still have second thoughts, eventually welcoming him with a smiling face. After all, he represented the celestial clan. The other sect's elites all revealed looks of surprise. They knew that Kuinemo was going to oppress others with force, and he was most likely going to ask that sect to hand over the one who injured his clansman. Senior brother, that person is not simple. The cultivator from Celestial Clan that was seriously injured had a snow-white face, and his entire body was covered in cold sweat. He wanted to explain something. However, he directly went unconscious, unable to say anything further. Yu Chan's expression was calm. In reality, it is her who secretly took action to make this person faint. Who can tell me where that small sect is? I am going to pay that sect a visit, Kuinemo said coldly. He looked towards the other disciples from Goddess Academy who were injured. He felt restraining fear towards Feng Wu, but he was extremely self-confident against these people. The Celestial Clan was one of the most powerful inheritances, and as one of the 6 great heroes, he naturally looked down on most of his peers. Someone wanted to explain in more detail, but they secretly heard Yu Chan's message, and as such, they closed their mouths. It had to be said that Yu Chan's appearance was wonderful. Even though she didn't reveal her true perfect appearance, she was still a ranked beauty. She was highly revered in the academy, and many people supported her. Senior brother, let me bring you there. Those people didn't explain how the small sect was special, and instead directly patted their chests to send Kuinemo on his way. Even the 9-headed snake race, Yin Academy, Holy Feather race, and other great sects elites were interested. They wanted to see just how Kuinemo was going to display his might and suppress a small sect. Lead the way, Kuinemo said. His voice was low and carried a type of domineeringness. The injured people nodded, immediately guiding him to the distant shoddy Dao right. This was naturally due to Yu Chan's inciting. The amount of elites that came from Oblique Moon Ancient Cave, Divine Cliff Academy, and other sects was quite great in number. They were originally interacting with Goddess Academy, but now they all followed along. Apart from Goddess Academy's people, the other sects didn't even know what was going on with that shoddy sect. Outside the group, Yu Chan was elegant and graceful. She revealed a faint smile, but didn't say anything. Along the way, Kuan Mo's eyes were malicious. He was going to directly put on the big hat and demand that sect to hand that person over, using Celestial Race's great power to suppress it. From his perspective, the Celestial clan, even if not as great as before, being expelled from the ranks of Emperor races, it was still not something ordinary sects could challenge, let alone a small sect. This route even has weeds growing everywhere. It really is barren. It seems like this inheritance has already declined, its backing not powerful enough. In Yang Academy's elite disciple said, "Correct, it has already fallen for several thousand years, about to become a broken inheritance. Recently, it produced another disciple." One of Goddess Academy's wounded senior brothers said. When Kuan Mo heard this, he became even more filled with confidence. This place was even less than an ordinary small sect. The disciple of this poor inheritance even dared to injure Celestial Clan's disciple. Truly filled his chest with anger. The other great sect's people revealed shock. This sect really was ridiculously weak. Then, everyone believed that this sect definitely declined to a serious degree, because the mountain road was rugged and covered with weeds and thorny undergrowth. Where would one find the scene of a sect? This was clearly a part of the wilderness. "We are almost there. It is just up ahead." Goddess Academy's people led the way. Kuan Mo became more angry the longer he walked, his face sinking like water. What kind of rotten place was this? For this kind of small sect to injure his clansmen, it was simply an enormous humiliation. They finally arrived. At the mountain gate, a tattered decorated archway still managed to stand. As for the other places, there was debris everywhere. Weeds flourished everywhere. This was a sect? It was clearly just ruins and remains. Everyone became speechless upon seeing this. They naturally saw the true scene, not the magnificent place How had seen before. Kuan Mo immediately seethed with anger. If today's matters got out, it would make them a laughingstock. This was the sect that he was going to criticize harshly? He felt rather regretful, feeling that he really shouldn't have come. This place was too poverty-stricken, not worth him coming himself. If there is anyone here, get the fuck out here. The others all wanted to laugh, but felt embarrassed. They all held it in. Only Goddess Academy's people were nervous, not feeling at ease at all. They all treated this seriously. Behind the flourishing weeds on a large bluestone, Hao's darkened face appeared. His mood was terrible because he had just been scolded by Qi Daolin. "What are you yelling about? Get lost," he said with a bad tone. When Kuan Mo heard this, he was so angry he was going to explode. A random youth that came out from this tattered place unexpectedly dared to say this to him. It was truly beyond unbearable. "Youngster, do you know who you are talking to? Call out your elders. I have things to discuss with him," Kuan Mo said coldly. Even though he was furious and resentful, there were still people from various sects behind him, so he didn't want to act too excessive. He treated Hao with great arrogance and a stance of looking down from high above, ordering him like this. Hao's face darkened even further. He was forced by that old man to carry a large mountain crazily on his back, tiring him half to death, and now that he came back, he still couldn't get any peace and quiet, meeting someone who spoke to him like this. How could he tolerate this? In reality, he didn't notice at all that this was an expert from Celestial Clan, because they were similar to humans. Otherwise, his face would darken even further. Despite this being the case, Hao still forced his way over. "You still aren't going to quickly call out your sect elder? Did you not hear me? Are you deaf? I have something to say to him." Kuan Mo berated with an attitude like a great saint that was high above. In the rear, the other sect's geniuses were all watching from the sidelines like they were watching a play. Only Goddess Academy people's faces were strange, their fine hairs standing on end. They held their breaths, feeling extremely nervous. However, they had previously received Qing Yi's message, so they couldn't say too much. Hong, the dark-faced Xianxia took action, fast to a shocking level, making other souls even tremble. He merged the Kuan Peng technique and Earth to Inch's great divine technique, moving like transient light. In addition, there was a heaven overflowing blood energy flowing out from him. It was as if a prehistoric enormous beast was going mad, ferocious and unmatched. Kuan Mo's pupils rapidly shrunk. He was an expert, moreover an extremely powerful one, but he discovered that he had been careless and made an error. He was imprisoned by some strange domain and unable to budge. Xianxia used his only heavenly passage, but he hid it quite well. After locking him down, he directly put it away. You, let go. Kuan Mo could move again, but he couldn't struggle free. His hands and feet moved and bone texts erupted, wanting to blast Xianxia to death, but it was all ineffective. Pong! As if he was swinging a ragdoll, he grabbed his ankle and slammed him onto the ground, blasting the ground until it cracked open. Mountain rocks flew everywhere. Kuan Mo released a groan. This was just too humiliating. The other person didn't even use any precious technique, instead using brute force to swing him about. Pong! Xianxia treated him like a scarecrow, swinging him crazily about, almost making Kuan Mo fall apart. The bones all over his body were cracked apart. He then picked him up again, and after his fists smashed down a few times, his mouth of teeth fell out. His eyes were blacked and his nose caved in. He continuously cried out miserably. From the side, those sex geniuses were all struck dumb, all of them agape and tongue-tied. They then struggled to swallow their saliva, simply unable to believe everything they were seeing. One has to understand that this was one of the Celestial Clan's 6 heroes, but he was being toyed with like a doll, swung around until he was almost unrecognizable. Moreover, this was all done with brute force. This truly left this group of people terrified. Who exactly is this fella? Xianxia flung this deformed Kuan Mo onto the ground and asked Goddess Academy's people. The group of people were stupefied. This was just too violent. He was only asking now? Kuan Mo's entire body was in intense pain, and he was so embarrassed he was going to faint. He was the glorious celestial race's heroic talent, yet he wasn't even given a second look by the disciple of a small sect, only having his identity inquired about after he was beaten up. This was just too shameful. Do you know who I am? What clan I came from? He was so angry his voice was shaking. He endured the pain and shouted loudly. What clan did you come from? Xianxia's face darkened as he asked. Broken walls, foundations overgrown with weeds, old-fashioned soft roof tile pieces. Everything spoke about how declining this place was. The group of people were stupefied. A youth that walked out from this kind of small sect beat one of Celestial Clan's 6 heroes so miserably he wailed and howled. I came from the Celestial Clan. Kuan Mo used up all of his energy, and with a trembling voice, roared outwards. His eyes carried a ruthless and tyrannical light as he looked at Xianxia to see his reaction. Now that someone from such a great sect came, its significance was great. It would definitely be enough to completely terrify a small sect. It was because he wasn't representing just himself, but instead an entire sect. Xianxia's eyes widened, and then he looked at him carefully. Kuan Mo's anger was originally flourishing, but when he saw how Xianxia looked, he felt that this person was scared, so he felt arrogant inwardly. Celestial Clan really had a powerful influence just like before, leaving all sides in restraining fear. You provoked a huge disaster. It's too late to regret it, Kuan Mo said ruthlessly. He sat up on his own and continuously sneered at Xianxia. In the surroundings, the group of people also sighed softly. This small inheritance really was unlucky. They could have provoked anyone, yet they offended the Celestial Clan, making one of the 6 heroes come personally. However, everyone also sighed in admiration. This small sect really was formidable, producing such an extraordinary figure who could even restrain Kuinemo. It was unbelievable. Only Goddess Academy's people's faces had strange expressions. All of their lips opened and closed, wanting to say something, but unable to speak those words. They felt extremely uncomfortable. They didn't believe that this degenerate was scared stiff. He dared to carry out business in Goddess Academy, saying that he could beat up talents of all grades, so would he fear the Celestial clan? You are a Celestial? Xianxia spoke, walking a circle around him. His face was strange. This really was fucking something. He hadn't even paid that sect another visit, yet someone unexpectedly came here acting cockily, looking to stir up trouble. Of course. Who dares to pretend to be from my Celestial clan? Kuinemo said. He began to develop more and more confidence. From his opinion, Xianxia was scared and carefully seeking confirmation. He sat there, treating his injuries. His blood energy was surging, but he was staring at Xianxia. With a callous and pleased look, he said, "Because of your ignorance, you've brought a huge disaster onto your sect. Even if you ask your elders to come out and apologize, it is already too late. Is that so? Then what should I do?" Xianxia asked. Kuinemo stood up. It had to be said that as a well-known young expert, his foundation was quite deep. Even after suffering serious injuries, he could still stand up. Even though standing was extremely difficult and strenuous, he still put his hands behind his back. With a stance of looking down from far above, he threatened, "It's too late. Dao brother, it isn't that serious. It is still better if you don't act too harshly." On the side, others pleaded, "If I don't get revenge, where will the Celestial clan's dignity go?" There were others that took delight in this disaster, treating this like a play. Only Goddess Academy's people remained silent. In reality, they pitied Kuinemo greatly. It was because they knew that this youth was not thinking this at all. The Academy students believed that Kuinemo was out of luck. He really was quite pitiable. "I will give you a chance. Behave properly until I'm satisfied." When he spoke up to this point, Kuinemo gave Xianxia's legs a look and said, "Your knees are quite hard, huh?" What was the meaning of this? Was he telling this youth to kneel down? When they heard this, Goddess Academy's people couldn't help but cover their mouths. There were even some that directly turned their heads, not willing to watch on any longer. "All right," Xianxia nodded. He didn't feel like watching this person act cockily any longer, because he found that this was precisely the head of the Celestial clan youth, its most powerful individual. Then he moved his feet. Ka-cha sounds rang through the air, the sounds of bones cracking extremely deafening, making people feel extremely uncomfortable. They couldn't help but shudder. "Ah!" Kuinemo screamed loudly, his 5 senses distorting and cold sweat pouring outwards. He immediately kneeled onto the ground, his legs unable to support his body. It was because his knees split apart, the bones in his legs fracturing and deforming. He fell down on the rocky ground, the pain so great it felt like his heart was tearing and lungs splitting. The elites of those great sects were all stupefied. This youth still took action, acting so powerfully even after hearing the Celestial clans denouncing. This was completely unexpected. Goddess Academy's people were comparatively more calm, because they knew that this was definitely what was going to happen. This inheritance never suffered losses, its notorious reputation widespread. "You are bringing disaster onto your sect," Kuinemo shouted loudly. He was a bit stunned. Why was it different from what he thought? Wasn't that youth scared just now? Why would he suddenly change and erupt into action now? "My name is Kuinemo." He was inwardly fearful. After becoming slightly clear-headed, he hurriedly spoke out his identity as one of the 6 heroes, hoping that the other party might feel some misgivings, thus perhaps allowing him a chance to escape from this disaster. Pong! Xianxia's leg swung out, blasting apart his lower jaw and making it difficult for him to speak again. Moreover, his body swung out, smashing into an enormous rock. Blood flowed out from his mouth and nose. "Are you supposed to be well known?" Xianxia asked with a darkened face. Kuinemo felt fear and hatred. He felt extremely humiliated. As one of Celestial Clan's most well-known experts, he was actually being looked down upon like this by someone else. It was as if the other party never heard of him before. He was one of the Celestial Clan's 6 great young experts, but now he was forced out, ranking 8th. There was naturally some people who felt that Mo was unsightly, secretly speaking. I can't even name the top 3. You are only the 8th. Never heard of you before. Hao said to himself. This was the truth. But when his words entered everyone else's ears, they all revealed strange expressions. This fellow was too vicious, looking like he didn't attach much importance to the Celestial Clan at all. Was this really the disciple of a small inheritance? AO? Immediately afterwards, Mo released a scream that didn't sound like that of a person's, more like the howling of a wild beast. It was incomparably cruel. Hao didn't have the slightest good feeling towards the Celestial Clan, to the extent where it could be said that he hated them thoroughly. He escorted Yunxi for several hundreds of thousands of li through the Great Blood Plains, risking life and limb along the way, yet the other party bit the hand that fed them, imprisoning him in the Black Prison to seize his precious technique. Today, there was actually a so-called seed of the Celestial Clan who came to provoke him, pressuring him with the Celestial Clan's power. Wasn't he just courting death? Hao didn't waste his time with words, instead directly sending his palm down. Forget about his teeth, his entire lower jaw was about to disappear. As for his bones, they were long broken and fractured to the point where he didn't look like a person. Stop! Dao friend. There is no need to be so ruthless. You should know when to forgive others. Someone spoke. This could be considered a plea for leniency, wishing to stop how to help out the Celestial Clan. You are judging the situation inaccurately, Hao said. A streak of lightning directly hacked over, releasing pi-pa sounds as it flew outwards. This was the Lightning Emperor's precious technique. It immediately charred that person black, his entire body twitching after falling onto the ground. Many people's expression changed. This was someone from the 9-headed snake race, the ones that held grudges the greatest. Hao actually acted so fiercely right off the bat towards him. Dao brother, it's still better if you stop. Otherwise, your sect will most likely suffer a disaster. Someone tactfully stepped in, fearing that if they used force, they would also be put down. Hao sneered coldly and said, The one I am attacking is the Celestial Clan. Forget about him, even if all 6 heroes came, I would still beat them all up without mistake. When these words were spoken, everyone became shocked. This already couldn't be described with just arrogance. Was this a declaration of war? He was going to confront the Celestial Clan. It had to be noted that Celestial Clan's younger generation number 1 was about to appear, and the outstanding beauty Yunxi was also coming together with him. He unexpectedly dared to say this so directly. Mo was completely stupefied. He was beaten to a terrible degree, looking stupefied. Who exactly was this person? He didn't fear the Celestial Clan at all and instead directly targeted them. Do you all bear hostility against me, wishing to stick out for the Celestial Clan? Hao's expression was not good as he stared at those disciples of other great sections. Apart from Goddess Academy, the others were still in shock. This threat from the inheritor of this shoddy sect really was a bit absurd, but they had to admit that he was strong. Then, everyone's hearts began to pound. This fellow was too domineering, unexpectedly directly taking action against those that previously revealed hostility towards him. Those people were shocked and angry. Even though they interacted with each other and revealed hostility, they hadn't taken action, yet the other party took the initiative to attack. Since you bear hostility, I'll help you accomplish your goals. There were golden spirals around his entire body, moving heaven and earth's spiritual essence. This was the Kuan Pong technique's golden vortex ripple technique, a method that replenished his body's true source. Then, thunderstorms shocked the skies. Golden arcs struck out in the hundreds to thousands from his body, selectively bombarding those individuals. How powerful was Hao now? He even killed Underworld Child, cooked and ate the purple golden True Ho's most powerful descendant. Dealing with these people naturally didn't take much effort. In that instant, the young experts from various races were all blasted. Pili-pala sounds rang through the air as they were cooked like potstickers. Kuan-mo shivered inwardly, his now slight clear-headedness allowing him to understand that he had provoked a devil king. This fellow was too terrifying, not fearing any sect at all. He was powerful and completely unrestrained. Everyone shivered inwardly. The experts of every sect were completely shocked. No one dared to take action, nor did anyone say anything. The scene was completely quiet. Ka. Then, a streak of electricity descended, entering Kuan-mo's body, making his soul tremble. He cried out inwardly, every hope turning into dust. It was because Hao crippled his cultivation. Get lost! Hao kicked him flying into the group of people. He then strictly warned everyone to leave immediately. Many people revealed looks of surprise. This person was too demonic. Was he truly going to challenge the Celestial clan? Dao brother, doing this might bring disaster onto your clan. It is better if you plan ahead. Some people kindly reminded, inwardly transmitting. No matter, I'll be waiting right here. I want to see what kind of expert Celestial clan has. The 6 heroes can come together. I'll be waiting, Hao said. Everyone was stupefied at first, and then they were greatly shaken inwardly. Was this a declaration of war? Everyone sensed that a great storm was brewing. With Yu and Yunxi here, there would likely be a confrontation here. Things ended here. No one dared to take action. The disciples from various sects all looked at each other in dismay. And then they went down the mountain the way they came. Quite a few people began to doubt what kind of inheritance this really was. It was in such tatters, so why did it have such a terrifying inheritor? They suddenly realized that something wasn't quite right. Everyone looked towards Goddess Academy students with doubt. They were going to ask to the end. The mountain gate now quieted down. Hao walked inside, and he saw Qi Daolin sitting on top of a large rock. He said with a soft voice, Dao Master, I have some things to tell you. What is it? Qi Daolin was sitting with his eyes closed. I have some secrets on my body, Hao said. Who doesn't have secrets? Can't be that important. Qi Daolin was extremely calm. Dao Master, there are many sects looking for me, Hao confessed. Qi Daolin released a grunt, opening his eyes and expressing that he knew. You were aware? Hao was shocked. Why else would I bring you back? Not anyone can become the disciple of Supreme Being Dao, right? Qi Daolin said. Right now, he was wearing a golden Dao robe, appearing immortal and imposing. His eyes were deep, his figure exuding a type of great prestige. Hao was stupefied, and then he said, Since you know who I am, then I won't feel any more misgivings. Dao Master, I want to flatten Celestial Clan's outer Dao, right? For example, the Divine Mines in Fire Province. Wouldn't that stir up a disaster? Go then. Qi Daolin only had these 2 words. Hao's eyes lit up. He didn't say anything else. This old man really was domineering, only saying those 2 words. However, it was just what he needed. Huang, this name isn't bad. You can go. Qi Daolin closed his eyes and continued to sit there. Hao originally turned around, but his body was a bit sluggish, somewhat hesitating before leaving. This old man only mentioned Huang. Why didn't he mention his name Hao? He should know that I came from the lower realm, right? He was a bit suspicious inside, but he didn't say it out loud. It was because Qi Daolin was completely calm, directly cutting him off each time, not giving him the chance to say it. He should understand everything then. Hao left to make his preparations. The first matter was acquiring details on Celestial Clan's visit to Fire Province's mines. He had to understand this matter clearly first. Below the mountains, the group of people were about to return. The mood was a bit heavy. They came to a small sect today, yet the events that played out were simply unbelievable. Goddess Academy's Dao brothers. What is that person named? Celestial Clan's people spoke, their tone not all that friendly. It was because they felt like they were tricked today. How could Goddess Academy not tell them about such a powerful individual beforehand? Kuan-mo's face was deathly gray. He was carried on someone's back. His fists were tightened and his teeth clenched. His eyes were filled with bitter resentment. Today's events were just too wretched. He was actually crippled. This type of punishment was even worse than death. Sure Hao was using him as a written challenge of war, one made for the Celestial Clan to see. I don't know. He calls himself the Great Senior Brother. Someone from Goddess Academy replied. Great Senior Brother? The disciples from various sects all revealed looks of shock. This really was a special title. This fella's way of speaking wasn't small. However, he really was ridiculously powerful. Is he really the disciple of a small inheritance? Someone asked. This was also what everyone else was wondering as well. The events that took place today were too unusual. He is. This inheritance has been tattered for several thousand years and should have long stopped passing down its tradition. It has only risen from the ashes recently. Someone from Goddess Academy replied, but they had to pluck up their courage. What kind of sect is it exactly? One of them couldn't wait any longer and directly inquired. Supreme being Tao right. A female disciple from Goddess Academy said with a soft voice. It sounds a bit familiar. Why do I feel like I heard of it before? How could a small sect leave me with this kind of impression? Holy Feather Race's heroic talent said to himself. Oblique Moon Ancient Caves people cried out in alarm, seemingly realizing something. Supreme being, Tao right? Kuan-mo clenched his teeth, feeling incomparably resentful. He then became clear-headed because he recalled that this was an evil sect. The master of this inheritance was previously well known in the higher realms, stealing from 100 families and clans. He entered all different inheritances to learn their secret methods, an absolutely notorious individual. In Yang Academy's people were stunned as well, clearly understanding some inner details. They sighed inwardly. It was actually this type of inheritance. This really was unexpected. Even a sect like this has the nerve to reopen its mountain gate? Some of them carried hostility, because this was definitely one of the higher realms' most unique inheritances. It stole from the halls and pavilions of all different sects, and later on all sides grouped together to destroy it. After so many years had passed, this sect unexpectedly reappeared. It really was like ashes burning once more, exceeding everyone's expectations. I recall that several thousand years ago, there were several disciples of this Tao right, but in the end, they were beaten up by various sects until they didn't dare come back, becoming a laughing stock. Someone actually dares to stand here again. When this sect was brought up, many great sects felt their teeth ache. The main reason was because Qi Daolin really was something else, stealing from hundreds of families and even bringing away various sects' symbolic buildings. The most notorious sect has appeared again. I feel like that place will definitely become bustling with activity. As soon as news gets out, many people would come to this place to recreate the scene from thousands of years ago. The disciples there would be beaten up until they are in sorry states and not dare to reappear. Someone said. It was clear that this place was going to become lively. However, there were others that frowned because they knew that Qi Daolin wasn't good to provoke. He had a notorious reputation, but when he was surrounded by various sects in the past, he ended up escaping safe and sound. So many years have now passed, so he was definitely much more terrifying now. Fire Province, within a vast and boundless prairie. A youth was heading along with great speed. It was precisely sure how. He had secretly paid Goddess Academy a visit, obtaining a lot of information from Yuchan. Right now, he was moving through the great earth like a streak of lightning. He already understood many things. He carefully observed Fire Province's map, differentiating the scope of power of various great sects as he headed towards his objective. Hong! Up ahead, silver flames surged, surrounding an area of several li. The grass was completely unharmed, but there were creatures that were burned into ashes. Sure Hao shivered inwardly after experiencing Fire Province's nasty environment a bit further. There were some areas where fiery light would surge, coming fast and going fast. It was extremely strange. It really is a strange place. What exactly is there underneath the earth? Why is there always strange flames surging? Even now, Sure Hao didn't know the answers to these questions. In reality, Forget about him. Even Fire Province's great inheritances couldn't claim to truly understand what was going on. The Divine Minds, the Celestial Clan, occupied bordered Goddess Province, not situated in the depths of Fire Province. That was why Hao didn't need to borrow a transport formation, only needing to fly there. Several hours later, he arrived in that region. This was the Celestial Clan's Divine Mine region. The amount of space they occupied was vast, and it was abundant with rare materials. This was an extremely well-known precious land. In this region occupied by the Celestial Clan, there were 2 divine mines that were the most well-known. They had been mined for many years, yet divine materials came out unendingly. Rumor had it that one of the divine or mines even produced an immortal gold granule, triggering a huge uproar. Many great sects came here, and there was almost a great conflict. There was great disorder raised. Unfortunately, in the end, there was only a granule of immortal gold with impurities, so it wasn't a true immortal mine. It was only because of this that the great chaos calmed down. Hao arrived. He gazed over from afar and silently thought about everything. He wasn't extremely nervous, because he knew that there were no heavenly deities here. The most powerful individuals were only true deities. After all, heavenly deities were too extraordinary. Normally speaking, they wouldn't be assigned to protect a divine mine. They would all remain by the sect and focus on cultivation, stationed there to protect the clan. In reality, true deities were enough. As one of the most powerful inheritances, there really weren't many people who dared to steal from them. This was, unless immortal gold appeared in the world. Hao was fearless. Now that he came with the Kuan-Peng technique and Earth to Inch's great withdrawal technique combined, his speed became even faster. He could escape even if he encountered true deities. He wasn't in a rush to take action, instead moving from one place to the next. He gave both well-known divine minds a look. Suddenly, Hao was shocked. With the dual pupil, he saw that one of the divine minds had a trace of Tao energy seeping out that seemed quite unordinary. When he put away the dual pupil, it immediately disappeared. It is a bit different. Hao used the dual pupil again and carefully looked it over. That place was completely quiet. Only after a long time had passed did he discover a wisp of white mist seep out from beneath the earth. It was extremely faint and mysterious. What exactly did this place have? Hao was confused. It was difficult for him to capture that mist even while holding the divine pupil. Only after a long time had passed did a wisp seep out. He didn't take action, instead going into hiding here. He watched everything quietly, and then he discovered that this ancient mine looked ordinary, but actually guarded a secret. There were 10 deities standing guard here alone. This was still just what he saw, yet it already left him shocked. Normally speaking, even if true deities came, they would only be overseeing this place. Why were they continuously patrolling this place? Something might have happened here, he said softly. Why haven't you and the others arrived yet? This is a rare opportunity. It will be unfortunate if it is missed, someone said. Hao heard this through his powerful divine senses. Even though this place was a savanna, there were still a few mountains scattered about. This ancient mine was precisely at the foot of a mountain. There were a few true deities sitting on a different mountain peak, quietly discussing something. Yu has just merged with the Heaven's Mandate Stone and needs to consolidate his foundations. In addition, a few heavenly deities went into isolation after the last incident, so they still haven't been awoken. From their words, it seemed like there would be heavenly deities escorting Yu and the others here. This made Hao shocked. Celestial Clan's geniuses were coming because of something in the ancient mine? Yu's arrival in Fire Province to look around the divine mines and interact with Goddess Academy were all a facade. There was actually another objective. This stirred up Hao's interest. He watched closely, observing everything in detail. Sometimes, a strand of mysterious mist would seep out after just a moment, while other times, it would take a few hours. That type of weak mist stirred Hao's heart. This stone is quite strange. It can even make us sink into a state of Tao comprehension, so its value is definitely extremely great. We didn't notice anything at first, but who would have anticipated that it would have such wonderful effects? If we knew earlier, We should have exaggerated the reports a bit so that the higher-ups would be shaken. I already sent another detailed report back. I believe the clan will definitely be shaken up and a heavenly deity will immediately descend. Through their discussions, Hao was sure that there was a treasure underground. Unfortunately, that strange stone is too weak. As soon as it's touched, it will blast apart. We can only make a decision after a heavenly deity arrives. Hao was shocked. This was what he heard only after waiting for quite a few hours. In that instant, Hao changed his mind, temporarily putting aside his thoughts to attack the Celestial Clan's mine region. He was now going to think of a way to enter this ancient mine. If nothing unexpected happened, there would be a natural opportunity here. Could it be an immortal seed? I heard that there were immortal essence, bone pieces, and other things sealed. Once obtained, these things can allow one to carry out a perfect evolution. You're correct. I heard that there were some in the ancient era that didn't ignite themselves with a divine flame but instead borrowed immortal blood to create a Tao seed. The effects were quite great. Hao was shocked. He actually heard this secret rumor. He now looked forward to it even more. In the end, he began to move. He felt that he couldn't wait any longer, because the people here already made another report. There might be heavenly deities descending soon. Hao used the earth withdrawal great divine ability to enter the earth, silently closing in on it bit by bit. In the end, he entered the ancient mine. Even though he couldn't fight head-on against a true deity, his movement technique had now truly become an art. There was no trace of sound as he made his way inside. When he entered the depths of the ancient mine, he saw a strange stone from far away that was 4 zhang tall. There were actually strands of immortal energy seeping out from it that made one's heart tremble. This stone had many cracks on it. It was clear that it was just like what the true deities said. Upon touching it, it would crack. The Celestial Clan's experts attached quite a bit of importance to this, purposely stopping here and not acting rashly out of fear of destroying this strange treasure. Hao's eyes flickered with radiance. He definitely wouldn't act so careful. If there was a chance, he would directly bring it away. Only, there were true deities underground as well sitting not too far from that strange stone. Moreover, not just one. They were vigilantly guarding this place. Going to risk it all? Hao said to himself inwardly. Now that he unexpectedly encountered this type of natural luck, he decided to take a tisk. Of course, he didn't have to worry too much because he still had the realm-shattering symbol after all. After waiting patiently for a day and night, finally, when it was time for them to change shifts, Hao moved. He grabbed this only opportunity, turning into a streak of divine light as he rushed over. Hong! As soon as he raised the strange rock, he felt a great Tao aura pervade the air. It was as if endless heaven and earth energy descended, leaving him greatly shaken. Hao immediately understood. If he truly could bring this thing away, Celestial Clan would definitely go crazy. This was definitely a great treasure. Kacha! This strange rock released a brittle sound, and then streaks of cracks appeared. It began to split apart as Tao energy was released, the cracks interweaving. Ah! Celestial Clan's true deities cried out strangely, their eyes all standing vertically. This was stealing food from the tiger's mouth. An outsider actually appeared in Celestial Clan's #1 divine mind to steal their treasure. The source energy, someone said with a trembling voice. After making sure that he wasn't seeing wrong, his entire body began to tremble and his eyes became bloodshot. He frantically rushed over. Xiao! In that instant, there were 4 people who took action. For great true deities rushed murderously at Hao. They definitely couldn't let him leave. Careful! Don't let the strange stone be damaged, a true deity reminded, roaring with a low voice. This sudden change was truly unexpected. Hao was quite decisive, using the strange stone to defend against their symbol light and protect himself. Since the other person was scared of breaking it, then there wasn't much to be hesitating over. Little evil creature, a true deity roared. He forcefully pulled back the bone texts he fired, not forcefully striking him out of fear of damaging that mysterious stone. Kacha! Reality proved that this stone truly was quite fragile. Even with Xianxia running while carrying it on his back, this type of movement still created several terrifying cracks. Are you trying to destroy a heaven and earth treasure? Hurry and put it down, or else you will be condemned by history. Not even 100 lives will atone for your crime. A true deity berated angrily as he clenched his fists. Moreover, he spat out an expanse of symbols from his mouth. It turned into metal words, and when those characters smashed together, they flickered like clusters of stars. There were also waves of clanking sounds. When these tangible symbols connected together, they formed a divine chain, suppressing towards Xianxia how to lock him down. A chi sounded. Xianxia turned into a beam of light, moving several dozen zhang and making his way through the enormous underground mine to avoid this attack. His speed made the true deities feel fear. How could he be so fast? The pupils of the four great experts rapidly contracted, now truly scared that he might escape. This really might be source energy, energy that is currently forming a divine substance. It cannot be lost. The four great true deities were now nervous. They thought that there was some wondrous matter within the stone, perhaps immortal blood or some other thing left behind, things that could be used as immortal seeds. They believed that it already developed spirituality, and after being sealed inside, now some type of changes happened. Hong. The four of them took action again, only they didn't attack him, instead trying to cut off his path of escape and interfere with his route. Bone texts filled up every inch of space. Right at this moment, Xianxia displayed an inconceivable movement method to evade. His flesh seemed to have distorted in the void, shrinking several hundred zhang into an inch as he made it way through the expanse of bone texts. This was a reflection of the earth to inches precious technique evolved to its limit. His body became blurry as well, avoiding all of those attacks. He turned into a wisp of smoke and then appeared in another place. "Stop!" someone shouted. With a fierce stamp of his feet, this ancient mine shone, and a chain of order appeared, streaking towards Xianxia's waist, hacking at him like a sharp weapon. This was just too sudden. There were clearly things that had been previously set up in the base. There were a few formations, and now they displayed their effects. They were enough to kill true deities. Xianxia's expression changed. A faint pair of wings appeared behind him, and they fiercely shook. He was originally like a streak of light that rushed forward, but now he abruptly changed directions. It defied normal reasoning. This was the Kuan-Peng technique, allowing the movement of space distortion. Qi, that streak of divine chain, imprisoned the void, blasting apart a mine, hacking it into two parts. It also rushed out of the surface of the earth, blasting apart in the grassland above. One could imagine how terrifying this strike was. By now, all of the Celestial Clan's experts were alerted. They swarmed over, especially the true deities. Their bodies shone one after another like a dozen or so small suns, illuminating heaven and earth. Everyone's heart blood began to surge, feeling great anger. Who was it that dared to do this? A single person barged into Celestial Clan's restricted area and stole their natural luck. This was something completely unprecedented. Not even those great sects dared to do something like this, because this was the same as a declaration of war. The two sects would fight, and there would definitely be countless that die. The result of this was extremely severe. Xianxia continued to run. Another streak of holy radiance surged, a restriction from the cave. It almost surrounded him, and he only barely managed to avoid it. Fortunately, there weren't too many restrictions in the cave, because there were people who came every day to excavate divine materials. If there were too many terrifying formations weaving together, they might even harm their own people. Xianxia ran frantically the entire time. During this process, the strange stone on his back would release cracking sounds from time to time, and even more great Tao energy would be released. In the depths of the ancient mines, there were countless black caves. Some of them would reach several hundreds to thousands of roads, making it seem like a labyrinth. Xianxia entered a fork in the road, and then he immediately charged forward. These were all new caves that had been created over the past thousands of years. In the ancient era, there were even more numerous spider web-like old caves, vast, boundless, and densely covering everything in the distance. This naturally made it much easier for Shao's escape. Meanwhile, a total of 11 true deities were still chasing after him, moving through the caves to try and stop him. Gotcha! Suddenly, a loud cracking sound rang through the air. The strange stone on Shao's back released a cracking sound. It was originally 4 zhang long, but now 1 zhang directly came off, smashing onto the ground. It won't be destroyed, right? Shao was shocked. This thing was too fragile, even running while carrying it would cause it to break. You dare to do this? Even if you die thousands of times, it won't atone for your crime. The true deities were becoming anxious. This situation was too terrible. They believed that aside from there being an immortal seed, there might be a holy treasure inside which exceeded heavenly treasures that was currently taking form. If it was destroyed because of this, it would be too unfortunate. Otherwise, it might have become part of the celestial clan's hidden power, something used to protect the sect. There were priceless and unique things in heaven and earth. During the initial phase, it would be accompanied by source energy that nourishes its spirituality. It would only disappear when it completely formed. However, anything that went through this process would be extraordinary objects. Its price would be invaluable, and when it appeared, it would definitely make people go crazy. Shao turned around and gave it a look. He discovered that the zhang chunk that fell off wasn't part of the main object. Its Tao energy quickly disappeared, while the mists the enormous rocks on his back released became even richer. He didn't want to put away the stone material on his back, because there was using it like a shield to stop the attacks of the people behind him, preventing them from going all out. Something isn't quite right. With my speed, I should have rushed out of the ancient mine a long time ago. Why am I still running in circles around these caves? Shao discovered a few abnormalities. This was too strange, almost like he was traveling through a maze. He had long lost his sense of direction. There were formations guiding him. It was quite strange. Hong! Shao shoved and bumped about, no longer walking along the underground palace routes, but instead directly breaking through the stone walls and smashing into the rocks. He chose a direction and began to forge his own path. Hong! Suddenly, a tremendous force appeared. It appeared extremely abruptly, an energy that came from underground. It was going to shake Shao's legs into dust through his feet. A true deity took action without holding back at all. Shao couldn't block with the strange stone even if he wanted to. One could clearly see that bone texts were burning about, erupting in this place. Meanwhile, the rocky walls exploded, and an enormous open space appeared. Several true deities appeared here, cutting this area off. Is he dead? One of them said. Soon after, everyone became shocked, discovering that the center of the scene was shining. It was gentle and holy, blocking all of the destructive bone texts from just now, not allowing that area to be affected by anything. Protection symbol. What level of an item is this? Several true deities cried out in alarm. At the center of it all, Shao carried the enormous stone while completely unaffected. A layer of light appeared around him, surrounding him within. This was precisely one of the symbols he brought out from the 3-world coffin's ruins. This was also one of the reasons why Shao dared to take a risk. When the small world within that bronze precious case exploded, it was still able to resist destruction. Not even the boundless void cracks could destroy it, so it could definitely block the attacks of true deities. The only thing that made him worried was if this symbol would be ruined because of this, because that would be quite unfortunate. It wasn't even damaged. Shao was pleasantly surprised. The true deity's attack wasn't even able to make a single crack appear on that ancient symbol. It was unexpectedly completely unaffected. This meant that he could use this many times. Shao! When the screen of light faded, Shao's body leaned forward, and then he began to flee into the distance with his inconceivable body movement method. The true deities' faces fell, quickly chasing after him. This person had a precious symbol on him that exceeded their expectations. Now that he displayed this type of treasure, how could he possibly be the disciple of an ordinary sect? His backing must definitely be unordinary. Gotcha! A crisp sound rang through the air, this time even more clear. 2 zhang of this strange stone broke apart, making even Shao alarmed. He quickly abandoned the piece in his hands and picked up the stone material on the ground, because that was the source of the Tao energy. In the rear, Celestial Clan's true deity's eyes became dark, feeling both alarm and fear. If they were stolen from like this, they would suffer tremendous blame. The aura has become even more dense. It really is an unimaginable wondrous object after all, most likely containing an immortal seed that can allow one to display the most shocking evolution. A true deity trembled inwardly, feeling his blood surge. If the Celestial Clan was able to obtain it, they might be able to bring up an exceptional individual. The ground was smashed to pieces. Xianxia rushed out, breaking free from the ancient mines. Meanwhile, the 11 true deities appeared as well, frantically trying to stop him. They now seemed almost a bit unfearing of consequences as they attacked viciously. How formidable! Xianxia was shocked. If he was a bit unluckier, he would have been swept through by several streaks of natural Tao laws. It was clear that the Celestial Clan's true deities were going crazy. Even if the stone material was damaged, they still had to make sure how stay behind. Pong! While breaking out from the enclosure, the protection symbol shone again, helping him block another attack. He then disappeared into the great meadow and quickly fled. "You won't be able to escape," someone roared with a loud voice, and then he brought out a crimson curved blade. It carried fiery light, splitting apart heaven and earth as it quickly descended in this direction. Heavenly deity magical artifact? Xianxia was greatly startled. He began to run with everything he had. However, that magical artifact was extremely terrifying, following right behind him under the true deity's control. The scarlet radiance began to flourish greater and greater like the weapon of a death god as it descended. Even while far away, Xianxia already felt the fine hairs on his neck stand on end one after another, producing a layer of goosebumps. This magical artifact was clearly coming after his neck to remove his head. "I really don't want to ruin the protection symbol though." Xianxia frowned. He feared that the precious symbol on his body would be destroyed under this strike. However, strange changes took place. The strange stone on his back moved, and streak after streak of mists rushed out. Like hundreds to thousands of waterfalls, they surrounded his body. Xianxia was shocked. He felt that his body immediately became heavier, as if he was carrying an extremely great mountain crushing down on him. Even his shoulders began to become sore. If not for his flesh being far greater than other supreme experts, he would have definitely collapsed under the weight and his body would be turned into bloody paste. This was an unendurable weight, and it happened too suddenly. "Stop!" In the rear, true deities were shouting loudly. They all put away that scarlet sickle blade out of fear of harming that strange stone. It was because at this time, they noticed that Xianxia's speed was quickly slowing down under this weight, almost sinking into the great earth. Strange changes had happened to that stone. Celestial Clan's true deities swooped down, slaughtering over together. Xianxia clenched his teeth and cursed inwardly. Why did something strange happen now? It seems like he could only rely on the ancient symbols he had, only he didn't know if he could still bring away this stone material. Everyone descended. Energy surged as several large hands reached out towards that wondrous stone. There were others who went to suppress Xianxia. Hong! Suddenly, the strange stone on Xianxia's body split apart, erupting with strange and terrifying beams of Tao energy. It immediately made everyone's expressions change greatly. Xianxia even more so cried out with a loud voice. The protection symbol in his hands erupted, releasing brilliant radiance and surrounding him within. At the same time, the Celestial Clan's true deities quickly flew in retreat, feeling that things weren't quite right. The void was even splitting apart, and these cracks were extending towards them. Kacha! A crack appeared on the protection symbol on Xianxia's body. It was extremely striking, unexpectedly suffering damage under this explosion. This made him greatly alarmed. One has to understand that not even the explosion of the small world was able to destroy this symbol. This is a reverse devouring of heaven and earth. There is some kind of unmatched object contained within after all. Celestial Clan's true deities cried out loudly. They were pleasantly surprised, but fearful as well, because the great cracks of the void were spreading over. A few people were affected, their bodies splitting apart. There were others that coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, almost dying right here. The strange stone completely split apart, and something wrapped within the source energy fell out from within. It was at times as large as a millstone, while other times shrinking to the size of an inch. It was extremely strange. Heavens, it won't be destroyed, will it? The true deities that suffered serious injuries were going crazy. If this type of thing was not properly nurtured and emerged prematurely, it would be too regretful. Xianxia took action because it was within reach. With the protection symbol around his body, it didn't move too far. When he saw that this object wasn't erupting with terrifying energy any longer, he grabbed it and then ran. Chase! The true deities' faces fell. They chased after him. In the end, Xianxia disappeared. He used one of the space-shattering symbols he exchanged for in Fufeng City, and then together with the earth to inches and Kuanpeng techniques he fled. As for the realm-shattering symbol, even though he found 2 in the ruins, he didn't want to use them on true deities. On the prairie, the celestial clan's true deities were going crazy. They searched all throughout the great earth, but they returned with nothing. Why are the clan's heavenly deities not here yet? Their eyes were already becoming red. They actually lost this type of important divine object. If they had been careful enough, having a heavenly deity come here ahead of time, there would definitely not be this kind of result. Regret and self-blame made them feel as if wild beasts were chewing on their hearts. Who was that person? The group of experts' faces were ashen. They really wanted to find that person immediately and skin him alive, using the most cruel methods to deal with him. With just a space-shattering symbol, he won't be able to escape that far. His coordinates can completely be determined and found. It's just that his movement techniques are a bit too strange, fast to a ridiculous degree. One of the true deities spoke with a downcast expression. The other's expression were also unpleasant to look at. One had to keep in mind that they were all true deities, yet while chasing after a supreme expert, they were outran, thus escaping. As for his body technique, one is the earth to inches technique, a human race great divine ability. The other belongs to a type of divine bird. An old true deity spoke, one that had great experience. I feel like it is like the golden peng's movement technique. Another individual spoke, because he vaguely saw a pair of golden wings appear on Xianxia's back. No, it should be even faster than the golden peng movement technique. The old true deity spoke. Even faster than the golden peng, could it be? Someone widened their eyes. Correct, it should be that brat. He is getting revenge. The old deity's face sunk like water. His eyes flickered with cold light. The youngster that was captured and ultimately fled? Another expert's eyes became treacherous, clenching his fists tightly. Someone who they had previously imprisoned stole their great natural opportunity. Apart from him, who else knows the Kuan-Peng technique? The old deity's face was unpleasant to look at. Based on his suspicions, that was Huang, as well as the lower realm's Xianxia. Is he tired of living? Another person stood up, revealing a mouthful of snow-white teeth. With an incomparably cold voice, he said, "That little bastard, my clan is still looking for him." Yet he revealed himself on his own. This time, we definitely can't let him go. The other true deities were furious as well. They all erupted with killing energy. The temperature of the surrounding divine minds immediately plummeted. I reckon that he purposely exposed this, deliberately wishing for us to guess that it is him. This is an undisguised revenge. He is telling us that he came to make our celestial clan feel the pain. Someone spoke. Just a trifling supreme expert. Yet he seized my clan's divine object. This is intolerable. My heart feels like it is being burned by the flames of hell. A true deity spoke softly. When he thought of the fact that it might be Xianxia getting revenge, he simply felt like he was going mad. Fury surged within him. He succeeded, making our hearts feel regret and torment. Hey, you better not let us get our hands on you. One individual's hair was flying crazily about, eyes like blades. They believed that the strange stone that they lost most likely contained an immortal seed, that was currently being nurtured. This loss was just too great. If any great sect learned of this, they would be driven mad. This was enough to create an unmatched expert. It was because they had heard that in the great battle of 3,000 provinces, there were those that became number one who used immortal seeds to reach the divine flame realm. Those people overlooked their peers and were unrivaled under the heavens. On the prairie, Hao didn't know how many tens of thousands of li he escaped. Even after he used the space-shattering symbol, he still continued to run, continuously changing directions as he sped along. In the end, when the sun was about to descend behind the mountains, only then did he stop, feeling like he truly broke free from Celestial Clan's experts. What kind of thing is this exactly? He looked at the item in his hands. It was wrapped within a sphere of multicolored light, sometimes being large and other times small, not stable at all. When it was large, it was like a millstone, while when it was small, it was like a dragon-eye fruit. Moreover, its weight was changing as well, sometimes being heavier than a mountain, while other times becoming as light as rice straw. There were bone texts all around Hao's body, circulating divine force to support this object. It was because this object was too heavy sometimes. If not for this, he might be directly crushed underground. In the end, it finally stabilized, seemingly reaching an equilibrium with the outside world. It also became peaceful, becoming extremely light. Even if it was placed on the prairie, it wouldn't sink. Hao sat down. He then carefully inspected it with his divine senses. The sphere of mist surrounding the strange object was extremely dense. Is this heaven and earth source energy? He was quite skeptical because that was something out of legend. However, the Celestial Clan's true deities had previously cried out in alarm, so that might very well be what this is. Rumor had it that heaven and earth source energy could nurture creatures, and it could also produce unmatched treasures. It was a wonderful type of substance itself. If enough was condensed, it could be used as an immortal material itself. Of course, its most shocking specialty laid in the fact that whenever it appeared, it was because some unmatched divine object was going to emerge in this world. It was because through it, one could absorb this world's essence. The reason it was called source energy was because it was just like a placenta connected to the supreme treasure that was being nurtured. This was a bridge that connected the treasure with the world's source and great Tao. Hao looked at it again and again, and in the end, he confirmed that this really was heaven and earth source energy. It was exactly the same as what was recorded in the bone texts. When this object was heavy, a strand would be enough to crush a great mountain. When it was light, it was like nothing, able to float in the sky. In addition, it easily harmonized with the Tao, receiving the world and great Tao's engraving and transporting it into immortal materials or supreme treasures. With source energy nurturing this, how precious is the object within exactly? Hao was startled. His eyes burned fervently. From the outside world's perspective, even source energy was a rare precious matter. If there was enough, it could be used to refine immortal materials, so just how extraordinary was the item within. Source energy was extremely special. Even if it was the dual pupil, it was hard to see through. Hao was extremely careful as he investigated within the heaven and earth source energy to see what there really was inside. It had to be mentioned that heaven and earth source energy was extremely special, always pushing his hand out, separating that object from the outside world. After many tries, he finally succeeded. He immediately revealed a strange expression. It was because its shape was actually an egg. Immortal seed? He was a bit stupefied. The immortal seeds others talked about were all general references, such as some immortal blood, immortal bones, and other things. They could all be used to refine oneself, planting the Tao when ascending into the divine flame realm to achieve the most powerful evolution. Meanwhile, he now truly obtained a type of seed, unexpectedly an egg. It would most likely produce some type of creature. Immortal egg. When he thought of this, Hao's eyes revealed a thievish light. It might very well be a true dragon egg or an immortal phoenix egg. If I were to eat this, how great of a transformation would I undergo? He said to himself, feeling like saliva was about to drip out. If anyone else heard this, they would definitely become stupefied and then loudly berate him for being a foodie and wastrel. This type of thinking was just too unusual. This egg was slowly changing from 3 feet in diameter to an inch, and then from an inch back to 3 feet. The size continuously changed, leaving him a bit puzzled. Sure how naturally wouldn't act rashly. He began to inspect it, placing his hand on the egg and then closing his eyes to earnestly sense it. In the end, he was stupefied, and his body trembled. He felt that this was inconceivable. A look of shock covered his face. This egg's shell contained a type of engraving that was supported by the heaven and earth great Tao. It seemed to be able to communicate with the entire world. He seemed to have been able to see all things in heaven and earth down to a single blade of grass or a single tree. I can't eat this egg. He was greatly shocked inwardly. He was always thinking about how he wouldn't use something like the great scarlet sky flame to ignite his body, but instead search for other methods of becoming a deity. It was because he always felt that even though the flame left behind by a true immortal was powerful, allowing one to undergo a perfect evolution, in the end, it still became a framework. One would be walking the same path as an ancient being. With the entire world as the furnace, with the heavenly Taos as a flame, if I refine myself like this to become a deity, it might make me more powerful. And now he saw a bit of hope, because this egg seemed to be interconnected to the various natural laws of heaven and earth. He could vaguely sense a few different things. Right, based on what was recorded in the bone books, when a few divine objects take form, they need the world to nurture it. All types of Tao would irrigate it. It seems like this was what they were talking about. Sure how understood. And then his body trembled slightly from excitement. This was a rare opportunity. He held this egg while comprehending, using this to connect with all types of great Tao, using this as tinder to ignite his own flame. It would become more powerful than anything else. No, this isn't enough. I have to go ask that old man. He knows more than me. Sure how didn't waste a moment, because this was related to his future. Only, after calming down slightly, he began to feel a bit of doubt as well. Qi Daolin wasn't of the kind sort, a notorious individual. What if he decided to kill Sure Hao and take this egg for himself? I believe in him. After thinking it over, Sure Hao still resolutely went on his way. Even though he hadn't associated with him for that long, he still heard various bad rumors of Qi Daolin. However, Sure Hao's intuition told him that the old man had his own set of principles and wouldn't do that. After all, even after learning of his identity, he never showed any intention of seizing his Lightning Emperor or Kuan Peng techniques. Sure Hao returned to that shoddy mountain gate. He began to ask for guidance. Wu, you said you stole from a bird nest and stole an egg? Qi Daolin widened his eyes, and then both his eyes immediately became straight. Dao Lord, what kind of egg do you think this is? If we eat this, what kind of result will there be? This had always been nagging at him at the back of his mind. If he ate this immortal egg, he could still comprehend the Tao. He would rather enjoy this type of delicacy. You wastrel, you still want to eat it? I'm going to beat the shit out of you. Qi Daolin stood up and ran after Sure Hao with his palm raised. Ayo! Sure Hao cried out miserably as he ran for his life. He never thought the old man's reactions would be so great, not allowing him to say anything else at all and instead directly beating him up. You are blaming me unfairly. It's not like this. Sure Hao cried out miserably. His joke now ended so terribly, being beaten up for some strange reason. He truly felt wronged, wanting to slap his own mouth. He never thought that just a single sentence would make the old man chase after him in beating. In the end, Sure Hao explained everything clearly while grimacing in pain. His entire body was sore, and he angrily said to himself, who did I even provoke? You said that this was an egg? Qi Daolin looked at him strangely. Is that not what it is? Sure Hao was suspicious. You only know how to eat. Just because it looks like an egg, it is an egg. Qi Daolin corrected, telling him that this was definitely not some immortal egg, but rather something that developed a shell after being nurtured by heaven and earth. So what exactly is it? Sure Hao asked. It is most likely a type of immortal gold, perhaps the 7-colored immortal gold, or void immortal gold. Either way, it isn't an egg. Qi Daolin sighed and said, this fella's luck was too good. If the Celestials knew the truth, they would most likely go mad. Immortal gold, Xianxia said to himself. He nodded to himself again and again. This type of thing would make all great sects go mad. It was something that could be encountered but not begged for. Even though immortal gold is enough to make people go mad, enough to make great sect masters stake it all. This is not this item's most precious area, Qi Daolin said. There are other secrets? Xianxia asked. You already sensed that there are all types of natural Tao laws interweaving on the surface of this shell. This is the natural luck that is hardest to find since the ancient times, Qi Daolin said seriously. Based on what Qi Daolin said, regardless of what there was within, the greatest value was not the immortal gold itself, but the current placenta. The so-called placenta was precisely the source energy, shell, and substances that have all combined together. It could connect with all types of Tao in this heaven and earth, absorbing its nutrients. Since the ancient times, just how many people could see the formation process of divine objects? When it was being produced and taking form, the placenta that accompanied this process was an incomparable, wondrous process. It communicated and merged with tens of thousands of Tao in heaven and earth. It was simply invaluable. Neither source energy or the shell alone had this wonderful effects. Only when it was being nurtured and all types of substances intertwined like this would there be this natural luck. I don't need a divine flame anymore, right? I can use this type of Tao to enter the divine flame realm. Xianxia found it hard to remain calm. He exposed all of the thoughts he were thinking before. I can only say it is a possibility, a trace of hope, Qi Daolin said. He became serious and said, there were many stunning saints since the ancient times. You were not the only one that had this type of thoughts. There were too many of them, only they should have all failed. I reckon that not a single one of them had succeeded. If it was using other immortal seeds, then that was that. However, if one wanted to use all of heaven and earth as a furnace, using all types of Tao as the flame, becoming a deity like this was just too difficult. Tao Master, what should I do? Xianxia asked. Use this placenta for yourself. If you take advantage of it, there is a 20% chance of success. If you fail, the immortal gold inside will all be ruined, and you will, of course, also turn into ashes. Qi Daolin seriously warned. Don't say such depressing things. Can't you just say some more auspicious things? Xianxia muttered. The best odds are that you have 40% chance of success, and the immortal gold will also be unharmed, even resonating with you because of it, turning into a weapon that will do what your heart wishes it to. Heaven and earth will cast Tao traces for it and develop its natural laws. Qi Daolin said. The best odds is still only 40%? Xianxia was stupefied. With chances of death being greater than life, how was he even supposed to proceed? I still want to continue, Xianxia said softly. This path was extremely difficult, and those that had treaded on it since the ancient past had practically all died, vanishing from this world following their defeat. He was unwilling to stop here and wished to take that crucial step to step onto a path different from everyone else. He wished to experience the scenery of a different world. You have to think things through. The chances of dying are high, far greater than the gleam of hope, to the extent where it can be said to be a path to death. Qi Daolin calmly reminded. From his perspective, this type of hope was more like a type of temptation and not some true great dawn. If he insisted on continuing on, he would most likely end up like those before him, recording his defeat with blood. Without walking it, how can I know that it is a path I cannot take? If I slowly fumble around, I will find a different path, Xianxia said to himself. He then stared at Qi Daolin, earnestly inquiring about this type of path the ancient people took. Qi Daolin didn't say anything and just looked at him. When he saw that Xianxia was calm and at peace, not doing this out of impetuousness, he ultimately nodded and said, It seems like I have to start looking for another disciple. Xianxia was a bit speechless. This person gave up on him so quickly. Did he really think that he would definitely fail and die? Qi Daolin moved his spacious sleeves, and with a walla sound, a large pile of bone books fell down, burying Xianxia within. These were all ancient books left behind by predecessors. Shi Hao was extremely shocked. Bone books piled up to a small mountain, with piece after piece of bone everywhere. Some were golden, some silvery white, some carrying purple energy. None of them were ordinary objects. They created an auspicious image. There were bone pieces that gave off a feeling of the true self, extremely old-fashioned without a bit of luster. They carried an extremely ancient aura, and recorded within were the experiences and paths of noteworthy individuals of the past. Shi Hao picked up a random piece from the bone books and carefully read it. He was immediately drawn in. Beast Sea Calendar, year 936,852. Kuan Yu was born bearing a heavenly diagram that illuminated all. When Shi Hao read up to this point, he was extremely shocked. This was an ancient being from the Beast Sea region, and there was a great irregular phenomenon during its birth. He continued reading, and he learned that this individual was unordinary after all. When Kuan Yu took to the air, stars would grow dim. At 19 years of age, he rose out from the sea and suppressed the exceptional talents of all 3,000 provinces, becoming #1 under heaven. Afterwards, he abandoned ancient flames and chose to seek other paths of Tao, passing away as a result. This individual's life was extremely short, but it was glorious and rarely seen throughout the ancient times. Unfortunately, for the sake of treading on a different path, he ultimately passed away. There were people who recorded Kuan Yu's path afterwards, leaving Shi Hao quite shocked. He carefully studied these records. This was definitely a rare treasured book, and not even great Tao inheritances had a copy of. Normally speaking, these were taboo books, because it would mislead geniuses of later generations. Shi Hao immersed himself in this pile, reading every line of text several dozen times. He carefully thought and contemplated on what to do, analyzing the good and bad of Kuan Yu's path. He put down this bone book, remembering all of it. Then, Shi Hao picked up another old-fashioned bone that was covered in traces of a past time and began to read it. He found it difficult to calm down. This was another formidable figure. Firegold Calendar, year 1,243,291. 5 emperors illuminated the heavens, but when they were past their prime, Huajinma emerged. When Shi Hao finished reading this bone, he was greatly shaken. In the past, Firegold race was one of the 10 great clans, known as an emperor clan. It previously had 5 emperors that simultaneously controlled that era. When the 5 emperors were nearing the end of their lives, they wanted to advance their heaven-warping genius Huajinma's unmatched legend to an even higher realm, but they ultimately failed. 5 emperors invited an old friend to condense the Tao as flames and forge a spirit tablet for Huajinma. However, the Tao seed ultimately resulted in failure, and the emperor clan became no more. With the rise and fall of the world, the Firegold precious vase imprint no longer resounded through the world. Shi Hao sighed. Truly was a pity. He quickly looked around, discovering that the other bone books were similar, all of them paths that predecessors took and later recorded. These were the most precious experiences, able to be considered secret texts. These bone books' value were difficult to assess. If they ended up in the hands of creatures of the present world, they would definitely be considered secret historical texts. However, when someone like him saw them, these were heavenly precious books. These things, Shi Hao raised his head to look towards Qi Daolin. It was difficult for a single person to have so many, because they touched upon the secrets of a few great sections. All things I stole. Qi Daolin was extremely calm, to the point where there was a bit of pride. Shi Hao was speechless. He had no choice but to feel admiration. No wonder this person was surrounded and attacked by many sects. Just these bone books alone he collected formed a huge pile. One could only imagine regarding the other precious techniques. One could only say that this Tao master was an eccentric. He felt no qualms about his notorious reputation. This really was quite formidable. Of course, Shi Hao wouldn't show him disdain, instead only having admiration. Perhaps in the eyes of those of the outside world, the two were birds of a feather. You are not the only genius in this world. Too many have wished to step on different paths. This old one was one of them, Qi Daolin said. It was clear to see that he had failed. Fortunately, he didn't die like a few young supreme beings and managed to live. He bluntly spoke about how he walked quite far along that route. After deducing the clear result, he decisively gave up, not foolishly struggling with his life on the line. Outstanding talents, this term has some meaning, but there are also things that it does not mean. If one knows that they will inevitably die but still heads for destruction, that is stupidity. Qi Daolin said, not feeling ashamed of his own retreat at all, instead believing it to be honorable. Sure Hao knew that he had good intentions. This was to warn him not to walk down a black road, to stop before going too far. After all, this path was too difficult, one that no one had succeeded in before. It was a place where heavenly talents often ended their journeys. I know, Sure Hao nodded. In the end, he wholeheartedly immersed himself in these bone books to understand the paths and methods of those before him, amassing experience. This was the cornerstone as well as the soil for success. Only with the experiences accumulated through those of the past, seizing the fiery light of wisdom, would there be a chance of success. No one could baselessly break through. Building a cart behind closed doors would never work. The outside world was definitely not calm, especially Fire Province's Divine Mine region. However, it was completely unrelated to Sure Hao. He immersed himself in a brilliant world to seek his Tao path. He completely turned into a martial addict, from time to time disturbing Qi Daolin to ask the old man for guidance. He neglected sleep and food as he wholeheartedly immersed himself in his studies. Even though Qi Daolin said that he was going to look for another disciple after seeing his chances of success, he still gave guidance, moreover seriously. In the end, Sure Hao emerged from the path of his predecessors, temporarily calming his mind to transcend all emotional states. He began to silently contemplate and think things through. Truly is a road of death, he said softly. He began to discuss with Qi Daolin, but even with divine objects, heaven and earth placenta, the probability of failure was still great to the point of making one sigh. I'm not going to worry about everything else, just going to walk forward first. Sure Hao's eyes became resolute. If he cowered already now, then there really would be no need to think anymore. On the ground, that spherical, heavenly material had long stabilized. It was wrapped within source energy, continuously being nurtured by heaven and earth as it absorbed all types of natural laws. After discussing with Qi Daolin, he always felt like the heaven and earth placenta that was nurturing the immortal gold was connected with all types of great Tao. The best place to connect it to was precisely the space between the brows. During this process, Sure Hao's primordial spirit could observe and emulate, preparing for the day when he would use heaven and earth as a furnace and ignite the self with all types of natural Tao laws. He needed to interact with it first. Once the great battle of 3,000 provinces geniuses started, he would have to substitute himself in the immortal gold's place, hiding away his body like the egg, and then ignite his true self. And, even under Qi Daolin's protection, when Sure Hao guided over the source energy that surrounded the divine object, there was still something unexpected that almost happened. It was because the source energy's weight would change from time to time. The sudden changes almost made his forehead bones split apart, because it became heavy, with a single strand able to crush a mountain peak. Fortunately, Qi Daolin really was formidable, passing down onto him the rough method for the 8/9 heavens art. The Kuan Peng technique, Lightning Emperor's technique, and others appeared together, operating together to surround this object, making it calm down and isolating it. This is precisely the 8/9 heavens art, a technique that supports precious techniques. It wasn't that I didn't want to pass it down to you before, instead fearing that you would be injured from it as a result. It is because at this cultivation realm, there is simply no way for you to display it. Qi Daolin seriously told him the reason. If he wanted to learn this technique, he had to reach an extremely high cultivation realm. The flesh, bone texts, spirit, and others must harmonize to an indistinguishable degree. Sure Hao was a bit of an exception. His flesh and other areas were ridiculously powerful, so he was able to simply display the rough method. Normally speaking, supreme experts and divine flame cultivators' bodies would collapse when displaying this method. They needed an extremely powerful physical body as the foundation, This was the most fundamental requirement. If not for the need to suppress this divine object, Qi Daolin would not have immediately passed it down to him out of fear that something unexpected would happen. Sure Hao felt bone symbols flicker within his skull, as well as an alarming sensation. He could feel a huge pressure. This is fine as well, using heaven's method as a cage to imprison the immortal gold. It can sharpen your precious techniques and other things, Qi Daolin said with a smile. Sure Hao seriously comprehended, and as expected, there were benefits. The pressure this formed forced him to operate the 8/9 Heavens Arts rough method from time to time, spurring on several precious techniques and releasing bone texts. This was a type of cultivation as well. Apart from this, Sure Hao observed the placenta, seizing all types of natural laws. It was immensely beneficial towards his foundational spirit. Even though he didn't substitute himself in the immortal gold's place and immerse himself in the placenta, he could still observe the Tao and study it. The outside world was not calm. The disciples of all sects were waiting expectantly. Rumor had it that Yu and Yunxi might arrive, and they might come to Supreme Being Tao right. Moreover, Fire Province was in an uproar. Celestial Clan's divine minds suffered a disaster, stirring on huge waves. Hong! Within the small shoddy mountain gate, terrifying flames surged from Sure Hao's skull. His divine senses were fluctuating violently, causing Qi Daolin to widen his eyes and look over. This brat, always complaining noisily about going to the pool where the tribulation crossing divine lotus is planted, but it seems like it was to digest a type of wondrous medicine that could nurture the divine senses. The medicinal effects seemed to have now been completely refined. What kind of individual was Qi Daolin? With a single look, he could get a rough idea of what was going on. His eyebrows immediately jumped, revealing a look of shock. Could it be the golden Bodhi fruit? It has that type of aura. He was actually able to succeed. Even he was a bit shocked. One has to understand that many people had tried in this cultivation realm, but in the end, they all exploded. There were only defeats recorded. However, Qi Daolin knew that there were still people who succeeded, or else this type of ancient method wouldn't be left behind, one that told later generations to explore. It was just that it had never been written down in bone books. Sure Hao sat there without moving like an enormous boulder. His skull was shining, lighting up his entire head. Even his hair began to release divine, multicolored radiance. He always knew that the golden Bodhi fruit could strengthen the divine senses and nurture the primordial spirit, but it had never displayed its effects after he successfully refined it. Today, there was an additional substance in his skull that, once the divine senses were affected, would produce strange changes. His primordial spirit was strengthening, and the medicinal effects displayed all of its effects. His mental strength was quickly growing. One could see Sure Hao's divine senses changing within his skull. The final transformation formed a small figure that radiated holy light. It was splendid and dazzling as it sat there. It was extremely powerful, quite a bit stronger than before. Sure Hao could clearly feel this transformation, the transformation of his primordial spirit. It had changed into a human figure. Meanwhile, his flesh shone. Bone text shone layer after layer, surrounding his entire body. All of his pores released terrifying blood energy that rushed into the heavens. From the distance, it was as if a terrifying fog of blood covered the heavens. In the end, a hong sounded. Blood essence returned, collected back in his body. He made a breakthrough. Sure Hao's pupils erupted with radiance, as if hundreds of zhang long sharp swords were released into the distance. He reached the later stages of the supreme expert realm. He had accumulated too much, and now, together with the strengthening of his primordial spirit, his own cultivation realm also made a breakthrough, advancing a level, making him exceptionally powerful. Sure Hao stood up and looked towards the mountain gate. Sure Hao broke through, feeling more powerful than he had ever been before. The radiance that seeped out from his eyes was like sharp swords. When they swept through cliffs, zhang sounds would ring through the air, the cutting edges slicing off a piece of the stone wall. Hong long. Enormous boulders tumbled downwards. Smoke and dust surged into the air. At the same time, blood energy surged within his body. It continuously struggled about, unexpectedly changing shape. In the end, with an AO sound, his physical body released a cry, one that sounded like the roar of a true dragon. This was not something he released from his mouth, but rather a reaction of his fleshly shell. His flesh was resonating, his bones moving about to release this draconic cry. Meanwhile, a streak of bloody light surged from his skull like smoke, rushing upwards. It ultimately formed a true dragon that dispersed the clouds and overlooked the world. Even Qi Daolin was given a fright, his eyes becoming deep as he stared at Shi Hao, wishing to see through this. Meanwhile, Shi Hao's black hair scattered about, his body shining inch after inch. A wave of exceptionally shocking fluctuations dispersed from his body. Meanwhile, the true dragon made of blood energy rose to the air, releasing endless draconic cries. At this moment, the heavens swayed and earth shook. The areas around the shoddy mountain gate rumbled and trembled. Mountain peaks were shaking as well, as if they were going to collapse. Supreme Expert Realm, blood energy into the heavens is already shocking enough, but it can even form a true dragon, forming above the head and overlooking all 8 directions. Just how many people had produced this irregular phenomenon since the ancient times? This was the reason why Qi Daolin was shocked. Of those that accomplished this, if they weren't body-refining ancient ancestors, then they were eccentrics that devoured heaven and earth wondrous fruits. He never thought that Shi Hao would also be able to reach this step. Soon after, the blood-colored true dragon swooped down, revolving around Shi Hao and tightly binding around him. Then, it entered his body, making the surface of his body even more brilliant like that of gemstones or immortal gold. Excellent! Qi Daolin nodded. Being able to obtain this type of praise was an unprecedented thing. Those that understood him all knew that this notorious Dao Master rarely praised others. Dao Master, I want to take a look around the outside world, Shi Hao said. Go then. There's no need to feel any misgivings about anything. Qi Daolin nodded and revealed a warm smile. The outside world was in great commotion. Celestial Clan's experts had arrived because after obtaining the warning, and learning that a wondrous stone that was being nurtured by heaven and earth was found within Fire Province's ores, the higher levels were also shocked. Source energy revolved around it, nurturing an immortal seed. This type of supreme treasure, rarely seen since the ancient past, was something that would make any great sect's eyes red with greed. There were naturally heavenly deities that came out of isolation, moreover more than one. They quickly hurried over. Unfortunately, they were too late. When they hurried over, they learned that the divine object had already been lost. They immediately went crazy. In just 2 days of time, there were heavenly deity roars that shook the moon. After leaving Yu Yu and Yun Shi with Goddess Academy, they rushed to Fire Province's prairie, almost overturning that entire place. They erupted with thunderous fury. This was a loss that was impossible to quantify, one that was difficult for even the Celestial Clan to endure. That type of immortal seed contained too great of a natural opportunity. It was just too important for a clan. Celestial Clan actually moved out 2 heavenly deities at once to Fire Province. What kind of divine material exactly is it that appeared for them to go mad like this? Fufeng City, a city adjacent to Goddess Academy and on the border of Fire Province. Many people were discussing this right now. Shi Hao arrived in this place, silent and keeping a low profile. He listened to the disturbances that had taken place in the past 2 days. There really was a huge disturbance. 2 great heavenly deities were losing their minds as they screamed through the prairie, startling great sects from all sides. Everyone speculated that they had lost a formidable object. Could it be that they excavated immortal gold and had it stolen away by someone? Someone came to this conclusion, and then there were immediately people who were shocked. Soon after, their heart blood surged. Once that type of thing appeared, there would definitely be huge disturbances. There would be a battle between sect masters. Even in the immortal ancient era, these were still exceptional precious materials, extremely rare throughout the world. If one wished to become an immortal, they must have a corresponding weapon formed from immortal materials. There was even less of a need to talk about this current era. Those heavenly materials had long dried up, being almost impossible to find even just a single piece. Fufeng City was noisy with commotion. There were people of all trades and races. Everyone was hopeful, their eyes full of passion, wishing to see that type of amazing treasure. Celestial Clan hasn't leaked out who it was that stole the precious material? Xianxia asked the creatures in the city. An elder shook his head and said, "They are just saying that a despicable human stole the heavenly treasure, and that they would make that individual regret it. If that person doesn't hand it over, they would definitely make him wish he was dead rather than alive." When Xianxia heard this, he couldn't help but sneer. Ever since he left the Celestial Clan, he hadn't heard news of Huang being Xianxia. They never unmasked his identity, so it was easy to see that they were still scheming against him. The reason they didn't unmask his identity was because they feared that other great sects would learn that not only did he have the Lightning Emperor's technique, but also came from the lower realm with the Kuan Peng technique. Celestial Clan wanted everything for themselves, wishing that they could capture him before others from the higher realms learned about this. Great news! The whereabouts of the treasure stealer seems to be exposed. Suddenly, a shouting voice sounded through Fufeng City. Someone brought over the latest news from the depths of Fire Province. Under the fury of two great heavenly deities, they displayed forbidden secret methods. From the clues they found, they separately followed them, targeting a few inheritances. It is likely that they might take heavy action. Xianxia was shocked. Did Celestial Clan go stupid or crazy? He clearly exposed himself while leaving, telling them who he was, so why did they end up taking their anger out on others? Which inheritances are they doubting and suppressing? Someone asked. It is rumored that the two great heavenly deities first visited the Peacock Clan's divine mines. They originally forcefully entered, but they ultimately stopped, not entering conflict. Later on, they went to a few comparatively weaker inheritances. When Xianxia heard this, he was immediately startled. Celestial Clan had previously tried to trouble the Peacock Clan. Are they seizing the opportunity to stir something up? It was because Peacock Divine Lord had previously protected him in the City of Heaven. Fortunately, the Peacock Clan were naturally powerful, an illustrious and well-known distinguished race in the higher realms. Even if Celestial Clan used to be an Emperor clan, they still couldn't lightly provoke them. Those two heavenly deities backed off. They likely realized that this clan was not something they could casually provoke in the present world. However, the following news made Xianxia furious. He immediately understood Celestial Clan's intentions. It really sounds weird, but the two heavenly deities decided that Fire Clan and the other clans were suspicious, personally entering their ancient mines to demand an explanation. Aren't those Sin Province's inheritances? They all seem to have come from the lower realm. There was a Fire Clan and other clans in the higher realms, but they all came from the lower realm. How could Xianxia not make these connections? He immediately thought of Hualinger and the others. This meant that a few of those great clans in the lower realm had foundations in the higher realms as well. He was greatly moved. Only today did he hear a bit of information about them. He found it difficult to calm down. At the same time, Xianxia clenched his fists tightly, feeling great fury deep inside. A wave of great anger stirred within him. With things already reaching this state, it was already clear that Celestial Clan was doing this on purpose. This was a threat and warning. They were linking him together with Fire Clan and the others, forcing him to appear and hand over the immortal seed he stole. There are news from deep within Fire Province. Two great heavenly deities really did hurry to those regions, moreover acting extremely harshly, forcing those inheritances and deeming them suspicious. The two great heavenly deities were incredibly domineering, threatening that if those sects couldn't give them an explanation, they didn't mind unleashing a great slaughter and massacring everyone. When Xianxia obtained news of this, his eyes became ice cold. He was seething with anger. Soon after, he left Fufeng City for Fire Province, entering the prairie. Then, he arrived in Celestial Clan's mines. He immediately released biting cold-killing intent. Blood energy roiled, spreading outwards to El Celestial Clan. I have returned. I am here to unleash a massacre, Xianxia said softly. The place he entered first was a mid-scale mine. There were divine flame realm experts overseeing this place, but no true deities. His body shone like it was surrounded by raging flames, engulfing the heavens. From the distance, it was as if a war god had descended in this world. Golden flames swept into the skies, and rumbling noises resounded through this place. Who is it? The experts here sensed something, being alerted. They immediately rushed over. There were 2 divine flame realm experts here in total. When they saw Hao, they were shocked because they recognized him. Wasn't this Huang? He even revealed his real appearance without hiding anything. You still dare to appear? Haha. You really are courting death, sending yourself to us? The 2 of them laughed, feeling alarmed and happy. They actually ran into Huang. If they caught him, they would definitely be rewarded for their great contributions. However, soon after, they began to shiver inwardly. If Huang dared to come here, then that meant he had the confidence, not fearing them. They couldn't help but tremble and become vigilant. Hao's head of hair began to shine as it scattered downwards. His eyes shone like golden lamps. The 2 deities discovered with shock that there was no craftiness to be seen. Hao instead directly rushed at them. Kill! The 2 gave each other a look, and then they produced precious artifacts to attack Hao at the same time. Bone texts interweaved densely, immediately covering the grassland. They wanted to suppress him with their higher cultivation realms. Something shocking happened. When Hao sent a fist smashing over, it penetrated the precious artifacts, blasting them apart in the void. Brilliant light shone resplendently. What? This is a divine flame magical artifact. Yet he was able to break it bare-handedly. The 2's expressions immediately changed. At the same time, the other magical artifact was shattered as well, turning into an expanse of golden light that flew in all directions. Magical force immunity. The rumors were true. The 2 of them finally understood. The magical artifacts were being restricted. Their powerful might decreased. That was why they shattered so quickly. Individuals at their level had previously received news that Hao was immune to magical force for a short period of time. Only when they experienced it for themselves did they realize how terrifying it was. Hao rushed over, bringing with him overflowing flames. He seemed to be walking out from raging flames as he charged murderously at the 2 great experts. The 2 were furious, and at the same time they felt that this was a bit ridiculous. This was just a supreme expert, yet he dared to attack deities like them? Even though Huang was a heaven-warping genius, his cultivation realm still wasn't high enough. Not good. Why is his magical force immunity so long? Could it be that he successfully refined the golden Bodhi fruit? The 2 were horrified. They were calculating the time, only taking action when they felt like Hao's ability should be disappearing. However, they were still restricted, their magical force disappearing without any hope of returning. Pooh! The face of one of the divine flame realm experts immediately froze. Hao's fist smashed through his body, making him quickly break apart and then explode. A blast of blood exploded. One expert lost his life. The other individual's face immediately became pale, immediately turning around to run. Was this still a supreme expert? A deity was unexpectedly killed so easily. Where do you think you are going? Isn't the celestial clan oppressing everyone with their might? Today, I've come, and I am going to unleash a massacre in this place. Hao roared. His speed was just too fast, directly catching up. Together with an angry roar and an expanse of bone texts, the divine flame realm expert retaliated, but he still couldn't escape his fate of destruction. He was blasted to pieces, his blood dyeing the grassland red, thus dying. Only then did Hao's magical immunity's time come up, slowly fading away. A tremendous sound rang through the air. The entire divine mine was collapsed by Hao, caving in and being destroyed. Immediately afterwards, he rushed into the distance. There was another divine mine up ahead. When his unique ability appeared again, he decisively took action. "Who are you?" Someone shouted loudly. "He's Huang. Don't let him get away." It was still 2 divine flame realm experts. "Correct? I am Huang. As well the one that will kill you all." Hao shouted. He rushed forward, erupting with heaven overflowing radiance as he took action viciously. Pooh! A rain of blood scattered outwards. This battle was without any suspense. Both deities were quickly killed. In addition, the entire ancient mine was collapsed, buried under rubble. Heavens, great news! The one that stole Celestial Clan's immortal material appeared. You guys would never believe who the one that appeared is. It's actually Huang. It was because the distance wasn't that far from Fufeng City, which was why news immediately reached this place. It immediately produced a huge sensation. Huang took action again, unleashing a huge slaughter, continuously destroying 8 of the Celestial Clan's divine minds and still going. He is unstoppable, continuously killing more than 10 divine flame realm experts. When these news traveled outwards, Fufeng City began to boil with commotion. This was definitely explosive news. It was just too shocking. After all these years, even if there were some great sects that didn't get along with the Celestial Clan, they still didn't dare to act out against them like this because a great war between clans would happen. Now, there was someone that dared to shatter this pattern. Huang had appeared again, and his actions were incredibly fierce. This was without a doubt a type of contempt for the Celestial Clan. By daring to do this, it was the same as challenging the dignity of this clan. At the same time, it was a ruthless mockery towards those 2 heavenly deities. Huang was telling that everything was his doing, that they were stupid, finding trouble for the wrong people. The 2 heavenly deities' rashness would definitely be denounced by others and be turned into a laughingstock. Of course, the most important thing was Huang's power, actually daring to massacre the Celestial Clan's important places. This would inevitably stir up great chaos in Fire Province, as well as spread to the rest of the higher realms, shaking all great sections. Good. I long thought that the Celestial Clan was unsightly. Kill. Things should be done just like this. There were many people who were stirred on, becoming fired up as well. The newest information has been released. Celestial Clan's 9th divine mine has been collapsed. Huang unleashed to slaughter himself, breaking into their important place and killing a large group of Celestial Clan's experts. The news were horrifying, and it sounded unendingly. Just a youth, yet he dares to do this, challenging the Celestial Clan's dignity and knocking on their doors like this. It truly is shocking. The creatures of all clans found it difficult to calm down. They were all shocked, because news came unendingly, brought back from the people who returned from the prairie. Huang's battle successes were still becoming more and more glorious. Celestial Clan encountered trouble, being challenged by a youngster like this. If they can't capture him and let him leave unharmed, it would definitely harm their Emperor Clan reputation. Everyone was extremely nervous, their emotions rising and falling. All of Fufeng City was shaken up. The news raised heaven overflowing waves. Of course, they also knew that even though news traveled fast, there was still a time difference. They were still lagging behind. These were already confirmed battle successes, but from the looks of things, there should be a few more shocking accomplishments that already happened, or perhaps were playing out right now. If that information got back, it might be even more shocking. Hao was as fast as lightning as he weaved through the air. Blazing radiance covered his body, blasting all plants and mountain rocks in his way to pieces. A terrifying ravine was created on the ground surface. Only when he traveled far into the distance would there be a deafening sound. It was because his speed was just too fast, far greater than the speed of sound. The air behind him exploded, erupting like thunder behind him. A dazzling palace situated on the grassland had auspicious energy rising in spirals around it. It was extremely imposing in style. This was one of the Celestial Clan's Dao rights within this mining region. Normally, there were experts overseeing this place, supervising the great ancient mines matters. During these 2 days, the largest divine mine had problems, losing a priceless immortal treasure, which was why all of the true deities went mad, following the great heavenly deities in searching everywhere. So this place became empty. Hao stopped here and silently adjusted his breathing. After carefully scouting around, he erupted with blinding divine light. Blood energy roiled. He took action. Even though there weren't any experts overseeing this place, this was still, after all, a strategic location of the mining region, so there were still Divine Flame Realm experts stationed here. They were immediately alerted, rushing over. "There are only you four?" Shihao's eyes narrowed. Kuan Peng wings moved behind him, and like thunder, they exploded, propelling him through the skies. These were truly strange words. He was a supreme expert, yet he showed Divine Flame Realm experts such contempt. It immediately made those experts' faces fall, killing intent seeping out of their bodies. Those that provoke an emperor clan will never live for long, especially a later generation like you who believes yourself to be infallible. "You are doomed to die young," one of them coldly said. Those that offended the Celestial clan, no matter what kind of geniuses they were, the Celestials still dared to kill them. Their clan had heavenly deities, guardian spirits, and others that would appear to support the sky. "I never thought that you were Huang." One of these individuals' eyes erupted, recognizing him. He released a cold smile, and the symbols around his body became even more blinding. It was clear that Shihao's appearance had been spread to all places. Celestial clan had been searching for him this entire time, not willing to let him go. They wanted his precious body, wishing to extinguish his body and soul. "Huang, do you know that you owe my clan a life? You should just stay behind," another individual said with a cold voice, his eyes flourishing with radiance, and then he quickly started up this place's formations. "Things that bite the hand that feeds you. I saved your clan's heavenly lady, yet you treated me in such a way. You truly have the hearts of wolves and lungs of dogs. I don't feel the slightest bit of guilt in slaughtering all of you." Shihao spoke. Ever since he was imprisoned by the Celestial clan, later escaping, he had always been suppressing his rage. Today, he continuously killed this clan's Divine Flame Realm experts and destroyed their divine minds, venting out a bit of his frustration. "Reporting." From the distance, shouting sounds rang through the air. Someone dropped down from midair, so exhausted he collapsed from weakness. With great fear, he shouted. Huang appeared. It was him who stole my clan's immortal treasure. And now, he is getting revenge, continuously destroying 14 divine minds and unleashing a great slaughter. What? This Tao rights people were shocked, only now understanding what had happened. "You came late. I already personally arrived. This place is my current target," Shihao said as he looked at that person. There was still a fish that escaped the net, running here to deliver a message. It was clear that what was happening now was something Fufeng City was completely unaware of. There would inevitably be some delay. Hong! The prairie erupted, earth and trees rushing several dozen meters into the air like a great wave, extending out from beneath Shihao's feet and engulfing the palace. This was his power. He was just a supreme expert, yet he looked down on deities powerful to the extreme. "Kill him!" Roars sounded. The experts in this place all took action. Shihao remained completely fearless as he slaughtered forward. A battle unfolded again. The earth erupted, and divine radiance illuminate everything. It was as if a great sun rose from beneath the earth. Blazing heat and horror coexisted as it displayed the greatest power. Shihao hurried over here, so he naturally had confidence. In the end, this place was turned into ruins. The gold and jade decorated palace collapsed. Divine blood shone all over the ground, forming a ghastly sight. Shihao left, heading into the distance towards his next target. This was a day of massacre. Shihao carried out a long-range raid, fighting from one place to another. The blood of the Celestial clan flowed, raising huge waves and shaking this entire grassland. Even Fufeng City that was not too far out received news, so the various areas the Celestial clan controlled were naturally aware as well. They quickly rushed to offer support and encircle Shihao. They gave the order to eliminate Huang. Capture and kill him, only leave behind a strand of soul will. Do not spare any costs to make him stay behind. A true deity seethed in anger as he roared, shaking the mining region. The events this time were too severe. A youngster was slaughtering in all directions, continuously wiping out the Celestial clan's strongholds. This was a type of contempt and humiliation against them. If they couldn't capture him, what face would they have left? Celestial Clan only had several dozen well-known divine minds left, yet a third of them were destroyed in a single day, with even their Tao right in the grassland razed to the ground, the people within completely massacred. This was a shame they had never suffered before. Kill him. Find him even if you have to dig 3 feet underground. The true deities that obtained the news searched everywhere, moving at top speed to provide assistance and search for Hao's whereabouts. However, what was shocking was that Huang never fled, still moving about, avoiding the true deity's encirclement and annihilation as he looked for opportunities to take action. Hong! A streak of lightning tore through the pitch-black heavens. It was especially blinding. The dark clouds were like the bottom of a black pot, as if they were going to crush the surface of the ground. Rain descended with pili-pala sounds as well. The world immediately became hazy. Hao raised his head, and with a soft voice, he said, "The heavens are helping me." Kacha. Lightning flourished, streaking across the sky like an enormous silver snake. Great rain poured downwards, creating great rivers along the grassland. Only the appearance of lightning could tear apart the darkness, exposing the surrounding scenery. Otherwise, it was like a dark night, pitch black as rain poured crazily. Hao disappeared. He was like a terrifying spirit within this curtain of rain. He was attacking while moving about. Then, he appeared in the vicinity of various Celestial Clan divine minds, moving about and taking action, killing the experts here. The order to kill Huang was issued, yet it achieved opposite results. They weren't able to find Hao, but instead suffered a long-range raid from him, having divine minds collapsed in succession. The Celestial Clan's losses were severe. All of you stay still. Stop the search. There were true deities whose eyes were red and their hair standing on end. Endless killing intent seeped out from their bodies. This was a day of great shame. Today was a day that would definitely be engraved in their memories. It was just a trifling supreme expert, yet he slaughtered them until they were so passive. Divine Flame Realm experts died one after another. It was a humiliation and disaster, truly difficult to endure. The great rain poured down. Hao moved forward, arriving in the largest ancient mine, as well as the mining region he had previously stolen from. He raised his head and looked towards the sky. As his lips and teeth shone, symbols surged one after another, lightening up and entering the dark clouds and curtain of rain above. You came. The spiritual senses of true deities were sharp, immediately sensing the fluctuations of bone texts. They quickly rushed out. There were 3 great true deities here just in case, fearing that he would be extremely daring and attack their most important divine mind. At this moment, killing intent overflowed into the heavens. You truly are daring. Just a youth, yet you continuously killed my clan's experts, in the end still daring to come here. I admire your bravery, a true deity said through gnashing teeth. His eyes were completely bloodshot, as if he was a vicious beast that was about to feast on man. If someone shows me a foot of respect, I will return a zhong. You all wish to kill me and obtain my precious techniques. So today, I brought myself here for you all to kill. Hao's voice was extremely cold. However, if you aren't able to kill me, then I will send all of you on your way. He's mad. A true deity was so furious he began to laugh, showing callousness, as well as mockery. Even though he had been so angered from the previous news that he began to tremble, right now he really began to laugh. It was because no matter how stunning he was, there was no way he could fight against true deities who were 2 entire cultivation realms higher than him. This would lead to inevitable death. Fine Huang, a descendant of the lower realm bearing the blood of sinners. Come, let me see what kind of ability you have for you to dare act with such insolence. Another true deity shouted loudly before rushing over murderously. Hao didn't move out of the way, walking forward. In the end, he raised his head again. Great rain poured downwards, and dark clouds roiled, about to press down onto the ground. Lightning moved the 9 heavens. Right at this moment, his lips moved slightly. Bone texts immediately rushed into the heavens. He was chanting incantations, displaying an ancient and strange precious technique. What kind of aura is this? At this moment, even the true deities were a bit startled. When they looked towards the heavens, they immediately turned around, avoiding the dark dangers. Hong! Unfortunately, it was already too late. From the dark clouds, a streak of lightning hacked down like a long river, rumbling as it descended. It didn't hack downwards, but instead poured down in torrents. The three great true deities all felt fear. This was not normal lightning that cultivators could display, but instead stimulated heavenly might. This kind of lightning contained more than 1 billion volts, perhaps even several billion, over 10 billion. It was far greater than what creatures at the divine flame realm could display, and it exceeded what they could defend against. Ah! A true deity cried out miserably, his body trembling violently. Even though he was a deity, it still wasn't enough. Under this strike, his entire body was charred black, becoming badly mangled. However, he was still a deity in the end, not dying under the first strike. His eyes erupted with radiance. He wanted to flee. Meanwhile, the other two were even more shocked until their souls were terrified. They wished to immediately disappear into the limits of the horizon. However, there was already no time. This was just the first wave of heavenly might. There was still more waiting above. With a honglong sound, lightning poured down from the dark clouds, descending streak after streak, connecting the heavens above with the earth below. From the distance, rain poured down between the pitch-black world, and streak after streak of thick lightning radiance that seemed to support the heavens descended, linking up heaven and earth as it occupied this entire place. This was an incredible scene. This was the Lightning Emperor's precious technique, one that was known as an immortal Tao divine ability. Under special conditions, it could display unfathomable heavenly might that exceeded the limit of what a cultivator could produce alone. Of course, the conditions were quite harsh, so it couldn't be used every time. After all, it was difficult to encounter such a great storm where dark clouds covered the vast grassland. Only with these type of conditions would the boundless lightning acquire such great power. The clouds and rain one produced alone were not enough. Only this type of boundless heaven and earth lightning clouds would work. Even heavenly deities couldn't withstand this type of heavenly might. They couldn't help but release miserable cries. This was not what one normally understood as lightning, but instead the heavenly tribulation incited by the Lightning Emperor's incantation. No! How could it be like this? The three great true deities were suffering a tragedy too horrible to endure. They were hacked until their flesh separated and white bones split apart, scorched completely black. In the end, they all fell. Great rains smashed down onto the ground, producing layers of white smoke. The thick streaks of electricity were like golden pillars that took root in the ground, supporting the heavens. In the end, the electrical arcs disappeared, allowing absolute darkness to once again devour this place. Sure how turned around, entering the dark world, and vanishing from this prairie. It was because he knew that if he didn't leave now, he would be in danger. Two great heavenly deities entered the depths of the prairie. Even though they were still quite far, they would still eventually receive news. The prairie would inevitably be thrown into great disorder. Celestial Clan's number 1 divine mine was destroyed. This was definitely no small matter. It would greatly tarnish the Emperor Clan's reputation. Sure enough, soon after, this place erupted into an uproar. However, none of this had anything to do with Sure Hao. He already withdrew from the grassland. The dark clouds scattered, the dewdrops hanging from blades of grass flickering with 7-colored splendor under the sunlight. The great rain stopped. Within Fufeng City, a place where the borders of 3 provinces intersected, people of all trades moved in and out. There were individuals from all different clans, making this an extremely flourishing and bustling place. This was definitely a place where information circulated. Regardless of whether it was Fire Province's Prairie, Goddess Province, or Kuan Province, whenever there was any activity, it would immediately reach this place. Shocking news! During the great downpour just now, Huang took action again. He is the incarnation of the death god, reaping the heads of Celestial Clan's experts. He unleashed a bloodbath, destroying half of the celestial clan's divine minds. Along with the disappearance of the dark clouds, the world became sunny and cloudless. The grassland's battle situation was revealed to the rest of the world, leaving everyone stunned. Huang was too tyrannical, his actions decisive and forceful. Celestial clan's number 1 divine mind was also destroyed, and 3 true deities were slaughtered, their bodies and souls wiped out. When these news went out, all of Fufeng City was thrown into disorder. This was much more shocking than any of the news they received before. The crowd was completely alarmed, all of them stupefied. Huang killed true deities? Did I hear correctly? Moreover, 3 of them? This type of news made others feel as if it wasn't realistic, almost a bit absurd. It was because this type of battle accomplishments exceeded normal reasoning. How did Huang accomplish this? It is completely true. Celestial Clan is currently in chaos. All of the true deities of that mining region have gathered, and their killing intent is rushing into the heavens. They are threatening to burn Huang to ashes. How could this type of battle success not shock the world? A few of Fufeng City's transport formations immediately lit up. This type of accomplishment was too extraordinary. The disciples of a few great clans immediately went to give their reports. A moment later, the results of this battle spread in all directions. Soon after, it appeared on the desks of many great sects, and a few important figures read it seriously. Huang becoming famous through a single battle. Not only did his name shake the regions surrounding 5 Elements province, it even shocked the tens of provinces here. It is impossible for him to avoid attention even if he wanted to. Celestial Clan really is in a difficult situation now, being treated as a joke by many great sects. They've provoked a terrifying young devil king. His potential is great, and in the future, he might very well turn into their clan's nightmare. That day, violent developments were taking place. All sides were shaken. Many people began to analyze and discuss these news, believing Huang to be formidable. This time, the Celestial Clan truly acted too passively. Many great sects were paying close attention to this. This place became chaotic. Celestial Clan had towered for so many tens of thousands of years. They had their own glorious backing, but they had many enemies as well. At this time, they naturally didn't forget to throw stones at Celestial Clan while they were down, carrying out ridicule. Celestial Clan really has declined, suffering such a crushing defeat at the hands of a youth. There were 3 true deities alone that died, while the other party is just a supreme expert. This sect has already declined. Right, where is Huang? You can seek refuge from my sect. We will assist you and help you with your growth. We support you in your eradication of the Celestials. Without a doubt, as long as Hao appeared, there would definitely be tens of thousands of eyes on him. He became the focal point of this region. Everyone was discussing his matters. Meanwhile, the distant great sects were analyzing and paying close attention as well. There really were people who wished to rope him in, not speaking empty words, wishing to raise him up so that they could fight against the Celestial Clan one day, carrying out a great decisive battle. Hao's battle accomplishments could be considered glorious. His status as a loose cultivator drew the interests of many sects. Within the depths of the grasslands, within a mining region 9 million li from Fufeng City, the 2 great heavenly deities of the Celestial Clan were roaring with anger, shaking this entire great earth. Even the clouds in the heavens were going to collapse. Not long ago, they mustered large forces, bringing a few true deities with them to force Fire Clan and suppress a few great clans from the lower realm, having them hand over Huang. This type of dignified attitude the 2 great heavenly deities displayed was done clearly to stir things up, purposely threatening and oppressing the other party to force Hao out. However, how much time had passed? The other party actually brought upon them this type of disaster. This was simply like a loud slap to their face. It was just too sharp and clear. Half of the clan's divine minds were destroyed, and the casualty count of their experts was severe. Everything was done by Huang, and he even admitted that the immortal seed was stolen by him. How could the 2 great heavenly deities endure this? Everything they did looked like blunders. They didn't make Hao submit and give in, instead suffering this type of humiliation. Do the 2 great ones still wish to examine? Within this mining region, there were experts within those great clans as well. There were a few who asked in an indifferent tone. Even though Fire Clan didn't have any taboo figures like the old Celestial, there were still heavenly deities in the clan and not weak to the point where they were powerless to retaliate. Now that they were bullied by others to this extent, they naturally wouldn't act politely. One of Celestial Clan's heavenly deities truly felt embarrassed. With a fling of his sleeves, he turned around to leave. "Alright, all of you Dao friends can leave as well, no need to stand around." Celestial Clan's two great figures were wrong. Someone spoke. There were quite a few inheritances that occupied great divine minds in this region, and many people came to observe what was happening. When they heard these words, they all laughed. What is Celestial Clan trying to do? Baselessly and wrongly accusing others. They've lost the imposing attitude an Emperor Clan should have. Shush, lower your voice, or else the two great heavenly deities might go to your mining region's doors to bully your clan. When that time comes, you won't be able to cry even if you want to. Everyone was ridiculing the Celestial Clan. There were quite a few inheritances that didn't fear them, purposely mocking them. Celestial Clan's two heavenly deities didn't want to stay here a moment later. Even though they were powerful, they still couldn't unbridledly act without restraint. If they truly dared to act randomly, they would be denounced by many sects. Their actions were already being looked down by others, and the great sects that they were hostile towards were even more so throwing stones at them while they were down, carrying out mockery. We miscalculated. This fellow was actually so bold, daring to carry out a long-range raid, unleashing a slaughter right behind us. He seems to have even become stronger. One of the heavenly deities' faces fell. On the way back, his eyes sunk. If Sure Hao continued to grow at this speed, he would definitely become a huge disaster. We have to eliminate him, another person said coldly. Celestial Clan's faces were covered in grime as they withdrew from Fire Clan and the other great sects' mining regions, returning to the outer regions of the prairie. Finally, these matters spread to Fufeng City. Everyone sighed with admiration. This time, the Celestial Clan truly fell head first, left battered and exhausted by a small supreme expert. Goddess Academy was similarly not calm. It was because now that such a great matter happened, all of the students in the academy heard of it, triggering quite the uproar. It was extremely noisy, with everyone discussing this passionately. I heard that Celestial Clan's #1 genius Yu came, that he is in our academy. I wonder if he will come out to fight a decisive battle against Huang. Huang, this individual already proved his boldness, as well as his divine courage. All eyes were on him, leaving many female students starry-eyed and male students feeling endless admiration. He dared to barge into Celestial Clan's important locations alone and massacre deities. What kind of boldness was this? Just how terrifying was his fighting prowess? For the younger generation, this was a king among those their age, a war god that was worth looking up to. They felt reverence, and there were even some who began to worship him. Sure Hao arrived. His appearance created a huge uproar. That fella from the small shoddy mountain gate came down the mountain again. Many people were stupefied. He actually came here. None of them knew that this notorious fella who threatened to beat up seniors and bully juniors was the focal point of their discussions, the true Huang. He entered the academy. Is he provoking us? A group of people were shocked. This fella really was daring. Sure Hao was quite calm. He wanted to look for Yuchan. When he entered that garden region, he saw a few familiar people from the distance. Yun Shi, Yu, Fengwu, and the others were all there. On the green grass next to the lake, the outstanding talents of great sects were seated on the ground, currently discussing the Tao. Meanwhile, Yuchan was playing a jade zither, the music pleasant to listen to. It made the surrounding flora shine. The flower buds quickly grow and blossom with multicolored radiance. It also drew a few birds that began to dance about. When the musical piece finished, everyone sighed in admiration. Then, everyone began to discuss freely amongst themselves. Younger sister Yun, she truly is beautiful and aloof. Yuchan had a smile on her face. She then shifted the topic of discussion saying, the Huang everyone is talking about in the outside world seems to be related to younger sister. I heard that he had escorted you for several hundreds of thousands of li. fighting the war clan with his life on the line. Is this true? There were rumors of this traveling about in the outside world, but celestial clans strictly denied it, berating others for creating false rumors. Everyone's expressions froze. Regardless of whether it was Divine Cliff Academy's most powerful disciple Mu Zixiao, Swishoudi, or Goddess Academy's Feng Wu, or the other great sect's outstanding talents, they all revealed looks of shock. It was because few people dared to directly ask the celestial clan this in front of their faces. Yunshi sighed softly and looked towards Yuchan. Shihao saw this scene from the distance. He decided not to walk over and turned around to leave. He didn't want to get involved. As if there was some type of emotions exchanged, Yuchan and Yunshi gave this direction a look, seeing his rear figure. Why are you leaving? Could it be that you are scared? At the entrance of the academy, many people saw him walk out. They revealed looks of surprise. In reality, quite a few people went to send the message, warning experts that the Supreme Being Tao Right's inheritor took the initiative to visit them. Shihao released a sneer, not minding it. He knew that his true identity would soon be exposed. When the time came, would these people still carry this type of expression? The Celestial Clan's 6 heroes have arrived. Originally, I still wanted to see them clash with this person. If he leaves like this, wouldn't we miss out on a spectacular battle? Though it won't be as exciting as Huang. The 6 heroes all arrived one after another. There were a few heroes that previously said they were going to pay that mountain a visit to demand an explanation. Shihao was surprised. After inquiring about this, he revealed a faint smile and said, "Is that so? I'll be waiting for them at Supreme Being Tao Right. I will wipe out whoever dares to challenge my mountain gate." After speaking, he weaved his large sleeves and then quickly left, disappearing into the distance. This place became silent. Only when there were no sign of him left did many people cry out in alarm. That small shoddy mountain gate's individual really was arrogant, actually daring to say this out loud. It was just too domineering. Go, hurry and inform those individuals. Didn't they want an explanation? Supreme Being Tao Right's great senior brother already said that he is waiting for them to challenge him. It was clear that this place wouldn't be calm again. Quite a huge commotion was raised. Along the way, Shihao's expression calmed down. He said to himself, if the 6 heroes don't come, then that's that. If they do dare to come, the Celestial Clan's hearts will most likely suffer great pain. After a pitch-black thunderstorm, the extensive grasslands became more fresh and clean. It was dark green everywhere. The depressions on the ground became great lakes, azure and resplendent. A group of pure white unicorns appeared, releasing holy radiance. There were several hundred of them that arrived in a large herd. This was an auspicious omen. If the prairie's herdsmen saw this, they would definitely be elated. However, Celestial Clan was not feeling this type of mood. The mines before their eyes were sunken, the blood of deities covering the ground. Their losses were astronomical. All of their faces were ashen. This is the #1 divine mine, a place where large amounts of heavenly materials have been excavated from throughout the years. Yet it was destroyed in a single morning, blasted by lightning into dust. There were even 3 true deities killed. Celestial Clan's heavenly deity Mo Luo's expression was ashen. As he looked at these ruins, a powerful aura spread outwards, crushing downwards like a mountain, making it difficult for others to even breathe, feeling as if they were suffocating. This isn't the most important point. Divine minds can still be opened. The most unendurable thing is that this was all done by Huang, a supreme expert, yet none of you lot were able to capture him, allowing him to escape. What is there that is more absurd than this? Not even true deities could stop him. Useless, Mo Luo roared. He couldn't endure it any longer. Everything that happened during these past days humiliated the Celestial Clan. Even a heavenly deity like him had his face covered in grime. We understand our wrongs. The group of people lowered their heads, not daring to look him in the eyes. Their bodies were trembling. Many of them kneeled under the heavenly deity's might. So what if you understand your wrongs? The other heavenly deity shouted. Can you all bring back the lost immortal seed? That is a priceless item. something that might have been able to create a celestial emperor. Meanwhile, what was the most intolerable for these two heavenly deities was that the one that did this was actually Huang, a brilliant youth that they had to kill. He actually took action in such an unbridled manner. This was an undisguised humiliation. Sure, Hao was retaliating and getting revenge. They had personally experienced the events of the past, so they clearly understood the secrets and inner details. They had sent Sure Hao into the black prison, turning him into a prisoner, using the most strict and cruel methods, leaving his body with many bloody holes that went from one side of the body to the other. From the day Sure Hao left, there was no way for there to be any good relations between them. Did the revenge already start? However, the two heavenly deities didn't feel regret. The celestial clan's decision was made for the entire clan. If they could obtain the Kuanpong and Lightning Emperor techniques, then they could make their clan's power increase sharply. This would have long-lasting effects. If they were given time to accumulate power, the celestial clan might make a recovery, reproducing their emperor clan's unmatched might. Only, an unforeseeable variable appeared. A Xianxia appeared, one who reached an agreement with the old celestial, allowing Sure Hao to leave. This was not within their predictions. Just now, I received a secret report that the great Tao Protector will personally come. All of you better shape up, heavenly deity Mo Luo said with a cold voice. What? Tao Protector Great One? Everyone became stupefied. The Tao Protector of the clan had an extremely terrifying background. If not for the 6 great celestials, he would have become the guardian spirit that the clan worshipped. Didn't the Great One already reach his declining years? Someone said with a soft voice. Everyone knew that the Tao Protector already had 1 foot in the grave, his great life about to wither up, unable to fight any more great battles. Why did he decide to personally move out this time? Because of the great things you all have done, the other heavenly deity berated. If not for them losing the unmatched treasure that was surrounded with heaven and earth source energy, how could the Tao Protector have been startled, thus deciding to come out to release his final bit of power? Tao Protector Great One is going to use his final bit of life to divinate where Huang is. This is all because of you bunch stupidity, Mo Luo angrily berated, his hair dancing madly about. In that instant, the space he stood in began to distort, and streak after streak of cracks weaved about. That area of heaven and earth seemed to have become dusky. Put on. The group of people knelt down, including the true deities. It was because they knew that the Tao Protector's intention was to use the last of his life's light to deduce Huang's real location, accurately seizing his whereabouts. This meant that Tao Protector was going to leave this world. At the same time, they were shocked. The reason the Tao Protector was willing to do this was 1, because he regarded that immortal seed highly, and the 2, because he attached too much importance to that lower realm youngster. That youngster is so terrifying, worth of the Tao Protector Great One to go so far, someone said, his face revealing his inner emotions. He began to foresee grave consequences. Since the ancient times, there would be stunning youth that would rise up from each province, but many of them would die prematurely, and most of them would later disappear. They wouldn't make an emperor clan feel so nervous. However, it was different this time. The Tao Protector actually made this decision, displaying a final bit of power before death. What did he foresee? Those with heaven-defying cultivations, even though their blood energy withered away from old age and their battle prowess sharply declined, they would still often have spiritual reactions, able to see some strange things. When they thought of this, many of them broke out into a cold shiver. This was not good at all. Everyone felt like the Tao Protector might have grasped a fragment of time and saw an undesirable future. That was why he wished to do this, not hesitating to use the last of his life to divinate Huang's whereabouts, and then capture him. Now you all know how serious the consequences are? Mo Luo berated. The surrounding black cracks became even more terrifying, shaking this prairie. The other heavenly deity loudly roared. The only thing you all can do to salvage this situation is to find that person before the Tao Protector Great One hurries over, and then capture him. This prairie became ice cold. Everyone kept quiet out of fear, because they knew that big trouble had been created. Mobilize all forces, Have all the inheritances that are related to our clan send their people out. We need to search continuously for the next few days to look for clues. Mo Luo ordered. Understood. Everyone braced themselves and loudly replied. Whoever dared to voice any objection would undoubtedly die. No one dared to incite the anger of a heavenly deity. The order to wipe out Huang sounded throughout the grassland. Celestial Clan took action, asking all of the sects that they had good relations with to aid them in the search for Sure How. This was a great and powerful encirclement. They did not spare any costs, only wanting results. However, Celestial Clan still didn't publicly announce that Huang was the lower realm Sure How, still holding this back. It was clear that they still desired his precious techniques, wishing to have them alone. This place became chaotic, entering turbulent times. Countless people moved about, blades flashed and swords flickered. Metal battle armor released chilly luster, filled with murderous energy. Sure How heard about the news, but he didn't pay them any attention. He was still standing by the mountain gate and looking downwards. My identity will most likely be revealed, right? His heart was surprisingly calm, not feeling fear, instead seeing his own road even more clearly. His eyes were resolute. He had to become strong. Once I become an emperor, who dares to humiliate me like this, daring to steal my precious techniques, imprisoning me? Sure How sighed softly. This was the boundless 3,000 provinces of the higher realms where the strong preyed on the weak. It was incredibly cruel. There were times when reasoning didn't apply. Once one rose up, every clan would hold you in reverence and many experts would pay their respects. It would be a completely different scene. Within Goddess Academy, there were a few individuals of the 6 heroes who couldn't stay calm. Apart from Yu Yu and Yun Shi, the others had all hurried over later after hearing that an immortal seed emerged and that they could comprehend the Tao through it. As such, the higher-ups of the clan allowed them to come as well. Only who could have anticipated that this type of unusual event would take place. The grasslands were in chaos, and the clan's divine-level experts were badly burned, unable to worry about other things. I truly want to break Huang's corpse into tens of thousands of pieces. He actually dares to humiliate my clan, truly deserving death, Yuluin said, clothed in white clothes with a head of purple hair, an appearance like jade. He was one of Celestial Clan's most outstanding disciples. His cultivation was high, someone who previously dared to challenge Yu Yu and fought great battles against him. He didn't obtain the Heaven's Mandate Stone, but he was still ranked near the front of the 6 heroes, far greater than the Kuan Mo that was squeezed out. It is a pity that we are not his opponent. Even if Yu Yu fought against him, he still might not necessarily win. Another person said. He was the last of the 6 heroes. He killed true deities, so he definitely has a secret treasure and used special methods. His true fighting prowess might not be that great. Another person deduced the truth. In reality, this was what everyone in the outside world believed, because no matter how heaven-defying a supreme expert was, there was no way they could kill a true deity by relying on their own power. Let's not talk about other matters. That small shoddy mountain's so-called great senior brother is provoking us like this. Do you feel like there is a need to let him continue living? Yuluin spoke, his eyes cold. He had long received the report that the clansmen had been defeated, and the so-called 8th hero Kuan Mo even more so had his cultivation crippled. He had long wanted to pay that place a visit and cripple that person. This was especially the case when that so-called great senior brother had previously entered Goddess Academy, saying that he was going to wipe out whoever dared to challenge him. This made him feel a wave of anger. Celestial Clan was experiencing bad luck already, and now there was someone who provoked them like this. This naturally made the killing intent in his heart surge, wishing to immediately get rid of the other party. You cannot act careless. Rumor has it that he is quite powerful, or else he wouldn't have been able to cripple Kuan Mo. We shouldn't act rashly either. The 6th hero spoke, even though he also wanted to take action. What are you scared of? I've seen Kuan Mo's injuries and understand that person's strength. He is definitely not stronger than me. Even if we take a step back and say that he can match me in strength, with the secret treasure I was bestowed by the heavenly deity, killing him is too easy, Yuluin said. It's still best if we don't act too rashly. Many things happen to my clan, so it is still best if we act calmly. The sixth hero said. That is precisely why I want to vent out a bit of my resentment. Even some random cat or dog can climb on top of my clan's head. Intolerable. I will ask senior brother Yu to see how he feels. The sixth hero said. Another person also nodded, expressing his agreement. In the end, they split apart in somewhat bad terms. Yu was proud and arrogant, feeling that if not for Yu being an exceptional talent, he might not be more powerful than himself. He felt the same way towards the other party obtaining the Heaven's Mandate Stone, attributing it all to luck. Brother Yu, did you hear the words of that fella from the small shoddy gate? He is waiting for you all to challenge him, claiming that he'll wipe all of you out. When they saw Yu appear, a few people spoke, calling out to him like this. Yu was currently taking a walk. His face now fell even further. What insignificant thing is he, even daring to provoke my celestial clan? I'll conveniently wipe him out after returning from sightseeing. Many people in the academy looked over. After learning of his identity, they all began to discuss among themselves, revealing looks of shock. Celestial clan was badly burned, humiliated by Huang. I really don't know if they can capture him. The six heroes still haven't paid that Dao right a visit? I thought they would take action and quickly suppress that great senior brother. I never thought that they would still not go after all this time. Could it be that they're scared? When he heard this discussion, Yu face became even uglier. He was extremely handsome and dressed in white clothes, so he should be confident and at ease, yet right now, killing intent instead pervaded the air. He received news again and again, and all of them were so terrible, it truly made him distraught with anxiety. Together with his intrinsic nature being proud and arrogant, he naturally found this unendurable. It was because he was the disciple of an emperor clan, one of the six heroes, the outstanding talent of his clan. Even without the Heaven's Mandate Stone, he still might very well become one of the clan's most powerful experts. Who knows the way? I am going to slaughter that person. Just a trifling shoddy sect, a foolish lunatic that doesn't know how high heaven is or how deep the earth is. What does he think he is? I will kill him with a single strike, Yu coldly said. When these words sounded, it naturally drew quite the attention. Many people said that they would lead the way. If my clansmen look for me, tell them to prepare a pot of alcohol for me. I will be right back to drink after taking that lunatic's head. Also, help me tell Mo to wait for news that will help him vent some resentment. Yu said. The academy entrance immediately began to bustle with activity. It was unknown just how many people began to move after hearing the news. Many cultivators gathered over, all of them looking forward to the battle. Yu released a whistle, and then a pure white flood dragon beast moved through the air, releasing a thunderous cry and quickly rushing over. This flood dragon had the body of a horse and the head of a flood dragon. Its entire body was covered in pure white scales and flickering with brilliant radiance. It was a divine spirited horse, and there was even a wave of terrifying aura spreading from it. It was extremely powerful, far greater than normal young experts. Lead the way. I am going to cut him down. He got on the mount. At the entrance of the academy, many students rose into the air. A large group of students followed behind Yu heading towards that shoddy Dao right. Meanwhile, when news spread, the academy became noisy. More and more people began to move about, following one of Celestial Clan's 6 heroes to see how amazing he was. The flood dragon beast was a divine spirited horse, white and impure. Silver scales opened and closed, releasing a shining and brilliant holy radiance that was like moonlight. It carried Yu with lightning speed, traveling 3,000 li with a single burst. Mountains passed by as they headed into the distance like a streak of white light. Not good. It's too fast. We can't keep up. The people that were leading the way breathed heavily, all of them stopping. They were already fast enough, but they couldn't compare to the flood dragon beast. They were overtaken. This type of mount was extremely rare, a species that was meticulously bred. It had flood dragon blood, ho soul, and a horse body. It was exceptionally powerful and currently at the supreme expert realm. It was far more powerful than many so-called elites. Yulun pulled on the reins and looked backwards. What a great divine beast! The people behind him caught up, all of them sighing with admiration. They all revealed looks of jealousy. This mount was too extraordinary, being more powerful than quite a few of the people here. Let's go. I don't want to waste too much time, Yulun said. This region was quite primitive. The trees were ancient, and a few demonic birds were spreading their wings, covering the sky like dark clouds. There were a few vicious beasts who were like small mountains, and they were roaring towards the sky. However, none of these creatures posed the people here any threat. They were all elites from the academy. Many of them possessed great strength and were used to seeing these vicious creatures. We've arrived. It's right here. Someone pointed forward. The mountain region was vast. Mountains towered imposingly and majestically. This is the place. Yulun nodded. He looked at this mountain region. If it was cleaned up, it would be a spiritual earth as well. However, currently it was too desolate. The bluestone steps had long been covered in weeds. Old vines and ancient trees blocked the path. Thistles and thorns could be found throughout. However, the grand mountains ahead still released strands of auspicious radiance, proving that this place was unordinary. Chong. With a raise of Yulun's hands, his palm aimed at the sky, a streak of blazing radiance erupted. A heaven-art halberd refined from the bones of a flood dragon. Its spotlessly white body carried traces of faint gold, and a strange aura was exuding from it. What a powerful aura and shocking fluctuations. This definitely startled that great senior brother in the mountains. This was a challenge. Within the mountain gate, Shurha was seated on a large bluestone. His eyes opened, and he took steps outwards, gazing below the mountain. His eyes were calm without any happiness or worry. He was less than 18 years old currently. His body was tall and slender, and black hair scattered down his shoulders. His appearance was delicate and pretty, his eyes shining as he stood there. There wasn't the slightest bit of killing energy or intimidating pressure. Below, everyone saw him. Quite a few individuals cried out in alarm. That's him. Supreme being Dao Right's great martial brother. He is just a single person, yet he doesn't fear great battles. He has yet to be defeated. From the distance, many people hurried over. They all felt like they were in luck, because the great battle hadn't started yet. They finally didn't miss a great battle, looking forward to witnessing it personally. There were creatures from every clan, not only students from Goddess Academy. There were outstanding talents that came from Oblique Moon Ancient Cave, Divine Cliff Academy, and other places. They all came to get in on the action, coming here to spectate the battle. I believe that this will likely be an evenly matched great battle. One of the Celestial Clan's 6 heroes, Yulun's name is well known. He is just too famous. As for the great martial brother, he is quite unusual as well, hard to see through. Aren't you rating that great senior brother a bit too highly? The Celestial Clan is known to be an emperor clan, while Yulun is one of their best, much stronger than Kuanemo. Will he even use up much energy to win? More and more people gathered below the mountains, crowding this place. There were figures everywhere. It was clear that the effects of this battle were great. After all, the Celestial Clan were previously an emperor clan, and Yulun was representing that clan to fight. Regardless of which disciple it was here, none of them wanted to miss out. You are that lunatic? Yulun raised the Heaven-Art halberd alone, pointing it towards the mountain top. He wore silver battle clothes, the metallic luster shining and releasing auspicious multicolored radiance. It had to be said that he really was handsome. His head of purple hair fell down, his skin fine white like jade. His sharp eyebrows were pointing downwards, his starry eyes brilliant. His appearance really was exceptional. White robes fluttered about. He sat on top of a pure white flood dragon beast that released holy radiance, matching his appearance well. Divine and powerful, as if a white battle god descended. This type of young expert with such a handsome appearance, with the Heaven-Art halberd in hand, was truly majestic and had an awe-inspiring presence. It made many of the female students' eyes release brilliance. Truly is dashing. The powerful fluctuations he releases alone are enough to prove his exceptional cultivation. Worthy of being one of an emperor clan's 6 heroes. Huang. His name has shaken the grassland and shocked this region. But I feel like Luin is extremely handsome as well. An outstanding hero. Stop acting so starry-eyed already. There is no way he is as strong as Huang. Many people were discussing in a soft voice, especially a few young ladies, their attention seized by his heroic appearance. However, everyone also noticed the youth on top of the mountain. He was too calm, standing there and looking downwards. His eyes were deep, as if he had already transcended. Didn't they say that he was notorious, that we was extremely savage? How could he look so handsome and outstanding, exuding a type of elegant bearing? This was the first time many of them saw sure how, especially those female students. They all felt shocked. This was the despicable great senior brother that was being talked about recently? I am talking to you. Did you hear me? Luin released a short scoff. Sure how continued to look downwards. With a calm voice he replied, if you want to challenge me, then just come up. You think you are someone deserving of a challenge? I came here to take your head. There are already people warming up the wine, so after taking your head, I will go back to drink, Luin said. His voice was thunderous, resounding through this mountain region. How imposing! There is a type of ancient heroic bearing. A few people sighed in admiration. This type of confidence and great spirit made him appear extremely heroic. Hand over your life, Luin shouted. He stirred on his mount, and while holding the Heavenart halberd, he turned into a streak of white light before rushing up the mountain. The flood dragon beast seemed to be walking on wind. It was extremely strong, able to easily tear apart great mountains and trample ancient peaks. It could enter Lee fire magma or 9 underworld in earth as if it was just walking on normal ground. Hung Long. The flood dragon beast didn't step on the ground but instead treaded on the void, its hooves releasing thunderous rumbling sounds. The speed was just too fast, quickly rushing to the mountain gate. Kill! Luin shouted loudly. The silver battle clothes shone and the mount roared. One man, one mount, divine light overflowed into the heavens. With the Heavenart halberd in his hands, it was as if a white-robed war god had descended into this world. At this moment, everyone became shocked. The aura he released was just too powerful. It roiled outwards, making many people's hearts palpitate. They couldn't help but shudder. This was one of the celestial clan's most outstanding youth. They were worthy of their emperor clan reputation. It was just too powerful. Luin's state was extremely great. At this moment, his vitality climbed to the peak, displaying his most powerful state. Bone texts interweaved around the surface of his body, blazing resplendently like pure white divine flames. Moreover, he displayed the most powerful divine abilities and precious techniques, raising his body's fighting prowess to the limit. He was going to decide life and death with a single move, not giving himself any path of retreat. This was his conviction, believing that he could kill this powerful enemy, that there was no way he would be defeated. That was why he wanted to win brilliantly, achieving victory in a brilliant fashion. He was going to cut his enemy down in one move. Sure how nodded. This person was unique after all, worthy of being known as a young outstanding talent. Under normal circumstances they would definitely fight for a while. Only this person was too arrogant, actually wishing to decide life and death with a single move in order to remove his head. All of his divine abilities and fighting strength merged together to display the most powerful strike. Since that is the case, I will do as you wish, Sure how calmly said. Die! Luin shouted loudly. His entire body was silvery white as he borrowed the strength of the flood dragon beast, and the beast borrowed strength from him, becoming one. They erupted with the most shocking and terrifying fluctuations. Holy radiance overflowed into the heavens. As Luin shouted, that great halberd already descended, lightening up the world. It was as if a divine sun was going to explode. With a chong sound, a golden spear appeared in Sure Hao's right hand, and his body shone as well, curling with electrical arcs that were incredibly blinding. It was as if he wore a layer of golden armor. The war spear rested in his hands, his eyes deep. Following a loud shout, he took action as well. Regardless of whether it was the golden armor or the battle spear, they were all condensed from lightning, turning into tangible objects. The armor covered his body, while the spear appeared in his hands. Dang! In that instant, the golden battle spear flung the Heavenart halberd aside, and with a pu sound, pierced through Yu Luan's chest, going straight through him. Blood splashed high into the air. The world seemed to have become quiet, freezing on this scene. Everyone widened their eyes as they stared forward, not daring to believe what they were seeing. All of them were shocked. How powerful was Yu Luan? His aura already reached the limit, merging with his mount and erupting with endless holy light. He displayed his most powerful attack, yet everything came to a sudden standstill. This was like a war tune that had built up to its climax, resounding through the skies and shaking everyone's hearts. But when it reached its critical point, the instrument directly broke, ending all sounds. It was too abrupt. The world became peaceful. Time seemed to have froze on this scene. It was just one strike. Yet that youth in the monastery penetrated Yu Luan, killing one of the Emperor clan's most outstanding heroes in a clean and efficient manner. His style was incomparable. Everyone widened their mouths, staring at the mountain top where the monastery gate was. A youth stood there while facing the wind, his golden armor shining and his head of black hair scattering about. His eyes were brilliant, the war spear in his hands nailing Yu Luan into the void. Yu Luan's eyes were opened extremely wide. Blood flowed out from his mouth. He opened his mouth, wishing to say something. He was truly unwilling to accept this. How could this be? He was one of the Emperor clan's most powerful inheritors. So how could he lose to the inheritor of a shoddy monastery? Could it be him? At this moment, he strangely became clear-headed. Just now, the other party completely ignored his bone texts and pierced through all protection, ending him with one strike. This type of methods, wasn't he Huang? Rumors had it that he possessed a moment of magical immunity. He wanted to open his mouth, wishing to say something. He also used the remaining bone texts to stir an ancient treasure, carrying out a final counterattack to change the situation before death. However, everything was too late. Pu Shihao's arm moved. His entire body erupted with golden brilliance that rushed into the skies. The golden war spear shook, blasting Yu Luan into pieces, killing him on the spot. Everyone was shaken. What kind of power was this? Just a single spear, yet it killed one of the Celestial clan's most powerful inheritors. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but feel shaken, their hearts trembling. This youth was too overbearing, his golden armor brilliant and blinding. Divine might flowed out from his figure, giving him a type of world-ruling heroicness. A long roar sounded from the distance. A figure quickly closed in with killing intent. This is another one of the Celestial clan's 6 heroes. He came to rush to the rescue. Another person recognized his identity. It was clear that after this person received the news, he immediately hurried over, fearing that something unexpected would happen to Yu Luan. However, it was still a step too late. His killing intent surged as he hurried over. Chi! Right at this moment, Shiha took action. His entire body erupted with blazing radiance. It was as if golden divine flames were burning, engulfing the skies. He fiercely moved the battle spear in his hands. This was a spear condensed from the Lightning Emperor's precious technique. The symbols were extremely powerful, its might able to shock the world. Apart from this, he even infused the Kuan-Peng symbols. It could be said that this was a combination of 2 great precious techniques that made this golden spear tore through the sky. Pu! In just a split second, as if a streak of divine light shot down from outer space, it penetrated everything, piercing through the body of the Celestial clan youth that came. Then the spear exploded. Golden light surged, shaking heaven and earth. That person directly exploded, blasted apart by the flying spear in midair. Everyone was stupefied. What kind of divine might was this? In front of the mountain gate, that youth attacked like this, unexpectedly taking the life of another powerful hero from the celestial clan. After a moment of silence, this place erupted with noise. A multitude of people gathered in this mountain region. Figures could be seen everywhere. Many people arrived, and right now all of them were shaken. Countless people were shouting loudly, verbally expressing their agitation. This type of noise and loud uproar resounded through the entire mountain range. Their voices were just too loud, rushing into the clouds. It was because the battle just now was too shocking. In midair, there were still some electrical arcs that didn't scatter. Meanwhile, drops of blood splattered on the ground, extremely red and striking. It was truly a ghastly sight. Not only the scene of Yu Luan's death, but the power of the final spear left a deep impression in everyone's minds as well. It would be hard for them to forget this scene even after many years. A single spear shocked the sky, piercing through one of the 6 heroes, killing him in midair. A rain of blood scattered down. How shocking was this? The youth on the mountain didn't take a single step. He didn't descend from the mountain, nor did he risk his life or unleash a slaughter. The battle was ended just like this. Divine valiance. A few people were trembling, not willing to admit this, but they still couldn't help but roar outwards. Supreme being Dao Right's inheritor was extraordinary, terrifying to the point of making others feel great reverence. The mountain region was in a great uproar. Goddess Academy students and the disciples of other sects couldn't remain calm. They all erupted with noise. Ding! A loud and clear sound rang through the air. It was as if metal had been struck. On the mountain, a scarlet bone piece dropped. This was something left behind after Yu Luan split apart. It was half a foot long and brilliant red. Its bone texts receded. Sure Hao's pupils contracted. This item made one feel anxious. He felt rather shaken up. This was not an ordinary item. Heavenly deity symbol seal. In the end, he realized what this was. This was a secret treasure, definitely a terrifying killing weapon. If it displayed its true power, it would likely even put true deities in danger. Yu Luan was too arrogant, weaving the heaven art halberd and rushing through the sky at him, wishing to cut Sure Hao down in front of his mount. He didn't have the chance to even use this symbol seal. Sure Hao picked it up and carefully inspected it. It was bright red like jade and the size of a palm. Symbols were layered on top of each other densely, engraved within the gemstone like scarlet bone. A mysterious aura was seeping out from it. Yu Luan was not simple at all, being doted on by a heavenly deity and thus given this type of powerful symbol seal. If an ordinary person encountered this, they would definitely die while nursing grievances. Sure Hao wasn't scared of this, however, because he still had the protection symbol on him, and he believed that it would be able to hold it off. However, it would have most likely damaged the bone texts of that talisman, leaving him in quite a difficult situation. You really are unlucky, not even able to activate it, dying all because of your own arrogance, Sure Hao said to himself. He put away the scarlet symbol seal. It ended just like that? Even after a long time had passed, many people still didn't dare believe it. Such a powerful individual like Yu Luan came, becoming one with his mount and releasing holy light that overflowed into the sky, displaying such stunning power. Yet in the end, he was killed by a single spear. In front of the mountain gate, the golden armor on the youth disappeared, restoring a softness and peacefulness. He looked elegant and otherworldly, making it hard to imagine that he had just released a world-shaking strike. This type of style left everyone with too deep of an expression. When he moved, he was like a resplendent war god that overlooked everyone. But when he was quiet, he was graceful and spirited. 2 of the 6 heroes died so quickly, both of them killed in an instant. This is just too shocking, something that will shake all sides. Someone spoke, their faces changing. At this moment, everyone became clear-headed. Even though this battle ended, the effects and consequences of it had just begun. It was currently brewing, about to create a huge storm. How could the Celestial Clan be willing to accept this? They lost 2 inheritors just like that, 2 of their clan's most outstanding talents. Everyone knew that there was no way for there to be any good relations left between the two parties. This was especially the case with how unfavorable it was for the Celestial clan. Huang's appearance had left their head and face covered with grime. Under this type of state, they were most likely going to go mad. The former Emperor clan had so many things happen to them in succession recently. I believe that they will definitely be furious. Celestial clan is just too unlucky. Being challenged by Huang is one thing, but now this great senior brother then appeared, killing two of their inheritors. Everyone revealed strange expressions. The Celestial clan truly didn't have enough luck recently. Meanwhile, there were people who sighed softly. In the end, this clan was no longer an emperor clan, losing their former glory, unable to oppress the world any longer. Soon after, news spread everywhere. What? Yu Luan died. When people within Goddess Academy learned of this, they were stupefied. How much time had passed since that white-clothed heroic talent left? He died so quickly. Not long ago, he was still boasting about having people warming up the wine for them to await his return, claiming that he was going to behead that small monastery's inheritor. However, in the end, his own head was left behind in that place. Impossible! When the Celestial clan received news of this, they widened their eyes one after another, suddenly standing up to glare angrily at the one reporting these news. It wasn't just Yu Luan, another hero died as well, nailed to death by a flying spear and exploding in midair. When news of this spread, Goddess Academy erupted into commotion. All sects were shocked. This was huge news. Those that came from different sects to exchange pointers and discuss the Tao were all discussing this matter. The Celestial clan were the only ones stupefied, unable to accept this. Hurry and inform senior brother Yu Yu. Tell him not to go with Feng Wu to the Immortal engravings. Someone shouted loudly. Goddess Academy was full of noise. When people in all directions learned of what happened, great disorder ensued. In front of the grass-covered monastery gate, Sure Hao overlooked everyone. He said to himself, "It seems like the Celestial clan's higher-level figures will feel quite distressed. The 6 heroes are no longer whole, dying prematurely. Everyone's hearts were wildly beating. Before, everyone was shouting to beat up this shoddy monastery, and it was said to have a notorious reputation in the higher realms, but now this kind of person appeared. Everyone felt that there was going to be a violent development here. Apart from the Celestial clan, there might be people from other great sects who would come here. I feel like he isn't like a lunatic. He seems rather handsome and intelligent. Why does he have such a bad name?" There were female students who discussed in a soft voice. Others from the sect were spreading bad rumors about him. In reality, this person isn't that evil. Depths of the Fire Province Prairie. Pure white unicorns were drinking water. After the great rain, the ruins of Celestial clan's divine mines became lakes. There were fragments of divine materials mixed within that released brilliant radiance. A true deity looked at the auspicious beast in the distance and thought of something. His mind was shaken, and then he reported to heavenly deity Mo Luo. "Great One, there is a heavenly deity-level unicorn on Fire Province's prairie that commands all types of wild horses and beast mounts. What are you trying to say?" Mo Luo asked indifferently. Rumor has it that that heavenly deity not only produced the hooves of the heavenly horse, it even produced a spiritual jade horn that could sense many strange creatures. If Great One asks for its help, we might be able to obtain some clues. When Mo Luo heard this, he couldn't help but be stunned. He nodded, and then asked, "What other figures are there in this grassland that are worth paying a visit?" "There is also an old wolf, also a heavenly deity. It leads countless grassland wolves, enough to cover any place. If we can ask it for help, we might truly be able to find Huang." Another person said, "Only the heavenly wolf's temper was quite strange, and his nature savage as well as irritable. Normally, it wouldn't show others too much respect, and it was also hard to track down. All right, the two of us should separately pay them each a visit. No matter what price we have to pay, we must find that youth. We cannot tolerate him living for even a day longer," Mo Luo said coldly. It was clear that even the two heavenly deities were a bit shaken up. Since the Tao Protector was going to make that type of choice, it only meant one thing, and that was that he saw a bad future. That was why he was going to use the last of his life to eliminate Sure Hao. He was just a youth. Was he really that terrifying? For a taboo existence to be unable to sleep peacefully at night and feel fear, this naturally made Mo Luo and the others feel uneasy. The two great heavenly deities took action, first visiting Singlehorn Sacred Mountain, then entering Wolf Cavern to ask these two races for assistance. The grassland wolves were an extremely terrifying power, because there were just too many of them. They ranged from the lowest level wild wolves to the supreme expert realm, divine flame realm, and then the true deity realm and others. There were wolves at all levels. This was an enormous community that no one was willing to provoke. Great One, the unicorns are spiritual, and the wolf race also discovered some clues. If we link them up together, we really might be able to find Huang. After just half a day, there were divine flame realm experts that came to make the report. Where is the target? Over 100 great cracks appeared in the two great heavenly deities' surroundings. Their expressions were serious. Not in the depths of the grasslands. We need to withdraw backwards. The wolf race is extremely terrifying. There were just too many of them. They had previously discovered Sure Hao's traces, pointing in the general direction. Even though it wasn't too precise, it was still more or less accurate. Meanwhile, after the divine horn of the unicorn ascertained this, it should be correct. Celestial Clan gradually withdrew backwards, casting out a wide net to capture Sure Hao. They had to complete everything before the Tao Protector arrived, or else the consequences would be too horrible to contemplate. The unstable weather was already starting to turn away from Fire Province towards Goddess Academy. Within Goddess Academy, Yu was startled. His eyes became cold as he stared at his clansmen. He didn't say anything for a long time. We previously tried to stop Yu Luan, but he didn't listen to our advice. Someone said, feeling a bit of fear. Idiot disgrace. It is one thing if he went and killed that person, but he was actually greatly defeated, tarnishing my clan's reputation. Yu's voice was ice cold. Earlier, he told the clansmen that the clan was currently in troubled times, and that they shouldn't act rashly to avoid bringing them more inconveniences. In the end, this type of thing actually happened. Don't blame them. The main thing is that so-called great senior brother is too insolent. Yu Luan was at the prime of his youth, so how could he tolerate him crippling my clan's expert? He naturally had to go and demand an explanation. An elder spoke. I originally wanted to fight against Huang, but now I have to head for a shoddy little monastery. Yu said. He had a head of purple hair, his build tall and sturdy. His eyes were like divine lamps, sparkling with brilliance, giving him an imposing appearance. He now had no choice but to take action, or else what kind of face would the Celestial Clan have left? If their current generation couldn't even suppress the disciple of a small shoddy monastery, then they weren't deserving of being called some emperor clan. Now that the humiliation had already been done, only by sweeping through that monastery with their current generation's people could they redeem their dignity. Otherwise, if they could only rely on their clan's true deities and others to take action, the Celestial Clan would only appear even more unsightly. Only, with Yu now taking action, how could there not be people following him? After all, him and Xianxia were too special, merging with Heaven's Mandate Stones. They were where the hope of the clan laid. Once news went out, Goddess Academy erupted into commotion. The #1 youth of the Celestial Clan was going to move, paying Supreme being Dao right a visit to challenge Great Senior Brother. Not only that, but the other heroes of the Celestial Clan took action as well, moving out together towards that shoddy mountain gate. The effects of this were too great. What kind of person was Yu? He was an exceptional talent, and then he merged with the Heaven's Mandate Stone. He even had the blood of an emperor race flowing within him. This was enough for him to suppress all of his peers. Major news. Yu is going to take action, leaving to suppress and kill Great Senior Brother. This was huge news, like a storm that swept through all of Goddess Academy. This wasn't all of it. A few students immediately used transport formations to report to their own families that this level of young supreme beings were going to fight, that this was definitely a fight worth watching. This was especially the case with a few larger clans. With the battle of 3,000 provinces about to start, they definitely wanted to learn more about the outstanding individuals who were going to fight over the natural luck. Normally, where would they get such an opportunity? It was clear that there would be exceptional talents who would come here, as well as other young supreme beings arriving. They were going to witness this battle for themselves. Celestial clan in Fire Province will likely receive the news as well. I wonder what kind of reaction they will show. Someone said softly. Unbeknownst to them, that side was currently returning, bringing the storm to Goddess Academy. Hurry, if we go any later we won't make it in time. I don't want to miss out on this great battle. A few warships flew through the sky from Goddess Academy. There were a few mounts that were roaring as they headed quickly into the distance. Many people went on their way, heading towards Supreme Being Tao right. Sisters, hurry up. If that battle ends before we get there, we really will regret it. Several young ladies with outstanding appearances were moving together, drawing many eyes. Am I going crazy? Aren't those the ranked beauties? Not even they can stay calm, following along to watch the battle. The crowd was shocked. Currently, Goddess Academy was in a state of great chaos. When news traveled outwards, everyone moved out, rushing towards those mountains that were now extremely barren. In reality, not only them, even Fire Province, Kuan Province, and other places' inheritances, upon receiving news, quickly started up their transport formations and hurried over. It was to the extent where exceptional experts from great sects even further out began to move. Celestial clans Yu, a heaven-warping appearance, known as their race's #1 young expert. One that had been granted the title of the heavenly talent of a generation. His name shook tens of provinces, defeated all those before him. He had never been defeated before. Moreover, these were all battle accomplishment achieved before he merged with the Heaven's Mandate Stone. As for how powerful he was now, no one knew. That was why everyone looked forward to this. None of them wanted to miss out on a chance to understand more about him. The ambitious exceptional talents who were going to struggle for supremacy in the 3,000 provinces battle had to learn more about him, because this was definitely a great mountain that was in their way. Has Yu achieved a perfect evolution yet? Someone said with a soft voice. He definitely completed a portion of the evolution, allowing him to become even stronger. Only there is no way he can get results overnight. This is a long process, and the more time he is given, the more terrifying he would become. It was clear that these were outstanding individuals from great sects that were discussing. They understood some things about the Heaven's Mandate Stone, and as such felt incomparable restraining fear towards Yu. From Goddess Academy to Supreme Being Tao right, many cultivators could be seen along the way. They were all hurrying over, some moving through the sky, others driving war chariots. There were great ships moving through the skies as well. If one didn't know what was happening, one might have the misconception that heavenly deities or even sect masters were going to carry out a great decisive battle, and that was why the cultivators from all sides' attention were grabbed. In reality, this was just two supreme experts that were going to fight, yet the results were so great, drawing countless creatures who wished to personally witness this battle. Many cultivators ran here at top speed, breathing heavily after finally arriving here. They inwardly cried out how they were lucky not to miss this decisive battle. It hadn't started yet. When they arrived, everyone felt a bit stupefied. There were just too many creatures here. Human, Peng, Ho, Tree Spirit, Feather Race, Spirit Race, and others were present. They couldn't even reach the other side of the crowd with a single glance. The higher peaks, as long as they offered some type of favorable terrain, they were occupied. The places that were good for spectating were all packed with figures. Of course, humans made up the majority, occupying more than half. It was because they were the most common species here. There are actually so many people. Why are there a few elders too? Where did they come from? Shush, lower your voice a bit. Those are the old fellas from the academy. Those few are at the true deity realm, you know? A single mistake that offends them will make your life quite difficult. Soon after, everyone discovered that more and more people were arriving, and they were all unfamiliar. They never saw them before. That's the Jiaotu race. They are 2 provinces away, yet a group of experts came. Someone definitely sent them a message through an altar, and as a result, they quickly entered transport formations to hurry over. Not far off, there were a few creatures with clamshells around them, but their bodies were like those of dragons, releasing a terrifying aura. They were all extremely powerful, especially one of them that released a bit of true dragon aura. An exceptional talent. Jiaotu race's young supreme being came. Everyone cried out in shock, understanding that he came to observe the ins and outs of Yu. Hong. Right at this moment, the void split open. A group of creatures emerged, all of their auras extraordinary. They carried divine light, and bone texts curled up around them. Demonic crack butterfly. There were people who gasped, recognizing the creatures that appeared. They weren't that large, being a meter or 2 in length. Their bodies were covered in stripes and radiated brilliantly, making others feel fear. This type of demonic butterfly's vicious name was well known, and it was completely produced through slaughter. When pure-blooded demonic crack butterflies reached maturity, a single flap of their wings would produce tens of thousands of cracks in the sky. They were extremely powerful. More than 10 demonic butterflies appeared, but one of them was extremely special. Not only was its body resplendent and curling with holy radiance, there was even a terrifying horn on its head. In addition, there were a few phoenix feathers by its rear section. Everyone was stupefied. Was this still a demonic crack butterfly? Mutated demonic butterfly, one with noble bloodline, rumored to be one of the most powerful exceptional talents. We actually saw this type of unique demonic crack butterfly. Everyone sighed. This race was extremely powerful. Upon receiving news of this, they definitely started up a great transport formation to come here. This left everyone stupefied. The great battle hadn't even truly started, yet such powerful creatures already arrived to watch. Wild grass grew everywhere here. Ancient trees towered about. However, not even this type of abandoned scene could hide the great mountain's majesticness. Strand after strand of auspicious energy rose in spirals, surging from between the great peaks, cliffs, and piles of debris. That mountain was extremely quiet. Only half of the decorated archway remained, showing traces of humans residing here in the past, that an inheritance used to exist. Celestial Clan's experts had hurried over a long time ago. They stood together while gazing towards the great mountain ahead. They stared at the mountain gate, none of their expressions kind. Where is Yu? Which one is he? I've heard about how extraordinary he is in his generation for a long time already. What does he look like exactly? Many people were curious, looking towards that place. However, they didn't see him, unable to recognize which one of them he was. Where's Yu? He doesn't seem to be in this group. There were some that became suspicious. Who is that woman? Why is she so beautiful? Just too stunning. Quite a few people cried out when they saw Celestial Clan's Xianxia. She drew a lot of attention because she was extraordinary, unable to avoid attention even if she wanted to. Her figure was tall and wonderful. Her purple hair soft and glowing like satin as it scattered down to her waist. Her skin was soft and tender, snow white and fine. Her eyes were like clear autumn waters, and her eyelashes long and lips red. There was an extraordinary style. Even though she didn't have a smile on her face, her appearance still moved hearts. That's Celestial Clan's exceptional young lady named Xianxia. It is rumored that she came from the lower realm, and now that she merged with the Heaven's Mandate Stone, she has become the most resplendent pearl of the sect. There were people who understood the inner details, saying this softly. When everyone heard this, they sighed. Celestial Clan's pearl, one that merged with the Heaven's Mandate Stone. Outsiders can just forget about it. There was no way they would allow her to marry outside the clan. This was especially the case when there was a powerful supreme being youth like Yu. If the clan considered the importance of a powerful bloodline, they would most likely try to match these two together. Oh! Heavenly wolves howled towards the mood. A golden vortex appeared from the horizon, snapping apart ancient trees and sending enormous rocks flying. The scene was terrifying to the extreme. That place was chaotic, destroying the mountain region. there was a terrifying aura that was brought along. In the end, a gold figure appeared. A blonde youth with eagle-like eyes appeared. His aura was shocking. Fire Province Prairie's golden wolf. An exceptional talent. Someone shivered inwardly. Hong. In another direction, purple energy appeared from the east. An extremely cool and elegant woman with a divine sword on her back walked out from the void. She hurried over to this place through a region-shattering symbol. This left everyone shocked. Region-shattering symbol was in between space-shattering symbol and realm-shattering symbol in efficiency. It was extremely precious, able to allow transportation through provinces. Who is this? For the sake of observing this battle, she actually used up such a precious symbol. She is Sword Palace's Holy Lady, known for her brilliant sword. She is undefeated through 10 provinces. There were just too many people who came, so there were naturally people who had broader experiences. Recognizing this woman, it made quite a few people cry out with alarm after hearing this. Then, a scarlet-haired youth appeared that looked to be in his early 20s. He had a pair of blood wings on his back, and scarlet multicolored radiance erupted from his entire body. There was a terrifying, bloody, baleful aura. See, this person was intimidating from the first glance, as if he came from hell. It made the fine hairs of everyone here stand on end, and a layer of goosebumps appeared on their skin. This is the young master of Blood Sea. There are at least 100 provinces between them and Goddess Province. Why did he end up coming? An elder said with a low voice. Fire Province has many divine materials, as well as ancient flames. He most likely came for self-improvement and just happened to be around for this great confrontation. Another elder said. Then, they stared at the people by their side, telling them to remember that these were all geniuses. They were destined to shine brilliantly in the great battle of 3,000 provinces that was to come. Those that came to understand Yu better, regarding him as a rival, are naturally all-powerful enough themselves as well. Golden Wolf, Jiaotu, Crack Demonic Butterfly, Sword Palace Holy Lady, Blood Sea Young Master. These heaven-warping experts, if not exceptional talents, were young supreme beings of their clan. They were extremely powerful and towered in their respective areas, extremely stunning figures. Everyone could tell with a single glance that they were different. Apart from this, there was also Divine Cliff Academy's Mu Zixiao and Zhua Xiaodi, Goddess Academy's Feng Wu, Qing Yi, and others. This was a gathering of outstanding talents and geniuses. What? Yu is over there. Unknowingly only then did everyone discover with shock that the mountain gate was a bit different. There was a terrifying aura spreading outwards, as well as a powerful fluctuations diffusing. Only now did everyone realize that there was a figure within the overgrown grass that had appeared at an unknown time. He stood within the ruins. This was precisely Yu, his figure straight. Purple hair scattered down from his head as his back faced everyone. He was gazing into the small shoddy mountain gate, giving others a mighty and insurmountable feeling, powerful to the extreme. Come out to fight, Yu said, his voice possessing a type of magnetism, a bit of coldness, but even more so a terrifying penetrative force. Hong Long. Within the Dao right, there were enormous rocks that were blasted apart. Debris rushed into the air, forming a terrifying domain that was extremely frightening. Everyone was shocked. Yu was actually treating this with such seriousness, not acting with any bit of carelessness. Was he going to go all out to fight this declining inheritance's disciple? Even though they knew that this great senior brother was formidable, to the extent where he could be said to be extraordinary, yet everyone still believed that Yu was stronger. Only the current scene made everyone serious. They looked in that direction. Could this be a great battle between tigers and dragons? Don't tell me that this great senior brother is so outstanding that even Yu has to stake it all, needing to take action with full power? This is a bit absurd. It really is a bit inconceivable. How could he be so strong? There were others that mocked, saying, "What do you all understand? This is what Yu is used to doing, a lion that goes all out in hunting a rabbit. He would never underestimate an enemy or act careless." When people heard this, Many of them couldn't help but feel relieved. Yu truly had the manner of a lion. Comparatively speaking, everyone was more willing to believe that this great senior brother was the weaker one. Clear footsteps sounded. An elegant and handsome youth appeared. Many people were seeing this great senior brother for the first time. They couldn't help but be shocked, because he was too young. Compared to a few exceptional talents, this was a youngster that wasn't even 18 yet, still a bit tender. His eyes were too pure, clear like crystal. Only no one dared to look down on him. To kill celestial clans Yuluin with a single spear, no matter what, the word terrifying was definitely associated with him. Over here, Shurhao spoke. He took a step outwards, and then he immediately disappeared, landing on a distant mountaintop, not willing to destroy Supreme Being Dao right while fighting a great battle. Hong. Yu followed, and he also took action. He wasn't willing to waste any time. His palm shone, releasing 5 streaks of divine multicolored light. Every single one turned into a mountain ridge. At this moment, even the void was restricted. Only 5 mountain ridges descended from the heavens, releasing different divine, multicolored light. They shone brilliantly. This was the 5 mountain imprint, a great divine ability that originated from Western sect. Everyone was shocked. They never expected him to know this method. This type of divine ability required the understanding of the profound mysteries of the earth element, as well as a fixed amount of understanding towards the natural laws of space. Only then would the 5 great mountains that could kill deities be produced. Forget about a single person, even if it were 10,000 cultivators. When the 5 great mountains descended, they would all be suppressed and killed, crushed into ashes. Dong! A muffled sound rang through the air. Divine light rushed into the heavens. The 5 great mountains smashed apart. Supreme Being Dao Right's youth towered there, only raising a single fist towards the sky. How terrifying! This was what everyone thought inwardly. They all knew that he was strong, but they never expected him to be so formidable and domineering. When others broke through the 5 mountain imprint, they all had to use bone texts and secret methods to deal with it, while he was completely different, allowing the divine mountains to crush down, in the end blasting them apart with a single fist. Simple, direct, tyrannical. Auho! 10,000 beasts roared, their voices shaking heaven and earth. Many cultivators were so shocked their souls began to tremble. That was a tremendous pressure that was difficult to defend against. Yu took action. He was brandishing his fist, and in the end, the heavens above and earth below became covered in brilliance. There were beast figures everywhere, covering the sky and hiding the sun. The aura was powerful to an unimaginable degree. 10,000 beast fist. Even a few elders were greatly moved. The secret method Yu understood was extraordinary. This was Beast C's extreme art, known as an unmatched fist method. At this moment, 10,000 beasts roared through heaven and earth, among them not only including creatures like Pisho, White Tiger, Yazi, but also True Dragon, Qilin, and other existences that were terrifying to the extreme. In the heavens above and earth below, there were vicious beasts everywhere. They were all roaring and releasing divine might as they threw themselves over murderously. When 10,000 beasts moved, there was naturally a heaven collapsing and earth rending effect. It shook this entire battlefield, affecting everyone's hearts. However, what was completely unexpected was that Shurhao continued to stand there, fearless as he faced the attacks of 10,000 beasts, facing his opponent's fist divine ability. Yu's eyes erupted with divine radiance. He narrowed his eyes. He originally prepared these long-distance attacks for Huang, because he knew about the magical force immunity. He was just using this great senior brother as a practice target, but he never expected that it couldn't do anything to him. After a flurry of attacks, the other party was drowned in symbols. Then, like a demonic god, Yu rushed over, easily tearing apart a great mountain and tossing the 2 halves of the great peak aside. He grabbed towards Shurhao, who was dodging in midair. Everyone sucked in a cold breath of air. What kind of divine might was this? Tearing apart a great peak was as easy as ripping apart a scarecrow. It was a bit too shocking. Hong! Heaven collapsed and earth split. The entire void began to tremble intensely. Both individuals produced a fist imprint, erupting with world-shocking radiance. Blood. It has just started. Yet someone is already bleeding. Everyone was shocked. This was an incredibly intense struggle. Was life and death going to be decided so soon? Heaven and earth swayed. Bone texts flickered. Blood splashed outwards, bright red and striking, accompanied with scarlet multicolored light. It was extremely dazzling. Divine blood. There is an abnormal scene. Even a few older generation experts became serious, their pupils releasing strands of radiance. The blood that scattered outwards released blazing red multicolored light, almost as if it was burning. A terrifying fluctuation rippled outwards, every drop more resplendent and beautiful than rubies. Dong! Palms and fingers collided again, producing a thunderous noise. The two young experts passed each other. Symbols interweaved and divine light rushed into the heavens. They each backed up, and then they pulled back their fists, standing on different mountain peaks. Supreme Being Tao Right really has produced quite the character. Actually able to take on you, use fist head-on without dying, only bleeding a bit between the palms and fingers. Someone released a light sigh. Everyone saw that this pretty and delicate youth's hand was bright red, carrying blood drops. His head was currently lowered, looking at his palm. Being able to do this is already quite excellent. Blocking Yu's strike, this individual can be considered stunning. How many people throughout the different provinces could accomplish this? The exceptional talent of an emperor clan, one that merged with the Heaven's Mandate Stone, had a fighting strength that was difficult to appraise. Yet now, a shoddy monastery's disciple could actually stop him, not dying immediately. On the other mountain peak, Yu stood there, his purple hair thick and dancing about in the wind. His eyes were like divine lamps as they released terrifying radiance that was resplendent and intimidating. There was a type of unmatched temperament. Yu is unmatched? Who can compete against him? Celestial Clan's youngsters were all excited, because Yu injured the shoddy monastery's youth with a single strike. It stirred them on. Recently, there was just too much bad news for Celestial Clan. Their immortal treasure was stolen. Huang unleashed a great slaughter, and then Yuluin was killed by a small monastery's disciple. It really was terrible for them. Now Yu took action, moving unhindered, exuding a type of insurmountable power. It made the blood of Celestial Clan's younger generation boil. Yu, this child truly is extraordinary, even a bit stronger than what we had anticipated. How could a trifling monastery's disciple compare to our clan's young supreme being? It was a divine flame realm expert that spoke. His eyes were full of praise. He was quite grateful that Celestial Clan had qualified successors. They would definitely display their brilliance again in the future. But of course, my clan's exceptional talent has ancient emperor blood flowing within him, the imprint of being unrivaled in his bones. If he cannot even easily dominate the disciple of a small monastery, then how can he overlook the higher realm's 3,000 provinces? Another divine flame realm elder said proudly. The group of young celestials were even more excited, feeling proud for their own race. They envisioned the future where Yu led them on a path of resurgence. He would definitely rise up, his aura devouring mountains and rivers, his name left behind in the annals of history. The Celestial Clan's true deities arrived. Only their expressions were serious. They didn't reveal looks of joy like their disciples, instead releasing cold radiance from their eyes. They really wanted to personally take action. Yu is so powerful, it seems like Supreme Being Tao Right's inheritor is going to be defeated quite easily. It won't take long. Just a single fist from Yu injured that youth. Under everyone's discussions, Golden Wolf, Cracked Demonic Butterfly, Blood Sea Young Master, Feng Wu, Jiaotu, and others revealed a look of shock, their eyes releasing radiance as they stared at the battlefield. Shut up. What do you all understand? That's not the case at all. The blood is Yu's, the Golden Wolf shouted. He turned into a youth, his head of golden hair shining like the sun, releasing blinding light. Meanwhile, his pupils were penetrating like blades. Everyone trembled at first, intimidated by the terrifying might that was released. Then they were shocked. What did he mean? The blood wasn't left behind by Supreme being Dao Right's disciple. Everyone became stupefied, their expressions becoming rigid. Originally, they were still discussing how powerful Yu was, believing that he injured his opponent with a single fist. However, now they heard these words. It was just too sudden. Yu's blood. Quite a few people swallowed their saliva, feeling that this was unbelievable. Their faces were full of shock as they looked towards the battlefield. Yu's figure was straight as he stood on the mountain peak like a demonic god, the powerful spiritual pressure he exerted making them feel a great pressure. His eyes were deep. They couldn't see the situation of his hands due to the long sleeves. On the other side, even though Supreme being Dao Right Youth's hands were red with blood dripping down, it seemed like he really didn't have any injuries. Everyone erupted into an uproar. This was just the first strike, yet Yu was the one that suffered a loss, not this small shoddy monastery's disciple. This was too hard to believe. This can't be true. Celestial Clan's group of youngsters' faces became pale. They forcefully clenched their fists as they stared forward. It was actually this type of result, completely different from what they had just cried out, not like that at all. This left them shocked, as well as a bit fearful, worrying that Yu would be defeated. Celestial Clan's Divine Flame Realm elders were shocked as well, because not even they saw the truth just now. The main reason was because they had too much confidence in Yu, not expecting that youth's flesh to be so ridiculously powerful. In the distance, the ones that were watching the battle clamored with noise, voices sounded loudly. And Celestial Clan's true deity's eyes flickered, feeling a bit relieved. They released a breath. Apart from this, the outstanding figures of different sects widened their eyes, revealing looks of shock. Meanwhile, the Golden Wolf, Sword Palace's Holy Lady, Feng Wu, Mu Zixiao, Crack Demonic Butterfly, and others revealed serious expressions as they watched the changes that were taking place on the battlefield. Hao's right hand was entirely red, releasing scarlet fiery radiance. It also extended up his entire arm, covering it with bone texts. Waves of rumbling sounds could be heard. Blood Paste Hand. Divine Cliff Academy's outstanding talent Mu Zixiao shouted, his expression grave. Those 3 words seemed to carry demonic nature. When the others heard this, their expressions all changed. Even a few elders trembled, their eyebrows standing on end as they widened their divine eyes. They carefully inspected Hao's arm, and then they couldn't help but gasp. The cultivators from all sects shivered coldly, feeling a layer of goosebumps appear on their bodies. Blood Paste Hand was an extremely terrifying fist imprint. Once it was refined, when it landed on the body of a similar level expert, it would immediately make that person's flesh wither away, exhausting its spiritual essence and turning it into a bloody paste. This type of secret method was extremely vicious, known as a forbidden method. In the past, there were quite a few heavenly deities that died under this fist imprint, to the extent where there were even a few sect masters that nursed grievances because of this as well. It was known as a demonic hand for killing great figures. This type of method was extremely difficult to cultivate, not really some secret method restricted to a single sect. If one had the patience and was willing to pay the price, they could obtain the complete scriptures. Only, it was too difficult to cultivate, with a single mistake exhausting one's blood essence, making one suffer a loss themselves. Not many people were able to cultivate this ability. No one expected Yu to grasp this type of secret method, using his own blood as a medium to display the blood paste hand. Supreme being Dao Right's inheritor was clearly in quite a predicament. Hao's entire arm was in burning pain, experiencing a type of terrifying corrosion. This type of feeling was not good at all. It was a bit troublesome. Blood Paste Hand was one of the higher realm's most vicious fist imprints. Open! He shouted loudly, his breath like thunder. Electricity appeared in the void, and his entire arm released auspicious multicolored light. He used his own powerful precious techniques to expel the blood-colored symbols. Only this type of secret method was quite unique, as if it attached to his bones and nerves. Once it stuck on, it was difficult to expel, as if it was going to completely merge with the flesh. This was where the blood paste hand's frightfulness laid. It would turn the flesh into paste. This process was difficult to stop. Pong! Sure Hao didn't try to just passively get rid of it, but instead using offense in place of defense. The flesh and blood within his entire arm moved, blood surged, turning into a divine sword, releasing blazing sword energy. Chi! His pores shone, releasing a bloody mist. Then, bone texts grew dim, and his arm that seemed to be burning returned to normal, no longer fluctuating with symbols. Supreme Being Dao Right's great senior brother is so formidable, unexpectedly able to neutralize the blood-paced hand. Forget about the youth, even a few elders widened their eyes, feeling extremely shocked. In the past, the reason why many heavenly deities and sect masters died under this fist imprint was because it was extremely strange and sinister. When both parties were at the same level, it was extremely difficult to stop. Hong! That mountain region released blinding radiance, because the two young experts took action again, clashing together. It was like two great peaks colliding, releasing tremendous power. The two of them quickly exchanged attacks, turning into two indistinct shadows. There were expanses of divine light that surged around them. Their speeds were too fast. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged over 100 moves. This left everyone shocked. They originally thought that a few dozen exchanges would end the battle, never expecting Supreme Being Dao Right's great senior brother to be so powerful, unexpectedly evenly matched with Yu. When this result appeared, it toppled the prediction many people had before the battle. Both sides were tyrannical, the battle unpredictable. This would definitely become a great battle whose results were difficult to predict. Yu was extremely powerful, taking the initiative to attack from the start of the battle. Vicious attacks were released unendingly, sometimes like a Zhiyan leaping into the air, other times like a great Pong spreading its wings as he rushed forward murderously. Pong! His hands each produced an imprint, shaking the void. One hand was a tiger, the other a dragon, and while accompanied with tremendous roars, a tiger and a dragon appeared, throwing themselves forward. The precious imprints were truly shocking, and at this moment, they charged viciously at Sure Hao. Chi! Sure Hao's fists released resplendent radiance, blasting the void until it distorted with his world-shaking divine force. He faced the tiger and dragon head-on. Blinding radiance erupted between the two like lightning. This was all produced by the collision, the clash of divine force. Beams of light rushed into the heavens. If any of the spectators were caught in the blast wave, they would definitely explode on the spot, turning into bloody mist. Sure Hao blocked the other party, and at the same time, his entire being erupted with brilliance, releasing a wave of shocking fluctuations. One of his legs became like a dragon snake's tail, lashing outwards with great force. This was the golden snake leg, a precious technique he obtained from Origin Sky Secret Realm. Its name was quite ordinary, but its power was shocking, like a whip produced by a dragon snake. Its power made the void tremble. Yu was extremely outstanding. With a raise of his hand, he raised a mountain peak and smashed it at Sure Hao. Kacha! Sure Hao's golden snake leg left behind a golden whip shadow, thrashing on the mountain and blasting it apart. Enormous rocks scattered the clouds, smoke and dust flew everywhere. Meanwhile, this leg's direction didn't change, locking in on Yu, continuing to lash outwards, unexpectedly containing a resonance of a dragon snake. Pong! Yu's arms guarded against this attack, shaken up greatly, his blood and chi roiled. His head of purple hair danced about crazily, and his eyes shone. Two resplendent and blinding spears shot out from his pupils. Dang! An expanse of lightning fired out as soon as Sure Hao opened his mouth, blasting them away. It turned into bone texts before scattering into the void. Meanwhile, Sure Hao's right palm slapped down. A sphere of light wrapped around it, ultimately turning into an enormous ball of lightning the size of a mountain before smashing down on Yu. This was an application of the Lightning Emperor's precious technique. It turned into a lightning palm that immediately erupted with power. Ho! Yu roared loudly, producing heavenly sound. The cymbals in his mouth rippled outwards, and then it produced a wave of cymbals that swept out like a tsunami. It was similar to the lion's roar divine ability. This was Celestial Roar, an incomparably violent attack that made the void tremble and caused several great mountains below to split apart inch by inch. The scene was extremely terrifying. Shurhao's hand drew out an arc, and then an expanse of bone text appeared, isolating the heavenly sound. In addition, a golden spear formed from lightning appeared in his hands. He directly pierced it outwards towards the area between Yu Yu's brows. Hong! Heaven and earth erupted. Yu Yu's hands merged, clasping the spear's edge in between, and then erupted with endless radiance. His figure was imposing and magnificent. Many people trembled inwardly. This was heaven's imprint. When two hands merged, it was known to be able to sever all tangible objects in this world. One of the celestial clan's restricted arts. Sure enough, the edge of the spear exploded into heaven-shocking lightning that covered the world. Electrical arcs flew in all directions, terrifying to the extreme. It was as if golden waves were engulfing the skies. However, there were quite a few people who had sharp eyes. They saw a drop of blood flow out from between Yu Yu's fingers. That place was injured. It was true. During the first collision against Supreme being Dao Right's inheritor, his palm was injured, dripping out blood. That was why he directly used the blood paste hand. Everyone was greatly moved. They now understood that it was because Yu Yu's hands were injured that he displayed the terrifying blood paste hand. How terrifying was Supreme being Dao Right's inheritor's flesh. To actually make Yu Yu suffer a light injury right from the start, it really was terrifying, almost a bit absurd. A declining monastery silently nurtured this type of young supreme being? Their name wasn't known before. This was a bit strange. Many people stared at Shurhao, and a few of them even revealed looks of surprise. Heaven's imprint merged together. Yu Yu was cold and ruthless. It was as if worlds collided when his hands merged, blasting apart the expanse of symbols Shurhao produced, making the heavens tremble. Hong! Shurhao's body shone. Bone texts covered it densely. Heavenly calamity light appeared, and as if it was going to destroy the entire world, it submerged everything below. This was the precious technique of his former supreme being Bone. This place completely erupted. Bone texts covered this place densely. Tribulation lightning poured down from the heavens like starry streams, drowning Yu Yu within. This was completely a punishment from heaven. Heaven's imprint. Yu Yu shouted loudly. He had a bad feeling, activating the Celestial Clan's restricted precious technique again. His hands merged together, producing endless symbols. They erupted outwards, pouring out like a great sea with him at the center. Pong! This place was covered in a boundless expanse, and nothing could be seen any longer. Everything was covered in bone texts. Below, there were a few great mountains that melted like ice and snow, quickly crumbling apart before disappearing, turning into ashes under the two great precious techniques. The backs of everyone watching this battle felt ice-cold. They couldn't help but take steps backwards. Many of them were trembling with fear. What kind of heavenly might is this? They were all supreme experts, yet how many of them could take on these attacks? Hong! This place trembled. The void became blurry, deforming severely. It was as if everything was going to explode. When the curtain of light disappeared, Yu Yu's hair scattered about, his eyes ice-cold as he stared forward. His hand was dripping with blood, the same hand that an injury appeared on before. After experiencing this great collision, that injury split apart again, unable to heal. Bright red radiance erupted, a sinister demonic force within the blood. Shurhao was calm, his body perfectly fine, but inwardly shocked. This was the first time he displayed the precious technique recorded on the bone piece, and currently it was still incomplete, unable to display its true power. If it was completely restored, it would be called Heaven's Hand. When he was borrowing Celestial Clan's Immortal melody for comprehending the Tao, even though it made the imprints of this precious technique appear again within his flesh, there were still a few bone texts that were indistinct, not completely comprehended. He needed time. What a pity! It is still lacking a bit. Otherwise, it would have already blasted Yu Yu's body apart. Shurhao admitted that he had underestimated this individual before. He was worthy of being an exceptional talent of the Celestial Clan. After merging with the Heaven's Mandate Stone, he became a terrifying enemy. In reality, Yu was quite shocked. This was just a shoddy small monastery. So how could this type of inheritor appear? In the distance, the Celestial Clan found it difficult to calm down. Heaven's imprint was known as the most powerful heaven art. And now that Yu underwent a perfect transformation, his cultivation became quite a bit stronger. This type of overlaying effect was definitely enough to overlook normal exceptional talents. However, this obscure and unknown youth before him was unexpectedly so difficult to deal with. His right hand was dripping with blood, the injury difficult to heal. This was just too shocking. Everything was quiet. This result exceeded the predictions of every cultivator here. The inheritor of this shoddy monastery was powerful to a ridiculous degree. Not even the number one young supreme being of an emperor clan could suppress him. Enough. It will end here, Yu said. His aura surged, erupting with the most shocking divine force fluctuations, making the earth below split apart and the distant mountain peaks crack. The heavens began to distort. His aura was extremely powerful, and in an instant, it was as if an enormous prehistoric beast, a true dragon, was waking, about to throw the world into chaos. Everyone's hearts trembled, their souls shaking as well. However, in that instant, this type of terrifying aura disappeared, coming quickly but leaving quickly as well. At the same time, Yu disappeared from this world, his figure becoming blurry and completely disappearing. What was going on? Everyone was stupefied as they looked around for him. Yu is an exceptional talent. This is his precious technique. And now, he is displaying it. Someone knew the truth. The cultivators from various sects were shaken. This type of precious technique was extremely special, unexpectedly allowing him to disappear from heaven and earth. It was so powerful that not even the deities could discover his whereabouts. Moreover, this was just a fraction of his precious technique. There was definitely thunderous might. Many people trembled inwardly. This type of divine ability was impossible to defend against. If Yu used this to deliver a killing blow, who could defend against him? However, there were also a few people who became excited, for example, the Golden Wolf, Demonic Crack Butterfly, Jiaotu, Blood Sea Young Master, and others. They finally saw the divine ability bestowed by the heavens onto the Celestial Clan's exceptional talent. The reason why these young outstanding talents came was precisely to learn more and observe carefully. They now saw Yu use precious technique. Apart from them, the Celestial Clan were also excited and moved. They finally witnessed their clan's young supreme being display his might. This battle was most likely going to conclude. Even though these people hadn't seen it before, they knew how terrifying Yu's precious technique was. That was the unmatched technique most suited to him. She's purple clothes fluttered about, her appearance extremely beautiful, her figure impressive. Right now, her face was calm as she quietly watched the battlefield. On the other side, Yu-chan was elegant and outstanding, her expression quiet and peaceful. There wasn't a trace of worry. Hao was unmoving like a mountain. While standing in the void, he overlooked the mountains and rivers, saying, Yu, this is your methods. To hide in the darkness. I am looking down on you from the heavens. Everything should end here. Yu's voice sounded, but it was unknown which direction it came from. Hong. Suddenly, a shocking fluctuation erupted in the void. Hao felt sharp pain from his eyes. There were unexpectedly strange symbols used on his body. Heaven's judgment. Depriving light. Yu's voice sounded cold and ruthless, as if he was going to wipe out everything. It was as if he was high up above and carrying out a terrifying ruling. Hao's eyes were in sharp pain. The radiance before his eyes retreated, and endless darkness surged over. He blasted his fist outwards, striking towards the source of the voice. However, he didn't make contact with anything. Hong. On the contrary, a ferocious magical imprint struck over, fierce and domineering, blasting towards the back of his head. It was incomparably terrifying. Bone texts poured out like a sea. Even though everything before Hao's eyes was black, unable to see anything else. There was no way he would be easily struck like that. He quickly moved out of the way. Heaven's judgment. Depriving sound. You use cold voice sounded again. A strange magical law appeared, surrounding this heaven and earth. Sure how discovered that all sounds disappeared. The entire world was quiet and deathly still. His ears went deaf. Do you have any final words? Within this dark and cold world, Sure how could only hear you use words. His senses couldn't capture any other sounds or scenery. This type of precious technique was extremely strange. It unexpectedly deprived one of their 5 senses. Heaven's judgment. Depriving flesh. You use voice sounded again. This was a killing blow. The true danger arrived, surrounding him. Bone texts were everywhere. Hong. Even though Sure how couldn't see or hear, he felt a sense of danger from deep inside. Symbols appeared on the surface of his body. His hands formed imprints, ready to face the attack at any moment. Dong. It was as if a divine hammer struck down on every inch of Sure how's flesh. Those symbols were everywhere, attacking his flesh from all angles to pulverize him into bloody paste. Sure how was greatly shaken. Even with his body protecting bone texts surging and his hands forming fist imprints, bombarding outwards, he still wasn't able to defend himself. The other party's precious technique was extremely special. There were no holes and everything was used on a single person to wipe him out. This was different from the past. Sure how seemed to have felt an enormous demonic disc appear in the air, swirling here to crush his flesh. It was terrifying to the extreme. In reality, there really was a demonic disc like this formed from bone texts, depriving Sure how of his flesh, displaying the terrifying nature of this precious technique. Kill! Sure how roared loudly. Heavenly calamity lightning appeared again, appearing everywhere, attacking all sides indiscriminately. This was originally a wide-range forbidden great divine ability. Your struggle is futile. This is the world's ruling, seizing light and sound, erasing your flesh to wipe you out. Yu said coldly. It was unknown where he was. It was as if he was an otherworldly death that overlooked a forlorn mortal. Hong. Heavenly calamity lightning erupted, blasting apart the demonic disc, making the bone texts dim quite a bit. It was no longer able to truly destroy Sure how's flesh. Heaven's judgment. Depriving primordial spirit. Yu shouted. This time he was serious and cold, using even more terrifying methods to push his precious techniques to the limit. With a wung sound, the space between Sure how's brows experienced great pain. His primordial spirit was unexpectedly going to be pulled out from his skull, separating from the flesh. This was an extremely serious matter. Once the two separated, he would definitely be in great danger. His flesh would definitely be thoroughly destroyed by the other party, and while separated from the shell, the primordial spirit was like a plant without roots. What kind of strange divine ability was this? Sure how faced this technique. Even now, he was unable to make sense of this matter. The other party seemed to be invisible, and precious techniques came from all directions, all targeted at his body. It was difficult for him to free himself. Meanwhile, he wanted to attack the other party, yet he couldn't find a target. This left him in an extremely defensive state. Pooh! Sure how coughed out a mouthful of blood, because depriving light, sound, and flesh were still ongoing. Together with the depriving primordial spirit, dealing with all of it left him quite drained. Sure how's flesh was crushed by the demonic disc and being viciously grinded. His primordial spirit was wrapped around by a divine chain and pulled on. A divine ruling to execute him was going to be carried out. Why can't I injure him? Sure how asked himself. He was injured, blood trickling out from his body. But it wasn't so bad as to injure his core. A formless screen of light appeared. His only heavenly passage vaguely formed. However, this first heavenly passage wasn't completely opened, because it felt a wave of pressure. He had to break past that void pressure in order to truly appear. In that instant, a streak of light flew past his mind. He now completely understood. The so-called depriving light, sound, flesh, primordial spirit and others were all illusions that misguided him. The other's true precious technique was related to space. This flash of comprehension made Sure Hao understand that he had entered a void cage. All of the so-called attacks from the other party were just words to misguide him. The true precious technique was the spatial Tao. This really was extraordinary. If one couldn't wake up from this, they would definitely die without understanding why. It was just too misleading, and even powerful exceptional talents wouldn't be able to understand. Upon understanding what was happening, Sure Hao entered a state of comprehension. He knew that to break through this method, the most effective method was to break through this cage with his most powerful divine ability. Hong. Sure Hao formed a fist imprint, displaying his unmatched precious technique, Reincarnation. At this moment, not only did this display a power of time, there was also a domineering divine force. It was a fist condensed with the power of time. His fist erupted with tens of thousands of streaks of radiance as it blasted towards the heavens. Pooh! Yu coughed out blood. He revealed a look of shock. The other party actually understood the secret of his precious technique, breaking through his imprisonment, shaking up his core precious technique. The void trembled, making him suffer damage as well. His body swayed, blood flowing from his mouth and dyeing his clothes red. The void was broken through, and cracks appeared. The spatial cage became unstable. Sure Hao immediately recovered his sight. Sound was restored to his ears, and his primordial spirit stabilized. Everything was restored. Yu actually saw through it. Yu wiped the blood from the corner of his lips. His powerful body shone, erupting with terrifying energy. His power could rapidly increase. This is the spatial cage I opened. As long as I will it, I can trap you for an eternity. In this place I am the law. You can forget about leaving, Yu said coldly. The crowd was nowhere in sight. This place was isolated from the outside world. Yu rose into the air and looked down at Sure Hao from above. Under the effects of the void Tao, I am the Lord, while you are just a prisoner. This is my world. Sure Hao remained calm, saying, since that's what you believe, I will defeat you in this very world. He wasn't in a hurry to tear apart this space, instead preparing to fight. Void binding, depriving senses, Yu shouted, once again displaying the powerful and strange innate precious technique to imprison Sure Hao. Only this time Sure Hao was prepared. He remained fearless, slowly opening his only heavenly passage. Even though it endured a tremendous pressure, he still succeeded. As such, those strange and bizarre forces couldn't approach him. Ha! Yu was shocked. Under his void Tao, there was still someone who could unexpectedly produce their own domain. It made his heart jump crazily. It's you, he immediately realized with a start. He had his suspicions to begin with, but he was now even more certain. It was because he knew that Huang had this type of method. Correct. This old one is Huang. We met before, Sure Hao said. When Yu heard this, he couldn't help but release a loud roar, erupting with all of his potential. There was even a wave of anger. I was looking for you, he roared. Huang, the one that destroyed the celestial clan's divine minds, killed the clan's experts, making them feel great pressure, and turning them into the laughingstock of all clans. The most important thing was that Huang stole the immortal treasure. He couldn't be let off. In addition, Sure Hao even represented a small shoddy monastery, slaughtering the celestial clan's most powerful disciples, tarnishing the celestial clan's prestige, almost turning them into a joke. I will kill you, Yu roared. No matter what, this battle had to be carried out to the end. It was unavoidable. Since you know who I am, then I will join you in a battle. Sure Hao's body shone. The Kuan Peng technique appeared. He hadn't used the full power of this precious technique in a long time, always suppressing it to avoid exposing himself. Now he unleashed it. Kill! Both individuals shouted loudly. This battle was extremely shocking. The void cage trembled, and both individuals fought until they were crazy, fought until divine blood surged. Ho! Yu roared. His hair was completely disheveled. Not only did he use his void Tao, he even displayed the celestial clan's greatest precious technique, Heaven's Imprint. The two clashed viciously, exchanging long over 400 to 500 moves. Sure Hao became more valiant the longer he fought. In the end, he erupted, using his only heavenly passage to protect himself. He displayed the Kuan Peng technique to its limit, fighting to his heart's content, his entire body free from worries. It's been so long since I've been able to put my all into a fight. The Kuan Peng technique has been slumbering for too long. Doesn't your celestial clan want it? I will let you see it right here. Sure Hao shouted. This time he began to display his might, no longer hesitating. His body and bone texts merged, becoming one with his spirit. His fighting strength immediately increased a level. In that instant, the pressure you faced multiplied, Kuan Peng shattering all methods. Sure Hao roared, his entire body becoming resplendent. Brilliant golden feathers appeared around his body, and there were black stripes as well that released heart-shaking power. These were obviously not true feathers and just formed from bone texts. Kill! He released a loud shout. All of his divine feathers shone, releasing an undying aura. Then they completely exploded. The so-called destroying all techniques were actually like this. It made you feel fear. These were Kuan Peng true feathers, numbering in the thousands to 10,000s. They turned into heavenly arrows that penetrated heaven and earth, rushing over with extreme speed, covering everything in that area. Void Dao! Yu shouted, wishing to disturb this attack with spatial natural laws and restrict it. In addition, his hands merged together, forming heaven's imprint to protect himself, destroying a few true feathers. They released a great power. However, this was a reflection of Sure Hao's precious technique evolved to the limit. His methods were extraordinary, condensing his most terrifying fighting strength. Calling it a strike at the very peak was already more or less accurate. The Void Dao could only restrict it, and Heaven's imprint couldn't destroy all of them. Pooh! Kuan Peng true feathers blasted through space, piercing heaven and earth, covering everything densely as they arrived. In the end, many of them entered Yu's body, piercing through him. Blood splashed high into the air. Ah! Yu released a loud roar. His entire body trembled. This cage became unstable, directly torn apart by the remaining fluctuations of the Kuan Peng technique. Both of them appeared in the outside world. Everyone was shocked. The two had disappeared just now, yet they reappeared. Yu's entire body was covered in blood. This was too abrupt. What happened? Why does Celestial Clan's #1 young supreme being have so many golden divine feathers impaled into his body? Everyone was shocked, all of them stunned. The situation is unstable. Is Yu going to be defeated? Many people widened their eyes. The situation had developed to this state, exceeding everyone's expectations. It all changed just too quickly. Regardless of whether it was the younger generation or the older figures, they were all shocked. Yu, who didn't have any opponents for dozens of provinces, actually suffered such a great loss, seemingly in great danger. Cough, Pu. Yu staggered backwards, coughing out blood again. His tall and sturdy body had many golden feathers inserted within it. Blood dripped outwards, creating an extremely shocking sight. How heroic was he? Ever since he started his path of cultivation, he had always defeated all in his path, rising unstoppably. There had never been anyone that exchanged over a few dozen attacks against him. He was so powerful that the younger generation felt despair. Yet today he was injured so severely. The Golden Wolf, Sword Palace's holy lady, Crack Demonic Butterfly, Blood Sea Young Master, Jiaotu and other exceptional talents all revealed strange expressions. The situation seemed to have suddenly changed, leaving them greatly shocked. The Celestial Clan were immediately dumbstruck. The younger generation's faces were snow white. Their clan's #1 young expert was left in such a miserable state, simply unimaginable. In their hearts, Yu was always unmatched. However, what they saw made their hearts sink, feeling a sense of defeat. The Celestial Clan's hope of resurgence, Yu, was going to be defeated? Celestial Clan's Divine Flame Realm expert's eyes erupted with radiance. fiery light surged into the heavens and killing intent pervaded the air. They were about to take action to eliminate that pretty and delicate-looking youth in front of them. A small monastery's disciple was actually so domineering. "We cannot leave him alive." There were true deities from the celestial clan who said coldly. This was what they thought inside and transmitted through their divine senses, sounding in the ears of all of their clansmen. This kind of result was an unbearable humiliation. They couldn't allow a youth to stand above the celestial clan's number one young supreme being. However, under everyone's eyes, if they brazenly took action, the effects would be extremely negative. They would most likely be denounced by others and be kicked while they were down by a few great sections. "Create a disturbance, and then kill him," someone said softly. He wanted to incite the younger generation and make this place chaotic, and then he would secretly take action. There were quite a few of the celestial clan's younger generation whose eyes were red. This was a humiliation. The unmatched hero within their hearts was going to collapse. It was hard for them to accept this. "Kill him," a few people cried out, their hands carrying precious artifacts, about to rush over. Xianxia's clothes fluttered about with the wind, wrapping around her perfect body and setting off wonderful curves. Meanwhile, her head of purple hair also fluttered about, her oval face sparkling white, eyes like gemstones, her nose straight and tall. She was extremely stunning. She found it difficult to remain calm. Even the powerful Yu was defeated. It really was unexpected, making her moved. Celestial Clan's younger generation's glory was going to dim from this battle? How could this shoddy small monastery produce such a powerful disciple? Her heart was rising and falling violently as she looked at Yu, and then at that pretty and delicate youth. "Xianxia, take action as well," a true deity said secretly. Having her produce the secret treasure she was bestowed by the clan's higher levels. When Xianxia heard this, her expression went sluggish, feeling hesitation. However, the clansman urged her again, telling her that she had to take action urgently to disturb the peace of this place. Her fair shining face was full of hesitation. Even though she was a member of the Celestial Clan and should obey orders and swiftly take action, this really wasn't very honorable. "Hurry up! There isn't enough time!" a clan elder roared. Xianxia's palm shone. An item appeared, surging with auspicious radiance, appearing like a lotus flower, sparkling and brilliant between her fingers. This was a sacred object bestowed by a heavenly deity. She knew how powerful this secret treasure was. Attacking like this would likely even kill a true deity. Suddenly, ripples appeared from the distance. Mysterious fluctuations appeared. A woman looked over from that direction, elegant and aloof. Her white clothes fluttered about, as if a cold beauty was descending into the world of mortals. Xianxia saw Qingyi. Ripples appeared within her heart. The words that they had exchanged earlier in Goddess Academy appeared within her mind, leaving her a bit distracted. Her thoughts were complicated. Back then, that exceptional white-clothed youth had voiced the unfairness sure how received. That white-clothed young lady was smiling faintly, a green flame appearing between her brows like an imprint. It radiated brilliantly, releasing a mysterious and terrifying fluctuation. Apart from this, Qingyi pulled over Feng Wu, as well as a few elders from Goddess Academy. Xianxia was stupefied. Was the other party standing against them going to stop Celestial Clan from taking action? Elders. Xianxia turned around to look at her clan's deities. What else is there to hesitate over? Could it be that you want to watch Yu die in battle? Our Celestial Clan humiliated. A divine flame realm expert's face revealed an ugly expression. Suddenly, the bodies of all of the divine level experts from the Celestial Clan trembled, their expressions changing at the same time. Then, they widened their eyes, gazing towards the battlefield. It was because at this moment, they heard a heaven-shocking piece of news that exploded like thunder by their ears. That was Yu secretly sending them a message, warning them. He is Huang, sure how who came from the lower realm. Yu's entire body was covered in injuries and dripping with blood. The golden true feathers were unstoppable, piercing through his flesh. Some of them even nailed into his bones. His hair was standing in anger. The other person stole their world-shocking immortal treasure from their divine cave, and then continuously killed their clan's heroes. This was an undisguised provocation and humiliation. If it really is him, then there's nothing to be said. Don't feel any restraining fear and directly wipe him out. There were true deities who spoke, immediately erupting with killing intent, no longer holding themselves back. They were going to take action with full force. No! Yu stopped them. He wanted to personally kill Huang, to have Hao's corpse lay at his feet. He couldn't be defeated by this person. He was going to redeem his own dignity. What are you saying? The true deity frowned inwardly, revealing discontent. They already knew that person's identity, so how could they still sit still? This is my battle. I do not want you all to take action. I am going to put in my all and rise with this battle, Yu said. If he was defeated today, what kind of face would he have left? He was the Celestial Clan's #1 expert. Even if he lost in the great battle of 3,000 experts, he still couldn't be defeated under the hands of Huang, who the entire Celestial Clan was against. He couldn't swallow this humiliation. Regardless, he had to win, cutting Hao down before him, using this to truly wash away the humiliation he suffered from just now. In addition, from the present situation, it was already enough that he revealed Hao's identity to the clansmen. What followed now was only the battle between him and Huang. Yu had long withdrew far enough. His body flickered with symbols, becoming incomparably dazzling, burning the Kuan Peng true feathers and dissolving this great pain. Hao was extremely shocked. If it were other supreme experts, they would have died a long time ago, let alone trying to live and neutralize it. However, Yu was unexpectedly still holding on. One has to understand that those weren't true feathers but bone texts that carried Kuan Peng power. They began to shine as soon as they penetrated the other party's flesh, trying to tear the other party apart. Even powerful, exceptional talents would find it difficult to live. Yu was too special. Even though cracks appeared in his flesh, he forcefully suppressed the injuries. A great Tao divine bell sound rang from within his body, ear-splitting and deafening. This was not only because his secret methods were shocking, but because there was something within his body as well that was helping him neutralize this hopeless situation, avoiding this difficult trial. Hao walked over, pressing forward. Yu took steps backwards, his figure becoming blurry and quickly disappearing from this place. He displayed the void Tao, the divine art bestowed onto him by the heavens. If he carefully hid and concealed himself, it would be difficult to find or approach him. Hong! Suddenly, a wave of holy light rushed out from Yu's body. There was a strange stone within his body that released auspicious radiance. It was scarlet red, then surging with purple energy, then spotlessly white like jade. It made this place incredibly resplendent. Yu's body shone, illuminating the heavens. Vast, holy, grand, solemn. There was an extremely powerful aura. Everything originated from that strange stone. Qi. All of the Kuan Peng true feathers that pierced into his body were forced out, fired out back into the void and turning into bone texts, becoming energy that ultimately dissipated. That's Heaven's mandate stone. Everyone widened their eyes. They saw that in his shining body was a strange stone that released auspicious multicolored radiance, lightening up this place until it became divine and auspicious. There was a great Tao ringing through this place. Many people's eyes became red. This type of thing was a rare object, and every single piece could create an exceptional expert. No one could forget the archaic 6 great celestials legend. It was precisely because of the 6 heavens mandate stones that an unmatched emperor clan was ultimately created. What a pity! Once the heavens mandate stone starts to merge with a person, even if one seizes it, it won't merge with the body of another. It has already chosen its owner. However, after polishing it, it should still be a divine object. Yu underwent a shocking transformation. His injuries closed, his bones connected, healing the injuries created by the Kuan Peng true feathers. In addition, every inch of skin and bone was shining. Everyone sighed with astonishment. This strange stone really was an item of natural luck. Heaven's mandate stone, Its name wasn't randomly given, but instead had a deep meaning. Those that obtained it would receive something similar to the Heaven's Acknowledgement, representing the Heaven's Mandate. Having a Heaven's Mandate stone was equal to having several lives. As long as it was still there, one could quickly recover. Additionally, it had true meaning contained within, as well as strange matter that would allow one to undergo a perfect evolution. The value of this item was unimaginable. The mountains were clamoring with noise. Many people shouted outwards, the noise trembling the sky. Not only was it because the Heaven's Mandate stone was precious, but also because the two were about to fight again. Just a stone. What is so special about it? Xianxia said calmly. He pressed forward, his hair naturally scattering down on his chest and back. His eyes were bright, full of confidence. Your ignorance will be your end, Yu said coldly. His voice was low like thunder, echoing throughout this mountain region. His body shone, recovering its peak state. Auspicious energy surged. He was clearly different. Something isn't right. He underwent some type of transformation. Even Celestial Clan's people revealed looks of shock, let alone the others. All of you back off. Don't take action. At this moment, Celestial Clan's true deities revealed strange looks, having Xianxia and the clan's young disciples not to act rashly. It was because they felt something. Their eyes were burning with radiance, revealing a hint of expectation. On another mountain peak, the green flame between Xianxia's brows faded as well, recovering its tranquility. Her beautiful eyes were clear as she stared at the pair of young supreme beings on the battlefield. Hong! Something shocking happened. Silver radiance erupted from Yu's back, rushing into the heavens like a volcano, shocking everyone. It scattered all of the nearby clouds. A pair of silver wings appeared behind him. They were incredibly large and swirling with holy radiance. They were incredibly magnificent. The pure white splendor they scattered down like countless stars that arranged themselves in the sky. Heaven's wings. A divine flame realm expert from Celestial Clan said with a trembling voice. Hong Long. Yu's body roared like a tsunami. That was his blood moving, unexpectedly producing this type of power, leaving some people so shaken they couldn't stand still. Chi. A pair of dragon horns appeared above his head. Heaven's horns. A true deity from Celestial Clan was moved. His body was lightly trembling. Chong. Immediately afterwards, armor appeared piece by piece on Yu's body. They sparkled with brilliance, condensed from symbols, not tangible matter. Divine armor bestowed by the heavens. It formed. He advanced to this type of state. Many of Celestial Clan's elders trembled, feeling incomparably excited. Then, they seemed to have calmed down, no longer feeling anxiety or worry. They backed off to watch the battle. This is the rumored Heaven's Mandate legend. The cultivators of every clan didn't understand. Soon after, they woke up, remembering the Celestial Clan's legend. Obtaining the Heaven's Mandate stone and merging with it was equivalent to obtaining the Heaven's Acknowledgement. And the geniuses that had talent could evolve a step further, undergoing a few changes. Their abilities would increase greatly. If one could obtain Heaven's wings, Heaven's horn, and wear divine armor, they would be able to dominate the rest of the world. These changes were known as Heaven's Mandate legend. Since the ancient times, the number of those that could carry out the Heaven's Mandate legend were few and far between. However, they were all exceedingly powerful. Except death. Yu rushed over. The armor covering him released divine radiance. He quickly rushed over, slaughtering towards the great enemy before him. No matter how powerful you are only recreating the archaic six celestials' glory. What does that amount to? I am going to suppress you, Xianxia said. His face was calm, his eyes deep without a trace of fluctuation. He was just too calm, content and without fear. He was full of self-confidence. Everyone was greatly shaken. Even someone that displayed Heaven's Mandate legend appeared, yet he still acted so carefree. What kind of freak was he exactly? Xianxia stood in his original place, unmoving like a mountain. In the end, he directly brandished his fist, sending golden radiance flying everywhere, trembling the heavens. Xiao's fist was heaven-shocking. Golden radiance erupted in all directions, and powerful winds stirred about. A few mountain peaks were uprooted from the ground, unexpectedly pulled up, exploding in midair. This was just a pretty and delicate youth, yet the fist he smashed outwards possessed such domineering force. On the other side, Yu Yu's body erupted with auspicious light. He slaughtered forward, bone text formed armor covering his body. Divine multicolored light covered the sun, his fist warping the void. Hong! This was a great collision that shocked the soul. The sound was too great, and divine symbols erupted one after another, engraving themselves in the void. Powerful divine force surged. At this moment, it was as if the sky and earth were turning upside down. The void became indistinct and the great earth split apart. Black cracks interweaved in the mountain range one after another, tearing apart quite a few mountains. The scene was extremely terrifying, shaking one down to their hearts. The two heroes struggled to come out on top, as if they were freeing themselves from the shackles of the world. They were like two true dragons who broke through their shackles, coming to the present era from the immortal ancient era to fight an intense battle. Who? Great winds moved. Yu Yu moved backwards. When the enormous pair of silver wings moved, pure white holy splendor and mists spread outwards, even making a few mountains in the distance tremble. He was just too powerful. This was the result of evolution after merging with the Heaven's Mandate Stone. The Heaven's Mandate legend made him more powerful than before. On the other side, Xiao stood there unharmed. The corners of his clothes fluttered about, his gaze penetrating. His body was tall and sturdy, bone texts blazing about him. He was calm and unperturbed. What kind of power was this? He could actually withstand the Heaven's Mandate legend. It was dead silent, but everyone's hearts were violently beating. What a powerful youth. This declining small monastery actually produced this type of disciple. Were they going against the heavens? Even now, many people didn't know that this was Huang. There were many people from the Celestial clan who felt uneasy. Just how powerful was this opponent? Not even Yu Yu, who underwent this type of transformation, could directly suppress him. Yun Shi's beautiful face was full of shock. Her beautiful eyes flickered about as she stared at the battlefield. The Celestial clan's true deities' hearts all released a ji deng sound. Huang was powerful to the point where they felt a tremendous pressure. However, soon after, they steadied their minds as well. It was because Yu Yu hadn't used his heaven's wings, heaven's horn, and armor bestowed from above yet. Those were the true killing methods. Ignorant, challenging the Heaven's Mandate legend. You will die without a proper burial, Yu Yu said softly. His voice was extremely cold without any emotions, as if he was a master looking down at people from above, one who watched as ordinary people struggled in the world. Immediately afterwards, he disappeared. He displayed his own innate divine method, dragging Xiao into the void cage to carry out a final great confrontation. Darkness attacked over, cold and silent. After his first experience, Xiao understood his secret. Depriving light, sound, flesh, primordial spirit, and others were just a false pretense. The true nature laid in the spatial Tao. And Xiao was startled. When he supported his only heavenly passage, he felt a tremendous resistance. It was extremely difficult to overcome. He released a light grunt. The true primordial record operated, the bone texts engraving within every inch of his flesh. His body's vital energy quickly climbed to the peak. His entire being began to shine. Meanwhile, his only heavenly passage finally supported itself. It was like a divine moon, but also like a golden sun, surrounded him within, resplendent and dazzling. Yu Yu was shocked. His innate divine ability was no longer like before, becoming quite a bit more powerful. The Heaven's Mandate legend appeared. It wasn't just words. It really did increase his strength, making his spatial Tao's power increase greatly. He never expected Xiao to be unharmed, continuing to produce that protective barrier. It was extremely bizarre. What kind of domain is this? He looked at that barrier of light. When his eyes opened and closed, essence radiance shot out. You should make your move. Let me see just how glorious the Heaven's Mandate legend really is, Xianxia said. The heavenly passage protected him, surrounding him like a blazing sun. Even his hair turned golden. Heaven's Mandate is unrivaled. You can go on your way. Yu had absolute confidence. He released a great shout and unleashed the most terrifying attack. Hong! The pair of dragon horns on his head shone. Two sharp blades flew outwards, hacking through the void and splitting apart heaven and earth. A draconic cry sounded, and it was as if the 9 heavens and the 10th earth were shaken. This type of aura was too terrifying, rushing over with extreme speed. One hacked towards the space between Xianxia's brows, while the other aimed for the waist. Heaven's horns. This was the embodiment of Heaven's Mandate legend, the horns bestowed by the heavens above. This power was extremely great, able to easily tear through mountains and rivers. If it was powerful enough, in the future it could even hack down the sun, moon and stars in an instant. Xianxia's eyes were deep. The bone texts within his body rumbled. This time, he didn't use any world-changing precious technique, instead circulating the true primordial record. He also used the things he comprehended at the spiritual transformation realm. His flesh was sparkling. Thousands to tens of thousands streaks of divine light condensed, forming countless furnaces. Every single one of them was extremely small, and after gathering, they began to flow like blood. Hong! Xianxia's hands merged into an imprint. Through the true primordial record, he displayed all of the methods he comprehended before. As his blood energy surged, an enormous furnace appeared in front of him. This was the result of the primordial symbols condensing. There was a bit of blood energy as well that carried boundless fluctuations. With a quang dang sound, the furnace's lid was opened, and the 2 sharp blades were collected. Divine flame erupted. Heaven and earth swayed. Suppress! Xianxia released a loud shout. Not only did he refine the blades of light, he also stirred on the divine furnace, crushing down towards the heavenly horn on Yu's head, taking the initiative to attack. Dang Heaven's horns displayed their might. Countless blades of light hacked outwards like resplendent starlight. It illuminated this place. Meanwhile, Xianxia became indistinct as well. Kangqiang sounds rang unendingly within his body. Immediately after, it was no longer a furnace. There were Tao bells, heavenly swords, cauldrons, pagodas, and others. They all took form, rushing forward. It wasn't just one, but many of them covering this place. All types of magical artifacts appeared, numbering in the thousands to tens of thousands. They were all condensed from bone texts, and right now, they confronted the heaven's horns. This was a great confrontation. The 2 of them shone. Divine radiance rushed into the skies. They rushed forward as well to carry out an intense close combat struggle. In that instant, they exchanged over 100 attacks. Don't you understand the Lightning Emperor's precious technique, as well as the Reincarnation divine ability? Why not use them? I'll take them all on, Yu coldly said. I fear that you won't be able to, Xianxia said. He didn't want to use them all. Displaying one of them to a realm of perfection was already enough. Kill! Yu went mad. He used his greatest power, and at this moment, his heavenly armor shone, his entire being seemingly becoming unbreakable. He collided intensely with Xianxia, causing dang-dang sounds to ring through the air. Moreover, not only did the horns on his head shine, his hands merged as well, producing one of the Celestial Clan's greatest precious techniques, Heaven's imprint. Heaven and earth erupted. Holy light shot out endlessly. There were symbols everywhere within this void cage. Bone texts and natural laws interweaved. It was incomparably terrifying. If one didn't have Xianxia's single heavenly passage and took his place, they would undoubtedly suffer greatly, being directly suppressed. It was because Yu was the controller of this void cage. It was just like he said. From a certain perspective, he was the lord of this place. Yu's hair flew about chaotically, the holy light on his body becoming more and more rich. His armor released Kangqiang sounds, giving Xianxia a tremendous pressure. The other party's divine armor was too formidable and difficult to break through. The two were like true dragons as they tangled about, viciously tearing at each other. In the blink of an eye, 200 moves passed. Hao had long used his forbidden precious techniques. "Kill!" Yu shouted loudly. His eyes released blazing radiance, appearing a bit ruthless. He used a vicious move to quickly end this battle. In that instant, his figure appeared everywhere. Heaven's wings moved about, creating cracks everywhere in the void. Everything was about to be shattered. A pair of silver wings hacked at Hao's flesh like two blades. It was terrifying to the extreme. This was the first time Hao was shocked. The space between his thumb and forefinger split open, and blood flowed out. These heaven's wings were powerful to a ridiculous level. If not for his flesh reaching the pinnacle, he might have been hacked into two. Yu's eyes rapidly shrunk. If it was any other exceptional expert, they would have been hacked through. How could this person take this head-on? It was because this was not a normal pair of wings, but rather one formed from natural law imprints. They contained the great Tao of the heavens mandate stone, absolutely invincible. Hao said coldly, "I've already experienced the heavens mandate legend from start to finish. Do you have any other tricks to show me?" It was an intense battle. The two's great battle had already reached 500 exchanges. Yu's eyes were ice cold. What was the other person trying to say? He was arrogant to an insolent degree. Yu's armor released Kangxiang sounds, and the heaven's wings moved, about to split the void as he attacked Hao. Hong! Endless golden flames surged from Hao's body, like a resurrected demonic god. His Kuan Peng technique was raised to its limit. His own vital energy surged, the exhaustion incomparably great. On his back, an enormous pair of wings appeared, the golden true feathers carrying black stripes. It swayed gently, unexpectedly producing strands of chaotic energy. These were the Kuan Peng wings. After arriving in the higher realms, Hao didn't truly use its unmatched divine might yet. In the lower realm, they had swept through all enemies, its divine might unmatched. Dang! When the wings behind him formed from bone texts struck each other, the great divine bell of time sounded, erupting with endless symbols. Strands of chaotic energy pervaded the air as well. Hong! Immediately afterwards, these Kuan Peng wings moved, hacking forward in an incomparably berserk manner. It made many cracks appear in this void cage, about to blast it apart. Chi! Yu moved his heaven's wings. Silvery white holy light overflowed into the heavens. It was as if endless starlight fell, gathering together to meet the Kuan Peng wings. His eyes carried a burning flame, as well as a type of madness. This battle might be close to its end. Let's see who is stronger then. Kacha! Yu was stunned, and all of the confidence and excitement froze on his face. His heaven's wings snapped. The Kuan Peng wings that were accompanied by strands of mist hacked through his enormous silver wings, releasing an ear-splitting sound. "Ah!" he roared angrily, his head of hair standing on end. His entire body shone, and the heavenly armor rang with zhang sounds. He ferociously charged at Hao. Hao released a loud shout, standing there without moving. However, the enormous golden wings made of bone texts descended, as if they were hacking down from the clouds and heavens above. Hong! The unbreakable divine armor revealed cracks after being struck by the Kuan Peng wings. It immediately dimmed. What heavenly armor? It's just condensed from bone texts. How can it be unbreakable? Hao said softly. His body was surrounded by the single heavenly passage, making it seem as if he was standing within a great golden sun. His hair was golden, and the Kuan Peng wings behind him were even more resplendent. Pooh! Yu coughed out large mouthfuls of blood before flying outwards. Explode! Yu shouted loudly. The armor on his body all came off, turning into piece after piece of bone fragments. They then shone, igniting, and then rushing towards Hao. They were going to explode here. Hao's pupils contracted. The golden symbols restrained, and then waves of black mists appeared. A great black-colored fish emerged, raising a black sea that swept high into the sky, drowning out everything in front. He himself moved to the side, dodging outwards. This was the other form of the Kuan-Peng technique. Those armor fragments exploded, disappearing, but they were unable to affect the Black Sea too greatly. It was as if they entered a swamp, only able to create some waves at most. All of this was created from bone texts, but it wasn't much different from the real thing. Ah! Yu roared, using all of his power to ignite his bone texts, forming heaven's imprint. He also resonated with the void, carrying out the final, most powerful strike. Chi! Sure Hao was fast to the extreme. He displayed the Kuan-Peng technique again, sparing no effort in this attack. Even he felt that the consumption was too great. The golden feathers slammed down from above as if they were descending from above the clouds. Pooh! Yu's entire body was covered in blood. His flesh was in tatters as he flew outwards. Sure Hao followed behind him, restraining the wings formed from bone texts. His fist slammed outwards. Golden light that could blast through the sun and moon immediately pierced through Yu, making his entire body fly back. Blood splashed high into the air. Moreover, this void cage exploded. They fell into the real world. Everyone was shocked. They all saw this scene. Sure Hao's fists already blasted Yu's body half-rotten, blood splashing high into the air. Even Heaven's Mandate legend was defeated? Everyone was shaken. Many people released a cry of horror. Yu's eyes were cold. There was a secret treasure within his body that shone, flying outwards and releasing heavenly deity might. Chi. However, Sure Hao was fearless. He produced a piece of yellow earth, and with a pung sound, it infected its surface, making that magical artifact's radiance grow dim. Kill him! Celestial Clan's true deity secretly shouted. They had to take action now or else Yu would be in danger. Meanwhile, Yun Shi and the other people received the order. Divine Flame Realm figures naturally took action as well, rushing forward. Sure Hao's divine senses were sharp. He quickly retreated, fast to an inconceivable degree. At the same time, his hand shone, producing a blade. It was incredibly large, stretching several hundred zhang. With a slight movement, the mountains and rivers lost color. The sun and moon became dim. We can't stop him, he's too fast. Celestial Clan's experts shouted loudly as they watched with widened eyes. It was because that was a blade formed from lightning. No matter how fast everyone was, how could they be faster than lightning? Sure Hao brandished the lightning blade from several hundred meters out. With a pew sound, Yu was hacked into two. Blood splashed outwards. The blade radiance restrained, and then it turned into a lightning snake, grabbing a strange stone before rapidly moving backwards into Sure Hao's palm. Huang! Yu cried out loudly, color quickly fading from his face, becoming miserably pale. He was hacked at the waist, and he lost his Heaven's Mandate stone. This was the same as being crippled. What? He is Huang. When the cultivators from all different sects heard this, they were all shocked. The mountain region found it difficult to calm down. This entire place was boiling with commotion. Huang, a name full of bewitching power. Now that his identity was leaked, there was a hubbub of voices. Everyone was shocked, and shouts of clamoring rushed into the clouds. How could it be him? The disciple of a small shoddy monastery was actually Huang. This was truly shocking news. The uproar that resulted was deafening. Many people felt their blood flow quicker. Their eyes widened as they stared at the pretty and delicate youth in front of them. From ordinary cultivators to supreme experts, then to deities, men, women, old, and young were all deeply shaken. This really was shocking. A great stream of heat surged within them. Heavens, he's Huang. We finally met him. He actually has this type of methods. Heaven-defying after all. Many people cried out loudly, feeling that this was inconceivable. The news were too shocking. The truth came too suddenly. No one was prepared inwardly. After suddenly discovering this result, they all felt that this was hard to take in. Huang rose up in Five Elements Province, fighting a great battle against the exceptional talents of all clans, his name shaking dozens of provinces. Later on, there were gratitudes and grudges with Celestial Clan, and it was rumored that many sect masters even traveled there, as a result producing an unstable situation within the City of Heaven. Now, he came here, his identity exposed, and naturally became the focal point of everyone's attention. Everyone began to discuss, their eyes widening as if they were looking at a monster. Killed underworld child, sun god vine, cooked purple golden true hoe, defeated immortal palace's inheritor, killed a war king. One after another, his battle accomplishments are too splendid. Now, he defeated Yu, killing Celestial Clan's #1 young supreme being. It truly is divine valiance. Many youngsters' eyes burned with passion, their blood surging. Their eyes carried reverence as they looked towards that youth. For them, this was the most exceptional expert in their generation. Didn't I say before? He is so handsome, his temperament so outstanding like an immortal. How could he be the scum that those people are talking about? He was just temporarily staying within the declining small monastery. He is Huang. The eyes of a few female students from Goddess Academy shone. They clenched their pretty fists, their expression greatly stirred up. Earlier, they had a dispute with others precisely because of this. Too powerful. He is Huang. Even the Heaven's Mandate legend was toppled by him. Heaven-warping divine being. Many people became extremely excited, and some of them felt a bit of reverence, others fear. When they saw the powerful youth on the battlefield, they found it difficult to calm down. If we were to talk about who was the most depressed at this moment, it would be the Celestial Clan. At this moment, it was as if they had set foot in an endless abyss, the world spinning around them as everything before them turned black. This result left them shocked. They were filled with shame. It was actually like this, with even Yu defeated, almost directly dying miserably on the spot. The divine-level experts were all shining, flames burning and killing intent surging into the heavens. Just now, they actually attacked thin air, unable to surpass that youth in speed. They could only watch as his blade descended. There were deities that roared, their head of hair dancing about chaotically. They felt incomparable fear and released unending killing intent, making the leaves of tens of thousands of trees fall. Someone carried Yu, quickly helping him treat his injuries, stopping the lightning bone texts from corroding his body and preventing his death. Yu lost half his body, and blood was flowing everywhere. His face was extremely pale. He was an exceptional young expert, his aura originally devouring mountains and rivers, able to overlook the outstanding talents of all sects. Yet in the end, he suffered such a great defeat, dropping to this state. For the Celestial Clan's younger generation, the mental blow was great. That blade simply hacked down on their confidence, destroying the pride of an emperor clan, cutting down the archaic brilliance, the exceptional talent of an emperor clan, one that merged with the Heaven's Mandate stone and even established the Heaven's Mandate legend, was someone that already became the most powerful. However, he was still cut down. How terrifying was this? Yu wasn't a normal person. He was already the one that could best represent the Celestial Clan. At his peak state, he was cut down by another in a clean and tidy manner. This type of mental blow was too great. This was a blow that hit their clan where it hurt the most, destroying a type of conviction. This can't be true. A few youngsters cried out loudly, unable to accept this reality. Many people looked in that direction, feeling a bit of sympathy for the Celestial Clan. They could have provoked anyone, yet they ended up encountering this kind of monster. This battle was about to defeat the Tao hearts of their clan's entire younger generation. Within the Celestial Clan, she was shocked. She never thought that this would actually be Huang, that youth who came from the lower realm. Sure how. Her wonderful body trembled, her heart in chaos. Earlier, Yu had secretly transmitted a message, informing the clan's divine-level experts that the one he was fighting was Huang. However, the younger generation, including Shi, were not aware of this. At this moment, the great battle ended. Huang's identity was now truly revealed. Only now did Shi understand. She couldn't help but tremble as she looked at the youth in front of her, rising up in the lower realm, laughing and mischievous as he went on his journey, angering man and god alike. He previously showed the power of a devil king, yet was also berated as a rascal. He had even left sorrowfully like a hero to kill 7 deities in a final desperate effort. This youth had always acted straightforwardly, forging ahead, relying on himself to slaughter his way into the higher realms, establishing the name Huang that dazzled all eyes and startled all great sects. She was speechless, her beautiful appearance full of complex emotions. Hao had escorted her for hundreds of thousands of li, paying the cost of blood to do so, yet he became a prisoner of the Celestial clan. Now, he was actually here, the two of them encountering each other in this type of situation. Hao was ridiculously powerful, cutting down the Celestial clan's exceptional heavenly talent making tremendous waves rise and fall within Yunxi's mind. In the distance, Qingyi had a faint smile on her face. She wore white clothes, her beautiful hair gentle and supple, her eyes clear, appearing peaceful and otherworldly. She looked calmly at the figure on the battlefield. She knew that this youth definitely had powerful methods and wouldn't be defeated. Even if he encountered the Heaven's Mandate legend, he could still protect himself. It was because she understood this fella too well. As expected, this was the case. Junior sister Qingyi, could it be that you already knew that he was Huang? Feng Wu asked. Just guessed a few things correctly, Qingyi said with a smile. What a pity. He originally successfully ascended the heavenly staircase and was about to enter my goddess academy. Yet something unexpected happened. An elder was beating his chest and stamping his feet in anger, feeling incomparable regret. He understood all of the inside details. However, what could they say? He was seized by that notorious fella. So how could they hope to get this person back? What? He is Huang, the one that ascended my goddess academy's heavenly staircase. When a few students heard this, they were all shaken up. They began to reveal a dumbstruck expression. This great senior brother. Many people were speechless. They had previously showed him disdain, wanting to muster large forces to suppress this dishonorable fella. How could they have known that his identity was so great? The so-called small shoddy monastery's disciple was just a cover. He truly couldn't be provoked. He passed Goddess Academy's heavenly staircase? When the cultivators of all sects heard this, another uproar was created. This place was extremely noisy. It was because Goddess Academy was too well known. Their greatest test had naturally drawn the interests of a few other sects, and they had previously learned about it in detail. Who didn't understand the difficulty of the heavenly staircase? During these endless years, no one could make it through this trial. Correct, it is because he is Huang, and that is why he is so powerful. Being able to succeed is still within reason. Following their shock, they all became relieved again. It was only because this person was Huang. It was already enough. From a certain perspective, everyone acknowledged him, believing that Huang could rank at the very top of the young outstanding talents in the higher realms. In that instant, everyone looked over towards that figure. Above the mountain region, Hao stood there with the strange stone in his hands. It was full of different colors, releasing a dazzling rain of light that rushed into the clouds surrounding this place. It was spotlessly white like jade, then scarlet red like the sunset glow, then purple energy surged. Heaven's Mandate stone. It was only the size of a fist, but the fluctuations it released were extremely terrifying. It was as if great waves were surging, making the ancient trees in this mountain region rise and fall, sway back and forth. Moreover, its radiance was just too brilliant. When it was scarlet, it would dye the entire heavens red. When it was purple, it was as if purple energy rose from the east, as if great clouds were falling downwards. Holy energy pervaded the air. Brilliance was released in tens of thousands of streaks, erupting from within Hao's palm. Needless to say, this was an exceptional divine object. Hao had without a doubt become the center of attention, becoming the focal point of all sex experts. Huang, temperament despicable, methods cruel, targeting and offending my celestial clan again and again. Today, we cannot tolerate you remaining alive in this world. A cold voice sounded. It was precisely Celestial Clan's experts. Divine flames leapt, burning ferociously. Waves of killing energy pervaded the air as well. Everyone's hearts jumped. They knew that what had to happen was going to happen. Huang and the Celestial Clan were like water and fire. Everyone here knew about this. How could there be any kindness left? Right now, the Celestial Clan was angered from head to toe, fury and killing intent rushing into the heavens. Just now, they didn't rashly take action and just coldly watched. When they were in a rush to take action before, that was because they worried that Yu might be defeated. Now that everything had settled, taking action sooner or later was the same. They weren't able to rescue Yu, only able to watch as he was hacked at the waist, losing the Heaven's Mandate Stone. The Celestial Clan's younger generation experts felt great pain inwardly, feeling incomparably furious. Still throwing mud at my body. Do you all still want any face? So hypocritical. Can you even give me an example of how I've treated you all unfairly? That youth was incomparably calm. His only heavenly passage shone, enveloping him like a golden sun. His entire being was resplendent and powerful, as if he was a war immortal. You sneaked into my city of heaven, innate nature despicable, desiring my clan's supreme treasure, the flying immortal stone, and then afterwards, you even slandered my clan. Now you came to Fire Province, cruelly slaughtering my clan's experts and destroying our divine minds. Your conducts and deeds anger man and God alike, devoid of all humanity. You deserve the wrath of heaven, a deity said coldly. On the mountains, there were too many cultivators from all different sections. There were figures everywhere, and they were all speaking softly. Recently, these matters had stirred up a huge hubbub of activity. Many people had heard about it. I heard that Celestial Clan was scheming against his precious techniques. This time, Huang truly was fierce, unleashing a slaughter alone, destroying Celestial Clan's divine minds. His methods are shocking. There were some who devaluated while others showed support. There were too many creatures, so there was no way they all thought the same thing. However, there was no way paper could wrap around fire. As for what the truth really was, it would be revealed sooner or later. Ridiculous. I saved your clan's heavenly woman, but I was imprisoned within your city of heaven, locked away in the black prison all because your clan plotted after my precious techniques. Is there anything more shameless than this? A clan that kicks their benefactors in the teeth? Sure, how loudly berated. From a few experts' perspective, there was no need for arguments, only action mattered. However, sure how believed that by denouncing and saying this to the Celestial Clan's face, even if it wasn't the truth and fake, it would still make people think and from there on discuss this matter. In the end, the Celestial Clan's face would be covered in grime, badly burned from head to toe. In the distance, she lowered her head, her face red, feeling extremely uncomfortable inside. Sure how continued. The divine minds were destroyed by me. I was just collecting a bit of interest from you. However, your Celestial Clan truly is declining, called an emperor race in vain. Your so-called experts are all like dogs and chickens, and even your so-called young supreme being is so lacking, unable to take a single blow. When these words sounded, the Celestial Clan's faces fell ashen. They were simply going to explode from anger, so furious their bodies were shaking. Everyone even more so erupted into commotion. This powerful youth truly wasn't polite, daring to say anything, poking at the Celestial Clan where it hurt. Where were they even supposed to keep their faces? They were truly humiliated to no end. Moreover, it was difficult to refute any of this. It was because who didn't know about Huang stirring up chaos in Fire Province, turning the grassland upside down, making the Celestial Clan suffer great losses? Even heavenly deities were startled, hurrying over to save the scene. As for the Celestial Clan's young heroes being greatly defeated, that was even harder to retort. Everyone saw it with their own eyes just now. Right now, Huang was taking the lid off of scars. It truly was vicious, making them feel even worse than killing them. Their clan felt a severe sense of defeat, and an even greater sense of humiliation. In fact, these simple words sure how spoke possessed even more destructive force than those battles. The destructions of the divine minds, as well as the defeat of Yu. The eyes of many people from the celestial clan went red, finding this difficult to endure. They wanted to go crazy and roar towards the sky. Sometimes, a few words from the mouth would be more destructive than the full-powered strike of a sect master. It would make a sect feel defeated and humiliated. Right now, many people from the celestial clan were trembling and clenching their fists tightly. Little monster, your mouth is full of nonsense. Slandering my clan. Forget about everything else. Just from your baseless destruction of my clan's divine minds and slaughtering my clansmen, we cannot tolerate you living another day in this world. Someone roared. Yun Shi, take out your heavenly deity magical artifact and kill him, a higher-level figure said to her secretly, telling her to take action. Yun Shi's body trembled. She suddenly raised her head. This is my clan's humiliation. If someone of your generation can kill him, we can preserve a bit of face. That voice said coldly. Yun Shi was shaken. In the end, she raised her head and looked towards that youth. At the same time, Hao sensed something as well, turning towards this direction. Yun Shi's body trembled a few times. She looked at Huang at the lower realm Hao. He wasn't even 18 years old, yet he could already look down on the exceptional talents of the higher realms. Hurry up and take action. Kill him, the deities in hiding said with a low voice. In the end, Yun Shi stabled her mind. She walked through the void towards that mountain peak, getting closer to Hao. There is someone else from Celestial Clan's younger generation who is going to fight? Everyone became shocked. Things have already reached this level, but the Emperor clan of the past was still not willing to give up. Things already became like this. Everyone already firmly believed that there really weren't many people in the 3000 province around Hao's age that could compete against him. It was clear that Celestial Clan's heroes were not included among these people. This woman truly is beautiful. Like a fairy who walked out from a painting, many people cried out in astonishment. Yun Shi was too pretty, her skin like fine jade and her eyes like gemstones. Her figure's curves were wonderful, and as her purple clothes fluttered about, she could be called an unmatched beauty. Xianxia's Celestial Clan's pearl. She also merged with the Heaven's Mandate Stone, so her status is extremely high. Someone recognized her. Yun Shi's skin was sparkling white and translucent. She raised her head, looking towards the other mountain peak. That youth was extremely calm as he carried the Heaven's Mandate Stone in his hands. Brilliant radiance filled the skies, holy radiance rushing into the heavens, making him look like a divine lord. Her emotions were complicated. They had faced each other before, fought with life and death on the line, traveled together, and now they ended up like this. You cannot head forward anymore. Celestial Clan secretly transmitted, telling her not to get any closer. It was clear that there was no way she could be Huang's opponent. Only by using the connection between the two, making the other party distracted, and then from far away, suddenly using the heavenly deity magical artifact, would she be able to deliver a fatal blow. Celestial Clan's deities were warning again and then were also going to take action. She is... Feng Wu's eyes revealed divine radiance. She looked at the battlefield and then at the Celestial Clan. Huang is in danger. There is no way the Celestial Clan will let him go. The space between Qing Yi's brows shone. A streak of green flames jumped, shining brilliantly. Her snow-white clothes were not tainted by dust, and her figure was pure and otherworldly. She said softly, I don't think anything will happen. His life is quite persistent. You are going to lend him a helping hand? Feng Wu noticed the changes happening to the space between her brows, already knowing that that was an ancient flame, green lunar flame, one of the world's rarest flames. In the air, Yun Shi released a sigh. Her body was graceful, her lotus feet elegantly moving. Her purple hair shone, and like clouds they rose. Her entire being became a bit indistinct. Her black eyebrows were slightly knit, her eyes flickering with radiance as she stared at Hao. She opened her mouth several times, parting her cherry-red lips to speak, but she always closed them again. Now that they met again, what was there to say? On the other side, Hao was extremely calm, appearing undisturbed. He had a clear conscience. They both came from the lower realm, and he believed that he already acted with virtue and benevolence. In the city of heaven, Xianxia might not have any power, unable to make any decisions, forced to go into isolation by the heavenly deities, so that was why she wasn't able to save him. That was why he didn't direct any hatred at her. Xianxia felt a wave of burning pain. The other party's gaze made great waves stir within her heart. She stopped her footsteps, appearing a bit absent-minded. She felt a bit uncomfortable as she looked forward. The two still didn't say anything. However, Xianxia stopped just like that, no longer moving forward. In the rear, the celestial clan's deities nodded. She was still at a safe distance. This was also a type of test for Xianxia, seeing if her heart truly belonged to the clan. This place was extremely quiet. Xianxia didn't say anything. Xianxia's expression was complicated. The past events, the laughter between them, the disputes and nagging, as well as the protection along that entire journey, all made her completely speechless when they met again. Then, she put away her melancholy, her expression calming down. Her eyes gradually became bright, releasing brilliant radiance. She resolutely moved and unfolded her palm to use the precious artifact. Chong! A metallic sound rang through the air, shaking heaven and earth. Her palm released auspicious multicolored light. An artifact appeared, releasing divine force and extremely powerful symbols. In that instant, the atmosphere of the scene became tense. Xiao's pupils narrowed. He looked in that direction at Xianxia. All of his bone texts flourished. Not good, someone said softly, feeling that things were turning bad. There were heavenly deity fluctuations. That magical artifact was extremely special. Even without using a lot of force to activate it, it could display great might. Xianxia's eyes were resolute as she stared at Xiao. She raised her palm, and a pure white lotus flower appeared in her hands, releasing heaven overflowing divine radiance into the heavens. It released terrifying bone text fluctuations. She held the flower as she stood there, holy and auspicious. She pointed forward, aiming it at Xiao. The cultivators of all sects revealed surprised looks. It was rumored that Xiao had previously escorted this woman for hundreds of thousands of li. But now, it seemed like that might not be true. Otherwise, how could she face him like this? When celestial clans saw this, a few experts revealed faint smiles. Soon after, Qingyi realized how ruthless this was, making those at the scene appear and using real actions to deal with Xiao. This was more effective than saying anything, not needing to refute anything. Since Xianxia took action, how could they still believe the rumor that Huang escorted her through the blood plains? This was not good. As expected, when everyone saw this scene, their expressions all changed, starting to discuss this with a soft voice. Huang truly is vicious. It seems like what the celestial clan said might not be false. The first impression is strongest. It now seems like the truth might not be like that. Xianxia held the flowers between her fingers, stirring on bone texts. This heavenly deity magical artifact released Kangqiang sounds, the auspicious radiance flourishing even greater, submerging the mountain peaks in front, making this place brilliant. Clouds of energy surged. Her battle instincts are lacking. How can she be like this? Only by attacking directly would she have had a chance. A deity from celestial clan frowned, feeling a bit discontent. Yu's face became pale white, not saying a single thing as he watched the scene. Today he had completely been defeated. He could only watch Xianxia take action. It's starting. The cultivators from various sects cried out in alarm. Celestial clan's Pearl held the magical artifact, and then she unexpectedly slaughtered over, closing in on Xiao. I'm sorry. Xianxia's large eyes were completely red as she spoke, staring at Xiao as she rushed over quickly. In Goddess Academy's direction, a few elders frowned. There were flames jumping around their bodies, releasing powerful auras. Wu, should we help out this youth? This is quite troublesome. Celestial clan definitely has experts descending, and a great battle would be unavoidable then. Someone said softly. Feng Wu frowned. She felt that this youth was quite familiar. He was unexpectedly a bit similar to the fella she encountered back then on the Copper Sparrow altar. The space between Qing Yi's brows shone. A streak of green divine flame shot out, and like a green moon, it moved through the sky, flickering with undying radiance. She stared at the battlefield, simultaneously watching Celestial Clan's direction. Xianxia sighed. They really still ended up like this. He was going to take action against her. He was going to unleash forceful attacks as soon as she moved out 100 zhang. He didn't lack terrifying magical artifacts on him. Anyone who looked down on him would inevitably die. She quickly rushed over. The magical artifact in her hands flashed, unexpectedly splitting the void. One could imagine just how powerful it was. Xianxia was astonished. He easily avoided it. A large expanse of cracks appeared. The void was unstable. I'm sorry. In City of Heaven, I really couldn't do anything. She spoke, her face carrying guilt. It seemed like she truly felt uncomfortable. Cracks extended everywhere in the void. It already erupted, disturbing everyone's divine senses. She quickly said, I will give you this heavenly deity magical artifact. You can use this to move through the void and leave. It can pierce through the void. Xianxia was stunned. The blazing bone texts in his body receded, not taking action. He looked at Shi with shock, never expecting her to say these words. Hurry and go. I don't know if they are here yet, but if not, they are arriving soon. You have to use this final chance. After disturbing the void, she still used her divine senses to speak. She appeared extremely anxious and worried, also extremely careful. Who? Xianxia asked. 2 heavenly deities. They went to welcome the Tao Protector. With that kind of taboo existence descending, even if there is someone protecting you, it is still not enough. You have to hurry and leave. When she spoke up to hear, she raised her hand, sending the spotlessly white lotus outwards. It spun lightly, taking itself into the air and descended towards Xianxia. However, there was no killing intent. Xiao's eyes became brilliant. This went completely against what he expected, because Shi was going to take action against him, so he couldn't help but feel despair. Now, however, everything turned out to be completely different. Hurry and leave. Otherwise, you won't have any time. Shi urged. Who am I? I'm Huang. Celestial Clan can't do anything to me. You don't have to take risks for me. Xianxia calmly spoke, but there was a powerful confidence to his appearance. He moved his hand, and then a gentle radiance stopped the pure white divine lotus, making it turn around and fly backwards into Shi's hands. Shi was stupefied, feeling a bit distressed. She felt like Xianxia had some kind of misunderstanding, not forgiving her for the City of Heaven's events, and that was why he didn't accept her help. Tears immediately flowed from her beautiful eyes. I've let you down. Shi's voice was trembling. Regardless, this powerful youth underwent a torment of life and death to escort her back to the clan. Yet he was treated like that, imprisoned in the black prison. Truly was difficult to forgive. Hurry and leave, or else you truly won't be able to leave. Shi wiped away her tears and said seriously, pleading how to leave with the heavenly deity magical artifact. Shi, you've misunderstood. I am not against you. Xianxia shook his head, and then he revealed a smile. His teeth were snow white and sparkling, extremely brilliant. When Shi saw his appearance, she felt momentarily distracted. Why was this fella like this, not running even in this type of crucial moment, still acting like the past? Something's not right. It was clear that many people discovered the strangeness of the situation. Weren't they going to fight? Why were those 2 standing there without moving? Even though Shi took the initiative to attack, splitting open the void, the great void cracks isolated everyone's divine senses. There were still some people who deduced what was really happening. It really was the Celestial Clan that wronged him. That girl is helping Huang. When these words were spoken, an uproar immediately sounded within the mountain region. This type of thing unexpectedly happened. In that instant, the faces of many experts from Celestial Clan became ugly. Shi unexpectedly did this, turning her back on the clan to help Xianxia escape. Isn't this the same as Celestial Clan being slapped in the face? They now have the bad name of biting the hands that feed them, someone said softly. In the mountain region there was a huge uproar. It was difficult for this place to become calm. Hong! The faces of many people from the Celestial Clan fell ashen. The divine-level experts were furious. They no longer thought about redeeming any face, directly taking action, slaughtering forward. "Why are you not leaving yet?" Xianxia cried out, feeling extremely urgent. Her extremely beautiful face was full of worry. She wanted to give the heavenly deity magical artifact to Shihao again. "I don't need it." Shihao shook his head. In addition, a pair of lightning divine wings appeared behind him. With a light shake, lightning radiants were released in tens of thousands. He turned into a streak of lightning, unexpectedly facing the deities. Everyone became stupefied. This youth didn't run, unexpectedly going to challenge these deities. At this point, there was no reasoning or face left. 12 of Celestial Clan's Divine Flame Realm experts immediately rushed over. All of them erupted with power, activating precious techniques. Shihao was shocked. There was a great killing weapon among them, not simple at all. Even though it wasn't at the heavenly deity level, it was still extremely terrifying. He didn't hold anything back. The heavenly river and lightning, yellow earth, and others all poured out from the pill furnace, drowning out everything in front, attacking indiscriminately. These substances carried powerful curse power. In addition, there was a pure jade vase that flickered with radiance that slaughtered forward. This was the spoil of war he obtained from the descendant of a king from the war clan while escorting Xianxia through the blood plains. It was close to heavenly deity level, but it had previously been corroded by the yellow earth. Right now, it was still barely usable. The 12 deities moved out of the way, none of them wanting to be infected by the pill furnace's curse or be attacked by the terrifying magical artifact. They never expected Shihao to have so many treasures on him. He stopped all of their great killing weapons and even suppressed them with his counterattack. Shihao moved his wings. The brilliant wings formed from lightning were extremely powerful, allowing him to move at extreme speed, as if he was a human-shaped streak of lightning. He collided with a divine flame realm expert, and after the two greatly clashed, everyone's hearts trembled. That divine flame realm expert exploded, turning into a blast of bloody mist. What? Many people cried out loudly, not understanding the details. Shihao changed directions, quickly rushing towards another individual murderously, still taking action with all of his power. He erupted with divine light, sending out a fist. The second divine flame realm expert was blasted to pieces. In this mountain region, everyone was shaken. They all cried out in alarm. Then, the third divine flame realm expert was caught by Shihao's lightning speed, blasted apart alive, turning into a blast of bloody mist. This was naturally because of his magical immunity. Forget about the cultivators of the other sects. Not even Celestial Clan's deities knew that his ability was this powerful and terrifying. It was because in the great battle of divine minds, the divine flame realm experts that personally experienced it were all killed, so nothing leaked out. Even though the Celestial Clan were aware of this ability, they definitely never expected it to be this shocking. The immunity so great that not even the magical force of divine flame realm experts could do anything. They knew Shihao had methods, that what he relied on was a great killing weapon. It was clear that they had made preparations, but in the end, this wasn't the case. Someone cried out miserably. Shihao's fist blasted a deity apart, causing them to explode in midair. A rain of blood scattered everywhere. Everyone began to rant and rave in fear. Was this still a fucking supreme expert? He was actually slaughtering divine flame realm experts. The 12 divine level experts originally surrounded and attacked Shihao, trapping him at the center. Yet in the end, the distance was pulled so close, as if a mad vicious beast was pursuing them. Shihao was like a lion among wolves, his hair dancing madly about and his eyes like cold lightning. He unleashed a great slaughter. "Little evil creature, you dare?" In the rear, 5 true deities appeared. Their faces were sinister as they roared angrily. They all slaughtered over as well. This result was difficult to accept. The other party actually slaughtered the Celestial Clan's experts like this. They had long researched thoroughly. The reason why Xianxia was able to slaughter true deities was because of the thunderstorm. He brought down world-shocking heavenly lightning tribulation. However, right now it was bright day, so there was no way he could use that type of forbidden magic. Hong! Without even taking the time to think, he produced a scarlet-red, blood-like symbol seal. With a move of his hand, he flung it towards them, making it explode in midair. The skies shook. Scarlet multicolored flames erupted, covering most of the sky. It was incomparably terrifying. Magical force surged like great waves. This was a symbol one of the Celestial Clan's 6 heroes, Yu Luan, obtained, and now it was being used by Xianxia. Yu Luan's identity was extremely special. It wasn't because of the 6 heroes' reason, but because he was a heavenly deity's descendant. He was doted on heavily, and that was why this type of rare divine symbol was bestowed onto him. Not many of his clansmen even knew that he had this type of thing on him, and there was even less of a chance of them knowing that Xianxia got his hands on it. Right now, the divine symbols exploded, leaving the 5 true deities stupefied. They then quickly retreated backwards. They were previously rushing forward with great killing artifacts. But in the end, this divine symbol exploded, destroying almost all of them. Those terrifying secret treasures all shattered, turning into fragments. Moreover, there were 2 individuals who were swept through by the radiance. One of them immediately had his body and soul wiped out, unable to resist the might of a heavenly deity, and the other was seriously injured, flying outwards. His body was covered in blood. The other 3's reactions were fast, narrowly avoiding this disaster. What made the Celestial Clan's eyes to pop out of their sockets was that the lightning divine wings behind Xianxia moved, bringing him downwards. He beheaded the seriously injured true deity and destroyed his primordial spirit. Ah! A group of people went mad, angrily roaring outwards. In that instant, for great divine flame realm experts was killed by Xianxia, and then 2 true deities died with remaining grievances, their blood splashing everywhere, dead but eyes still open. This result, forget about making the blood of the celestial race boil, but even the cultivators watching from the side were driven mad. This was too inconceivable. He actually produced this type of result. The magical immunity time was up. Xianxia decisively backed up, collecting all types of magical artifacts to defend himself. He descended to Supreme Being Tao Right's monastery gate. This battle result could be considered extremely glorious. It shocked all of the creatures here. How could it be like this? Many people were shocked. This youth was a monster. Hong! A moment later, a rumbling sounded from the distance. A resplendent radiance ignited, and a terrifying figure approached, making this entire heaven and earth tremble. Unbridled. It was clear that the existences that arrived felt that something happened. They were incomparably furious, their voices shaking heaven and earth. Heavenly deity. Many people trembled, feeling this type of pressure. Their bodies were trembling. Old ancestor. The Celestial Clan's experts cried out loudly. They continuously suffered defeat today, so a flame had long begun to burn within their hearts. Trifling little ant, repeatedly offending my clan. Today, I want to see where you will run to. Even with so much distance between them, a large hand reached down. It was even more enormous than a mountain ridge, covering the entire heaven and earth. It surrounded Supreme Being Tao Right's mountain gate. Everyone's expression turned pale. This was heavenly might. How was he supposed to defend against this? Suddenly, a large hand reached out from within Supreme Being Tao Right as well. It directly slapped outwards, and it was accompanied by a voice. Insect, you dare touch my disciple? Get lost. Everyone became stupefied. They thought they heard wrong. Who was calling the heavenly deity an insect? Something that made them tremble was still waiting to happen. After that large hand swatted out, with a hong sound, that heavenly deity's entire arm was blasted apart, disappearing from this place. In addition, An enormous sound rang through the air from the distance. An enormous figure flew outwards, and then dropped into the mountain range, crushing quite a few mountain peaks. It was clearly the body of a heavenly deity. Everyone became stupefied. They looked into the distance towards the rising smoke and dust. Every single one of them looked like clay figures as they stood there petrified, unable to say a single word. This was a small shoddy monastery with broken walls and rubble everywhere. There were withering ancient trees and tall weeds, creating a desolate scene. However, who dared look down on it now? An earthen large hand retreated from the void, disappearing into that mountain gate. This scene left everyone stunned. The cultivators of all sects stood there unmoving. They were all shocked, going stupid. This scene and result left everyone shaken. In the distance, the mountain ridge was smashed apart. That was a heavenly deity, yet he was ferociously slapped outwards, collapsing more than 20 mountain peaks. The great earth split apart, and enormous rocks scattered the clouds. There was blood on the ground, flowing like a small river. It covered the mountain region in dark red. It was a shocking sight. "Is what I'm seeing real?" someone said with a soft voice, fearing that he would anger any taboo existence. What did I just see? Heavens! A high and mighty heavenly deity that looks down on the creatures of all sects was slapped flying. Someone roared outwards, as if awakening from a dream. Everyone became stupefied, and sounds of swallowing could be heard. They felt that this was inconceivable and difficult to believe. This kind of scene, this kind of result was just too shocking. In front of the damaged monastery gate, there was only a youth standing above the ruins. His hair was long, his eyes pure. He gave off a calm and unperturbed appearance. Hong! In the distant mountain region, an enormous figure stood up, shaking off the mountain peak crushing on his body. He towered between heaven and earth, his eyes like two blood moons. It was incomparably terrifying as he stared here. He carried heaven overflowing killing intent as he walked over, making the entire mountain region tremble violently. Mountain stone tumbled about, and large amounts of heaven reaching ancient trees rustled. Leaves flew everywhere. The cultivators of every sect were feeling great fear. They couldn't help but move backwards. They shivered with coldness, trembling under this shocking pressure. Their souls were shaking. Many people were shaking uncontrollably. Under this unsurpassed might, there were some who couldn't help but kneel down. Bone texts flourished all over their bodies as they prostrated in worship towards that heavenly deity. This was a type of allegiance, not something forced by the heavenly deity, but instead an instinct that originated from these individual souls. Towards heavenly deities, there was an unconditional feeling of obedience and reverence. The might of a heavenly deity couldn't be resisted. There was no way lower realm cultivators could contend against them, their bodies producing an innate fear. They couldn't help but kowtow. Only, this type of high and mighty expert had just been slapped flying by someone, moreover having an arm destroyed. Chi Dao Lin, heavenly deity Mo Luo was furious, his voice resounding through all sides. It was as if thunder appeared from the heavens above, scattering the clouds in all directions. "Ah!" A few people cried out, covering their ears as they staggered backwards. There were even a few individuals who began to bleed from all 7 apertures, their faces extremely pale as they stepped backwards in horror. This kind of power was just too shocking. "Old ancestor!" The celestial clans people cried out loudly, looking at the heavenly deity that was hurrying over. "What are you being so noisy for? If you don't show any respect to this place, I'll wipe you out." An impatient voice sounded from within the small shoddy mountain gate. It was full of domineeringness and disdain. Chilliness crept down everyone's backs, feeling waves of fear. How horrifying was this, saying he was going to slaughter a heavenly deity right from the start, moreover as if it was to be expected as a matter of course. "Tao Master Qi, why are you doing this? There are no wrongs or grudges between us." The great earth trembled. An enormous heavenly deity moved, and then a few enormous rocks were unexpectedly uprooted from the ground, as if they were just grains in a basket, raised into the air. They then fell down again, Whenever he took a step outwards, the mountain stones on the ground, dead trees, and other enormous objects would be like this, blasted into midair. Meanwhile, those enormous old trees that took root on the ground would violently tremble, about to snap apart. It was as if there was an enormous earthquake. He was close. Everyone could already see him. No wrongs or grudges. Why did you run to my mountain gate then? Bullying my disciple, are you all looking to die? Do you all want to become ashes? Qi Daolin's voice sounded so domineering it made everyone here speechless. This was not some random cat or dog, but a heavenly deity. Yet Dao Master Qi's attitude was so impolite, his tone cold and firm. He was implying that he could crush the other heavenly deity to death at any moment. The old ancestor was wounded. The celestial clan's experts shivered in fear, feeling a wave of horror. Such a powerful figure from their clan was struck to this state. For them, this was the same as the sky falling. The clan's higher-level figures that protected the clan were unstoppable, able to continue their legacy in the higher realms. But today, one of them lost an arm. This all happened because of a youth. The heavenly deity got closer. He wore purple golden armor that flickered with terrifying radiance. There was an imposing murderous aura. On his head was a purple golden crown that gathered his hair. His eyes were incomparably terrifying, more brilliant than the sun, making it hard for others to look straight at him. Whenever others looked at his eyes, they would all feel as if their souls were in intense pain. One could only face him with a lowered head, or look at him from behind, not directly into his eyes. This was a type of heavenly might. Only currently, this heavenly deity's state wasn't too great. Half of his body was flowing with blood, and his right arm was splitting. His purple golden armor was shattered and his blood almost reached his long hair. Wang! Heavenly deity Mo Luo shone. The void trembled. The arm bone and blood energy that exploded just now flowed in reverse, gathering together to reconstruct his arm. Then, symbol light flourished, and a thriving vitality surged. His broken arm reformed. This was the might of a heavenly deity. Even when the limbs broke, they could quickly recover, not needing a long time to recover. It was because when one reached this type of cultivation realm, they were already high above everyone, surpassing the understanding of many powerful individuals. He is just a loose cultivator, many people know this. How could he have become Dao Master Qi's disciple? Heavenly deity Mo Luo's attitude clearly became quite a bit softer. I took him in recently, is that not acceptable? Also, why do I have to give you an explanation? If you don't act respectfully, don't blame me for being ruthless. Qi Daolin berated. Dao Master Qi, do not forget that you had previously studied within my celestial clan. Mo Luo reminded. Shut up. I was stealing from masters back then. Also, are you going to get lost or not? Qi Daolin spoke, not feeling that it was embarrassing at all, instead saying it in a righteous and self-confident manner. Many people were speechless, shaken up by his domineeringness, but also sighing in admiration. This Dao master was too strange. Only a few older generation figures knew the reason. The reason Qi Daolin stole methods from those great sects was mostly out of hatred. That was why he purposely went to steal methods. Qi Daolin had previously been a certain ancient inheritance's only inheritor. When that sect was jointly attacked by Immortal Palace and others, there were some great sects that threw rocks at them while they were down, and a few powers that they had good relations with treated them like they were already dead, not coming to the rescue. That was why Qi Daolin later on crazily stole from masters to strengthen himself, purposely causing chaos in a few great sections. Heavenly deity Mo Luo's face fell ashen, stopping there. This really was humiliating. Dao Master Qi didn't show them any face, acting domineering and cold, putting him in a difficult position. At the same time, he was greatly shocked inside. Back then, Qi Daolin had been surrounded and attacked by all the different sects. Even though his strength wasn't weaker than an ordinary sect master, his cultivation realm was still a bit lacking. Back then, him and Qi Daolin were both heavenly deities. But now, Qi Daolin had long surpassed him. Mo Luo felt extremely unwell inside. Mo Luo was quite a bit older than Qi Daolin, But the other party quickly rose up, becoming the lord of a region in the shortest amount of time, leaving him far behind. He found it difficult to stay calm inside. That was why he directly called out the other party's name to make himself look more intimidating. However, now he was silent. Old ancestor, half of the 6 heroes have died, and true deities as well as others died. Yu has been bisected at the waist, his heaven's mandate stone in that little monster's hands. A deity from celestial clan secretly transmitted, expressing his resentment. What? Luo was furious. Everything else was still tolerable, but Yu being cut down, losing the priceless Heaven's Mandate Stone was not forgivable. It was because a single Heaven's Mandate Stone meant an exceptional expert that could protect the Celestial Clan, perhaps even reviving it, recreating its former glory. He stared at Hao, his eyes releasing icy cold radiance. Killing energy pervaded the air, deciding not to waver. Dao Master Qi, have him hand over my clan's wondrous stone, Luo said. What qualifications do you have to make such thoughtless remarks here? Just because I didn't kill you, you are treating it as if my temper is good. A tremendous sound rang from within the small mountain gate. Everyone was horrified, because they saw golden ripples spreads outwards, rushing towards Luo. That was just sound. Yet it solidified, becoming more resplendent than bone texts, more boundless than a sea. They all crushed down on the high and mighty heavenly deity. Luo was shocked. The first time was one thing, but this time he was prepared, and he even had the body-protecting secret the old celestial bestowed upon him. Yet he still couldn't withstand this power. Under this Dao Sound's power, the golden ripples, his entire body flew outwards as if smashed by an enormous hammer. The bones in his body released cracking sounds, and large mouthfuls of blood sprayed outwards. Heavenly deity Luo smashed into the distant mountain range, severely injured. He couldn't crawl back up for a long time. This place was in absolute silence. Everyone was shivering with fear. What kind of power was this? Celestial clans' faces were deathly pale, all of them shaken, from supreme experts to deities. How were they even supposed to fight now? Even their clan's heavenly deity couldn't take a single blow, being blasted flying like this. They looked at the youth in the mountain gate. This was the first time they felt like they provoked huge trouble. They actually brought such a great disaster onto themselves. However, it was too late to say anything now. A great grudge had already been produced. Suddenly, a wave of fluctuation rippled outwards. A golden wave of radiance covered who knew how many tens of thousands of li, quickly arriving. There were 2 people that released heaven overflowing divine splendor from above. A middle-aged male who had a sharp gaze was lending an arm to an elder. The 2 of them were accompanied by great Dao sounds as they walked on the golden passageway that stretched several tens of thousands of li, appearing here. This type of methods shocked the cultivators of all sections. They all kept quiet out of fear, not daring to speak randomly. Dao Protector Great One, the Celestial Clan cried out loudly. They were about to cry already. They were truly oppressed miserably this time. When they saw their clan's taboo figure, it was as if they found a mountain to lean on. In the past, it was always them who oppressed others forcefully. Yet today, they experienced setbacks after setbacks, and even their heavenly deity was berated, blasted out until he spat out blood. One could very well imagine how they were feeling. Brother Qi, are you declaring war against my celestial clan? The middle-aged man on the golden light path spoke. He was also a heavenly deity. In the past, he was at the same cultivation realm as Qi Daolin. Do you all dare to go to war? A calm voice sounded from within the mountain gate. Then he added, I don't mind doing so. Everyone was shaken up. Qi Daolin was just one person, but he was going to challenge an entire clan? This was a former emperor clan we were talking about here. This place was deathly silent. That heavenly deity didn't dare to say any more, because this affected too much. If he dared to continue, then that might be a battle involving their entire clan. It would affect the history of their clan for hundreds of thousands of years. Little Qi, your temper has become greater and greater. The Dao Protector of Celestial Clan spoke. His body was withered up. On his head was a pair of black horns that were surrounded by hazy radiance. Radiance flickered about. Another figure appeared in supreme being Dao Right. Qi Daolin appeared, his golden robes fluttering about, his figure giving off an immortal feeling, as if he transcended this world. The younger generation is struggling for supremacy. It is one thing for divine flame realm experts to interfere. Qi Daolin stood there, divine splendor shining gloriously. His voice became cold. But even heavenly deities dare to come, truly a joke. However many that comes, however many I will kill. His voice was resounding, echoing through this place. Everyone's hearts were shaken, feeling a wave of fear.